gives a fuck back before you're torn apart? Your pact with the devil ain't stronger than the holy arts.
Okay, I gotta send the links to
Happy
Halloween,
you sit there bragging,
everybody.
ransom rope you made. What you gonna do? You for some pagans can barely throw shade. Before I come to cunt you down in silence, here's a quick lesson in the spiritual science. You see, rope is to bath, as bath is to water. So if water is to water, how fucking drunk are you? Just a wannabe wizard looking for a fight, but your wand is just a stick that you found outside. You can't cast spells, you can't spell it, don't even start. You write up with O and V because you think it makes you look magic smart, but it don't. And I shouldn't even have to say this.
Happy Halloween. We just finished up the
just makes you look racist. This is finale of True Detective. My head it greets all new arrivals to the land of the living dread. It bears my name, it's the Sierra Iconoclast, stealing ancient mysteries and drink them from a flask. This is his banner forever, but my head it greets all new arrivals to the land of the living dread. It bears my name, it's the Sierra Iconoclast.
Whoever else wants to show up, I think the link is in the comments. It should be.
I swear to God, I'm just to know you damn.
Let's play some rock. Yeah, it's in there. So we're just waiting for people. So if you want to come on, it's Halloween. You are certainly invited to have a costume or whatever gets you in the Halloween spirit. Come on and let's get this party going. Okay. Well, I didn't plan to have to do tweets or anything like that today, but I may have to kill time. Oh, there was one tweet that I did want to go over. It's scary to me. It's a Halloween tweet to me. Yeah. Okay, watch this tweet.
It looks like he's having a...
Oh, hang on. I gotta change my sound. Damn it, that's such a pain in the ass. All right. Coming up.
She yeah, it's okay. It's all good.
But it was not all good.
Hi. I use she, her pronouns. I'm not sir. Yeah, like it's like a knife in the heart. I also did specifically ask ahead of time not to be called sir. Yeah, I'm just
You have to ask ahead of time.
okay. The Sweetwater starts at okay. Not.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
It's just always like a knife. It always hurts every single time.
Because you read as the sir.
The manager I can talk to about something that happened. Yeah, I was called sir. Oh, okay. It just really sucks every time it happens. I don't need to be called ma'am. I just need to not be called sir. You know? Thank you.
Man, that's a lot of food. What the hell is she eating?
I just want to tell you that the person who
is one of those for her dog?
Sir, call me sir.
It's like, what?
It's just like it kind of just hurts a lot to get called sir.
Well, you look like a sir.
Thank you so much. No, yeah. Thank you. I'm not a sir. Nothing like a good misgendering. It is a knife in the gut when I get called sir. I feel like I need to tell him. I need to tell him.
But you're not. You're going to tell a manager.
It hurts more when it's not intentional because it means like this is sir.
Yes.
I know you didn't mean it, but I'm not a sir. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I know you didn't mean it. It's just, it hurts. I know when people clock me, it's fine, but like it just kind of...
She puts the jacket on to make her look less of a sir.
I'm not sir.
She sure eats a lot.
Not sir.
I hope so. That's for her dog.
The guy who dropped the food off. He called me
Wait,
sir
she had that
twice.
big plate of steak. Is this a different day? She just had a big giant plate of steak, and now she's doing mashed potatoes. Anyway, I have all kinds of things to say about that. That's the main tweet that I had. But if you read on the brain as a sir, that's what you're gonna get called, at least by me. Like none of this is what I'm talking about. None of the trans people in my generation cared about that stuff. They would be more focused on their food than trying to get people in trouble for using the wrong pronoun. They just can today. So they use, like, if you give people that kind of power, they're gonna play around with it. All right, let me Chris is here. What are you?
I am Antifa.
I was about to say, are you a terrorist? Which the answer would be yes, if you're Antifa.
I looked high and low for my Dale Cooper costume, and all I could find was some random shit. So
that looks good on. It looks really good on you. You should wear it more often. Ironically, I went in the our roommates have some costume stuff, and I went in there and they had a detective trench coat. I almost wore it. Hey, I see Juniper in the background.
What's that?
I see Juniper in the back.
Yeah, let me unblur it. There's really no reason.
The little head keeps popping out of the blur.
It's covered in clothes, but who cares? I don't give a shit. If he wants to see all the clothes, I just did laundry, so it's just.
For some reason, my volume is very low. Oh.
Lindsay's the only one in an actual costume. She found her Twin Peaks RR Diner waitress outfit. She can't not from there, baby.
Oh my god, I love it. Yes. Happy Halloween. Good for her. I think Emerald's probably getting ready too.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's why I missed most of the final episode and everything too. I was at my storage unit trying to find it, and my storage unit it's a disaster. It's all the worse now because I looked through all this stuff, but it got water damaged a while back. I don't know how. I had the least waterproof trash bags, and yet they're apparently not waterproof, and the bottoms of all the bags are just were impacted with wet. So there's we lost. I mean, most of it was stuff from the store anyway. It wasn't personal clothing items. It was stuff that we had bought to sell in the store, but just tons of inventory. Probably $5,000 or more of inventory that's just completely disintegrated. It's been like that for a while, but I hadn't actually faced it and looked at the damage up close since it first happened. So just I was going through this, it was just making me oh, this is just you know. Anyway. And I'm not gonna be able to wear this very long. This thing is the most suffocating, hot fucking thing I've ever put in my face.
You could always
wear it until Emerald gets here. What's that?
Mouth or something.
Yeah, I can do that, but
I am not. Hang on, something. The sound is very, very low, and it's not you
because I'm speaking to the mask.
On some other stuff too, and I don't know why. I haven't changed any setting. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm just trying to adjust the volume, see if it helps any.
Yeah, it is low. It's showing at 74%. Okay, I think I fixed it.
Yeah, it's not really. I'm trying it. I found one of my old headsets I used to work at Amazon. It's a fully Bluetooth one that doesn't require any extra cables or anything, and it used to have good sound quality, but I don't know. It might end up sounding shitty. So if it sounds bad, let me know, and I'll switch back to the other stuff.
It sounds fine to me. Are you talking about your headset?
Yeah, it's this headset here.
It sounds fine to me.
It's like an office. It's like a professional office headset. It's a Jabra one made for people that do telemarketing or sales at home or something like that. You know, it's really nice, soft ear things on it, and the sound quality is pretty good for hearing. But I'm not sure how good the microphone quality is because I can't hear it from the side. So Yeah, the only other costume option I found was this, and I've yet to submit to wearing this, so so
Is that Dr. Seuss?
yeah, Dr. Seuss. It's a Snuggie. It's thing one. My other option that I found was as what I called was the outfit was just going to be called. Let me see if I can find it. It was right here. So one of the ugliest shirts I've ever seen.
I like that hat too.
Oh, you like this hat?
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. You can have it.
Well, I don't know if I'd ever wear it, but
It's a balaclava.
If that's Antifa, it's very stylish.
Well, yeah, it probably is more stylish. It probably is more stylish than Antifa, but it's I can't remember. It's the name of the brand is same brand as the
It's not gonna mean anything to me.
shirt I'm wearing. It's this brand called Black Scale, and all of their stuff is like either like satanically, it's either like done like satanic type imagery, or it has like just like they have like terrorist themed stuff and stuff like that. It's all very transgressively themed merchandise. I kind of respect it for how like anti PC it is.
It sounds very
I collected it
capitalist
for a long
more
time.
than anything else.
Was that
It sounds capitalist more than anything else.
capitalist? Why?
Capital, because it's a clothing brand trying to get you to buy their
Oh.
product by being
That's true.
transgressive.
I mean, it's capitalist.
that's
I'm not
marketing.
saying they're not capitalist. I'm saying, but they're thematically speaking, their themes and everything are they go after being offensive in a way that like they're just beyond just like having like nude looking girls or something on it. Some brands try to be edgy by just having like naked girls or some shit on their clothes. Their stuff is like they do stuff like this where like this just says Black Scale over and over again in Arabic script, but just because it's Arabic script, it like triggers people, But when you translate it, I translate it with Google Translate. It just says Black Scale over and over again, which is the name of the brand. They have some stuff that's got like I've got one. I think I was gonna send you if I brought it. Did I bring it out? Oh no, it's downstairs. There's one I'm gonna send you. It's a Black Scale. It's not dark like these, but it's like this. I don't know. I'll just show it to you. You'll think it's funny. I think maybe you won't. Maybe you will. I don't know. I have a bunch of like streetwear stuff like this. A bunch of upside down crosses, and it says "filthy" on it. I have all this really weird LA streetwear. What's that?
That's from the same brand.
No, this is a brand called Art and Sew that I only ever saw a few pieces from, but I have tons of stuff from. Here's another Twin Peaks shirt. It says my log has something to tell you. Yeah, that's Lindsay's.
Oh.
My storage unit is it's a adventure to go into. I'll tell you that much. There's just so much stuff in there. Oh, here's another Black Scale shirt. This one's torn up, but it's got a big hole in it. But you see, it's just I'm not even sure what this one says. It says Black Scale at the bottom. It's got like an Egyptian like horse's eye on a skull, and it says something with yourself. I can't read what that says. Can you read what that says, Lindsay? Yeah. Okay. It says something. Go to war, especially with yourself. So whatever that means.
Oh.
Is it go to war? I can't even tell. Like, I can't read it, but all of this stuff has just been in the storage unit ever since I had to close the store down, and it's not necessarily all fared all that well. Most of it's not stuff I wear, or ever did wear, but
You took your costume off.
yeah, I'll put it back on whenever. Oh, she took her costume off? No, me.
No, you
Yeah,
did.
I'll put it back on whenever everyone gets here. It's really
She
hot,
said
dude.
she'll be here soon. She said
This thing does not breathe at all. Like whenever it's around, like if it's on your head, it's fine. But as soon as it goes around your mouth, like you're just like it just builds
Yeah.
heat.
Do whatever's comfortable.
I really wish I could set up my computer in here the way I had it set up in my parents' house, where I don't have to use a microphone. So like that works really well. I was surprised how good the quality was just from the microphone. I mean the headset. I mean camera microphone. Can't talk. That's what she is. I have to put this thing back together now. It came apart putting it together, and now I can't get it back on. There we go. Now I got it. I couldn't see the snaps. Sucks too. My favorite part of the finale of True Detective is the first part of it. The second part of it's okay, but I think the first part of it gets most of the resolution for me done.
What do you consider the first part?
It's the first half of it, the first 30 minutes of the finale. Just the conclusion of the real plot part, like all the meditative stuff at the end didn't work for me as well as I wanted it to.
Oh, it's me. So my speakers are acting up. I didn't hear anything you said.
Oh, I was just saying that the second half of the finale.
Me. It's my speakers.
It's your speakers?
I still can't hear.
Is it me? Did I mute this thing by accident?
It's totally me. Okay, now I can hear. What do you consider the first part?
It's been the first 30 minutes of the finale, just up until they defeat the bad guy and they end up in the hospital stuff, like all the hospital stuff and everything. It's nice. But I felt like I didn't feel like it needed 30 minutes for it. It felt like it meandered on so long. I thought maybe there was something else coming, some other revelation or something was going to happen, and when that didn't happen, it's a silly kind of thing. It's really not a judgment against the show or against the episode. It wasn't quite as satisfying, I guess, in that sense, because I was thinking like, oh, there's some other little twist coming, and it never happened. So it's not, but it's really not a criticism. It's like a personal, niggle with it, you know.
I love the hospital scene. It's one of my favorite parts. I think it does a great job of tying all of the previous episodes together.
I do like the way it finally embraces the idea of the two of them being friends instead of constantly trying to put them in each other's throats. Because I don't hate that trope at all in general, of the two partners that hate each other at first, learn to love each other type thing. But whenever shows try to carry on that rivalry thing for too long, to me at a point, I just get kind of annoyed with it. I'm just like, okay, you guys clearly love each other. Stop acting like you want to kill each other.
My speakers are, and I can't switch the headphones because I have these fucking antlers on. My speakers went out again. So hang on, I can't hear anything.
Sounds like an ancient world problem.
Why do you keep doing that? They're Bluetooth and they keep going out for some reason and resetting.
Oh, the antlers are Bluetooth?
No, the speakers are Bluetooth.
Oh, okay.
I wish the antlers were Bluetooth.
That'd be cool. You could walk around with a bunch of Bluetooth antlers.
I used to wear, when I lived in Seattle, I'd wear them everywhere. I'd even wear them to work because I convinced my boss that I was piloting a project where I was trying to get autistic and neurodivergent people to wear horns as a trend. So if you see someone with animal horns on out in public, you would know that they're autistic. And so I'd wear them to work, and I would try to get some of the clients to wear them.
What a truly stupendous troll you did. That's one of the best trolls I've ever heard.
Yeah, I was being serious. It wasn't a troll.
For
me, it wasn't a troll.
I mean,
I
you
would
might
have
like
loved
wearing
it
them,
if
but
that trend actually took off. I didn't really expect it to, but I was
I
the
know,
only
but
one really wearing
if that trend had
horns.
taken off, wouldn't that have been kind of terrible?
Not for me. I would have loved. I love animal horns.
Oh,
I have
okay.
a pair of sheep horns. I have a pair of Satan horns. I have a pair of these horns, and I would wear different ones each day.
I mean, I have no problem with it, but I feel like if it became like a thing where if you saw someone with horns that meant they were autistic or something like that, I feel like that would become this stigmatizing, like, negative thing in society. I feel like it would end up being a negative thing for autistic people.
Only for the really boring people. The cool people would not think it was. It would make it that much cooler.
But 90% of people are boring.
I don't worry about those people. That was not my audience for this. It was the autistic people themselves. I don't live my life by what the boring normie, mediocre people think or do. They're NPCs to me. I would never do anything with NPCs and like how NPCs are going to react in mind.
Take this. I know, I'm going to get you headphones so you can hear. Sorry, I'm getting Lindsay a pair of headphones so she can hear. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't live my life that sort of thing either. I wasn't talking about like how you should change or something. I was just saying that if it actually did like become like this thing that people say that were recognized autistic people that way, I don't know. I could see how that could have some negative connotations, but I might be wrong. I'm wrong about a lot of stuff. So,
but who cares if like that wasn't the point of it. The people that are not autistic was not the point. It was more about being yourself anyway.
Okay. I mean, I think that should be the point.
I've heard that my whole life. I've heard that with being gay. I've heard that with dyeing your hair. I've heard that with wearing gothic or satanic t-shirts. Like even when I was doing my my business and my YouTube channel, some friends kept talking me into not mentioning Satanism or downplaying the Satanism because like what the public might think. I don't ever do anything for the.
So there,
I kept saying they're not. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, they lost you.
Can you hear me?
What the heck is going on here?
It's not me this time. Can you hear me? Are you frozen?
No. Yeah, so if you can hear me at all, I lost all audio from you. I got no audio at all.
And my mic is not Bluetooth. You still can't hear me? Let me see if StreamYard did something. It's on your end.
No, it wasn't my end. Definitely my end. I was just trying to let you know that I couldn't hear you. I figured it out.
Oh, okay. You hear now?
I couldn't hear you. I knew it was on my end just because I there used to be a way to do this. I hated the way they changed Windows because I used to know how to like go in here and like set up like where you could have multiple audio sources and stuff like that, and they would all work at the same time. But I can't figure out how to do it anymore. Everything has to be the default. Like you can't just use two audio sources at the same time. I don't understand why.
And there's other people doing streams tonight too. I realize Machine's doing one. Chaotic Reacts. I should go on that one. It's Halloween Satanic.
Sounds like a trap.
Wick did a costume panel too.
What?
And who else is doing? I think
okay, I'm gonna get the and Jack Talcott too. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of people.
I want to see a little. I want to see a little bit of this one. This Halloween Satanic. They have that Artho guy on there.
We'll bring it up on the screen while we're waiting on Emerald.
Spooky, ooky shit.
I was gonna say
Hold
on
on, real fast. Hold on. Chris said, "Talking out your arse." It's an ancient pagan festival that was hijacked when Christians through Rome pillaged Europe and stole everything from pagan Europe. Yeah, that's what happens during war, bro. Stay mad. Stay mad.
Well, I don't remember.
It came from the Celtics.
It did come from the Celtics, but the thing about it is,
anyways, I was gonna say earlier that
Halloween wasn't practiced throughout the medieval ages. So yeah, try again.
Yeah.
Out this way.
Yeah,
That
they're
one.
treating Halloween almost like it's early Christmas at this point.
This is too many people with poor conversation skills talking over each other.
Yeah. Isn't that pretty standard for chaotic reacts though? Every time I try to tune into
I
it,
guess that's why they call it chaotic reacts.
every time I try to tune into it, I feel the same way. I just end up, I don't know, I tune into it really fast. Really fast. I do not understand why I can't do this anymore. What I set the program? I could set because Lindsay really wanted to be able to hear and kind of talk a little bit tonight, but I thought this was going to be easy because I've done this before a ton of times, but can't figure out how. I should be able to have more than one Bluetooth speaker device getting sound, but it's trying to limit it to just one. I'm not sure why.
I don't know. I
It's
don't
do
know
with
if
this
I
new
don't think
fucking Windows 11 bullshit.
I've never been able to do that. Have more than one speaker source. Hey, Emerald.
It's okay. I'm gonna get this fixed in 1 second. Got these all charged up earlier today for this reason.
Are you in costume?
Well, how else was your Halloween? How was your day been up to?
Where's my mask thing?
Have I lost audio again? God damn it.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
I shouldn't have. It says I'm set. What's wrong with this thing?
I would keep it on, but I can't breathe in it, so I'll just do this occasionally.
Is it still hot over there?
No, I have the window open, so now I'm freezing myself out.
Oh.
Is it snowing here now?
Huh?
What?
Yeah, it's snowing.
Yeah,
And it's 40 degrees outside.
And you have your window open?
Yeah, 'cause it's so hot.
Can I hear you guys? Are you guys talking?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I lost audio again. So Emerald, you're from the Strangers, and I'm a. It's like we're all from the Purge tonight.
I know. Jeff, what are you? Are you from like? You remind me of the movie Antlers.
There's a movie called Antler.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just an Antifa Black Bloc member. I'm just here to destroy capitalism.
What are you, Jeff? I love the Antlers.
I don't. Oh, I'm looking at scenes from the movie. It looks cool. It's about people that wear antlers. I'm not anything in particular. I was kind of going for a wild man. You can't see it, but I have my weed necklace on.
Love it.
And in fact, I have another one. Maybe I should put it on too. It might be more visible. So I was going for like a wild man look. I can do this too. So what do y'all want to do for Halloween?
Listen to spooky music.
I thought about that earlier, but there's copyright. Unless
We could find those awful ghost videos. We could look at the really fake ghost videos and pretend like they're real, like all those ghost video channels do.
Are they copyrighted?
Nah, it's just like
Search
TikTok
for
type
fake
shit.
ghost videos.
Like TikTok type like shit. It's not.
I see like a lot of debunking videos. That's what comes up.
No, there's like a guy named there's like Frostmare, and there's
If you
like
find some, just share them. I don't.
I subscribe to them because I find them hilarious. I watch these guys because like they act like it's like so realistic. Can you believe the ghost you're seeing in this video? And it's just like it's just clearly like you can see the string pulling the chair and all this stuff, and I find it funny. I find it funny how seriously they take it, despite how completely ridiculous it is. I mean, and every now and then you see one that you're like, how did they do that? But never one that actually made me think that there was anything actually supernatural happening. And I believe in the supernatural, but not with those things. Let me see if I can find one here. I think one was called like Frostmire, something like that. He has compilations though, but yeah, Frostmire TV. Yeah, his are pretty dumb. Might be entertaining to watch a little bit of it. We don't need to freeboot their whole video, but we can watch a few minutes. Here, put it in the chat there. You can lay it down if you want.
No, just share it on the stage. It's easier for you to share it than for me.
Okay. What, Lindsay? I can't hear you. Okay. It's not for us, so. You want me to do something? Okay. Sorry, baby's once again she has refused to nap all day, so she's extra fussy.
Oh.
He was in a good mood to like 5-10 minutes ago, but before baby batteries run out. Baby batteries are a very fickle thing. They're really strong and going for a long time, and then suddenly they're just gone. And that kid does not like to nap.
Yeah, I can relate.
Or sleep, period, I guess.
Well, Emerald, did you have anything to add about True Detective? Chris said he liked the first half of the finale better than the hospital scene. And I said the hospital scene is one of my favorites because it gets existential and it ties in. It like wraps up all the other themes of the movie.
No, I like the hospital scene. I just didn't. I felt like I just had this feeling like it was gonna go somewhere else that it didn't go, and so I just felt a little like empty at the end of it. But it's still good. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad ending by any means. It's a great ending. I just felt like it was missing something. I don't know what it was.
Would you have done it something differently?
I never really thought about it on that level. I mean, when I like a show that much, and it didn't piss me off or anything. It wasn't like one of those endings like I like.
But it left you unsatisfied. It sounds like.
Yeah, but like it didn't. Like I said, it didn't piss me off. Like I said before, the show Mr. Robot, Mr. Robot. It was one of my. It's probably like next to True Detective, probably like my other favorite TV show, serialized TV show of that sort of all time. But the last season of that show makes me like visibly angry. Like it absolutely just makes me want to like pick up the show and shake it and be like, why are you like this? It's just like because the show is so good up to that point and it just drops the ball so thoroughly. So for like something like that, yeah, I'll sit there and obsess about and think about like what they should have done, where I think it should have been going, or something like that. But True Detective's ending, it was just like it was But maybe that was kind of also the point of the ending too. The ending was supposed to be melancholy. It wasn't supposed to be a big bombastic, very end. It's supposed to be an epilogue type thing. So, it's just it was. I didn't really get a chance to absorb it tonight because I only got here for the last 20 minutes of it or so, and so I, not watching the first half of it too. I didn't really get that full experience of it this time, so I'm not really judging it. I just know that's how I felt when I watched it the first time. But I still think it's excellently acted. I do really like the way they finally developed the relationship between the two leads to a degree where they finally just kind of let go and start being friends instead of constantly being each other's throats. Because like I said, I was trying to say that before. Like I really get irritated in shows where like they just refuse to let the characters that clearly like each other and clearly respect each other ever be nice to each other. They just refuse to ever give them.
I think they showed a lot of up and downs between the two. I don't think it was rivalry the entire time. I think they showed
the entire time. Not the entire time, no, but there was still a lot of things in it that I felt like were just like, I don't know. I'm not really judging the show that hard. It's one of my favorite shows. Fine with me too. If I like something a lot, or if I see a lot of potential in it, I am 10 times more likely to tear it to pieces and like pick it apart and pick in little like things that like might have bothered me about it than if it was a show that's just like fine, or a movie that was just like fine. Like when we watched that Bill Burr movie, I got a couple of things, but I forgot about it immediately. Like I didn't hate it, I didn't love it, I didn't really have much to say about it. Like if I really love something or I really hate something, I'll have a lot of things I can say or two. And the more, especially when I really love something and it connects with me, I'm all the more likely to get like the nitty gritty of like what was it that I loved about it, what was it that like felt like it could have been maybe even better, but without saying that I would change it. Just like I'm just a hyper analytic person like that. I just analyze things, and it's a problem, really. I mean, seriously, I overanalyze everything.
How is it a problem?
Sometimes it's just you can bite me in the ass. I can overanalyze to the point where I start. I mean, that's where, as you pointed out, that's where a lot of my conspiracy-ish tendencies or thinking tendencies come from. Is from overanalyzation, looking into things too far, pattern recognition. Looking for patterns where they aren't there, that kind of thing.
I don't know if we should get back on this topic, but to me,
conspiracy
theory is the opposite of analysis. It comes from failure to analyze or faulty analysis. I don't see it as the result of analysis.
Okay, well, I don't want to get back on that. I mean, that's as you said, but the way in my mind it is the reason why I ever think about things like that is because I look at something and I start analyzing like a problem or something I see that's wrong until I start trying to come up with explanations for it, and that's where that comes from. I do think there are people that do theorize about things in a really shallow way where they just want to see an enemy everywhere. If you really listen to a lot of the things I do say that are conspiratorial, I put a little bit more thought into them than that. They're not just like Illuminati bad kind of things. I mean, I have some logical underpinnings.
They sound like that to me.
Well, okay.
Because I try to get into what is based on. I work in mental health, so I'm going to start calling conspiracy theories what it really is, which is paranoia. That's what I should be doing.
I don't think all conspiracy theorizing is paranoia. I think it's kind of unfair because sometimes people really are seeing things that really
a lot
are there.
of it is, and especially a lot of the ones I hear lately, and I can give you as many definitions as you want. Thought process believed to be heavily influenced by anxiety, fear, often to the point of delusion and irrationality. Results of a mental health condition. Persecutory beliefs are beliefs of conspiracy concerning a perceived threat towards oneself. May feel like they're being persecuted or that someone is out to get them. So it's like paranoia on a grand scale, not individualized. But
yeah, I don't. Most of those things don't apply to me. Almost none of that applies to me, though.
Okay.
I mean, if any of those things you think specifically apply to me, please tell me. But I'm not aware of I don't think there's anybody out to get me right now.
I did say next time a conspiracy comes up, I'll point it out.
Okay.
Unless you have one you want to talk about.
That's fine. I'm just saying, like, but I mean, I'm not saying. I think your definition there is right, and I think it does apply to most people. I don't get that conspiratorial. I don't think, but when I do, it's usually more of an intellectual exercise. At least in my mind, it is. I'm not taking it that seriously because I'm not really scared of any of these things. I'm not scared that the Illuminati is coming to get me or anything like that. I don't think that the moon landing is fake, and I don't think that the Earth is flat, and I don't, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have any illusions about those sort of things. I can see the curvature of the Earth just fine. I also don't think the Catholic Church. I don't think they sacrifice children. I don't think the. I'm just trying to think of some. What are some
Do
of
you
the big
believe
ones?
that they cover up abuse?
The Catholic Church did. That's
Yeah.
been proven. There was a big deal. Like they did actually cover up abuse. Like that people were prosecuted for.
Do you
People went to
believe
jail.
that it like goes to all levels of the church, or they're
No.
isolated incidents?
I think there's probably isolated incidents. I think there's probably more of them than we know about, but I think there's less of them than it being everything. I think there's probably people who have gotten away with it. I think just because when it comes to any crime, there's a certain percentage of people, statistically speaking, that will always get away with it. But I don't think that it's like, I don't think the entire Catholic Church is nothing but pedophile priests abusing altar boys or whatever it is. I've never thought that. I've always, and I don't even like Catholics, so I'm not a Catholic fan.
None of my priests
so.
never did. They never did anything to me. Like
and I've known Catholic priests and nuns that were very good people, nice people, and none of them ever acted weird towards me too. But or what's another one?
I mean,
that people
school
really get onto?
teachers can do the same. Like any adult in a position to interact with a child has the potential.
I do. I guess some people act like it's a conspiracy. I don't think that it is a conspiracy. That that child sex trafficking things like that do happen. I'm not saying that I think Hillary Clinton and whoever else is involved, but I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think that it's necessarily true. But I do think that those things do happen because we know they happen because there's actual legal. There's people there's arrests made and people put in jail for it. But okay. Good night, baby. Yeah, well, I don't even check your phone. I'm not even sure what time the thing is. It didn't say on the message I got. You know what your phone is. Okay, I'll try to log into my health and see if I can find it. I gotta take this thing off. I can't breathe. Yeah, now it looks like a Orthodox Jewish thing or something almost. Like it's like.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. This is a weird hat. It was like I think they made it literally to be like it was literally created to be a black bloc, like I'm gonna go out and like break windows kind of hat or something like that. Covers up your face.
Our costumes are pretty underwhelming so far.
I really tried. That's the reason I like. That's the reason I missed.
It's not even just you. Like I'm gonna show. I'm not gonna play the sound, but I'm gonna show Wick's costume party, and so we can aim for this next year.
Okay.
Happy Halloween!
Oh yeah, that's something. I mean, I'm
if anybody looks like this and wants to come on panel, please do. And help
I really did try harder to find and put on a costume today than I have at probably any other Halloween I can think of. So at least know that I gave it my best shot because I really did try.
Oh, but you looked good when you came on. You really did.
But yeah, I just can't breathe in that thing.
I thought about going to Walgreens today and like getting a mask or something, but I had the same thought. I said, no, I'm not going to want to sit there in a mask the whole time.
Yeah, it's hard to breathe. I got to keep this on. That's like.
I think it'd be hard to breathe in.
It looks good.
Yeah. I could have done like my whole Pennywise costume, but that like takes a long time, and I didn't think I was going anywhere. So.
Oh.
remember one year I went with there were these two girls I knew in Florida that dressed up like 1920s, 30s, like whorehouse hookers, you know, like they were dressed like those like weird like fluffy things like that, and they convinced me and this other guy to dress up like pimps, but we were dressed like 70s pimps, so it was a really weird
with
contrast.
30 scores.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they didn't have pimps back in those days. They had like madams and stuff like that. So there really wasn't an analogy there. But I mean, it wasn't really my idea. That was their idea. They picked out the costume stuff, and we didn't really do anything. We went to the mall, and then we went to some party, and then everybody kind of split apart. I didn't see the rest of the night. So, but that was one of the only times I've really done much dressing up.
That sounds cool.
What is this? What's going on?
Who are you talking to?
Do you hear that?
No.
There's like music playing in my headphones, and I don't know why.
It's not coming from here.
That's weird. It was like testing your audio in StreamYard, and I wasn't testing my audio in StreamYard. That was weird. Something's going on. Spooky things, guys. Spooky things with StreamYard. StreamYard's haunted tonight in honor of the spooky holiday. Yeah, I have to say, I really hate the word spooky and how much it gets overused.
Does anyone have any spooky stories?
Well, I mean, I don't hate the word spooky. I just hate the way it gets overused. People are like, we're like, this is going to be let's say they call something spooky, and I'm just like, that's not even what that means. I don't know. It's lost all meaning anymore. You know?
What word would you use?
Not even creepy, scary, anything like that. But spooky is just like
I've seen those used too.
The word I hear more than anything is spooky. They'll be like, it's time for spooky YouTube time or something. It's usually younger Generation Z kind of YouTubers that do it, but I just get kind of like, I don't know, just like
I think spooky too.
Like we're gonna get spooky tonight, or they're gonna be somebody calls themselves spooky or something. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Well, do y'all have any spooky stories?
I have tons of spooky stories, but some people on the panel will call me a conspiracy theorist.
Well, let's hear them, because I said I would. Like, next time one comes up.
Although I have no theories about many of them, to be fair, just really creepy things that happened in my life. I don't actually have any theory about what happened. I just know that it was really scary. There was this one night when I was driving. My parents live in Texarkana, which is a small town in Texas, but they live kind of out in the country. You have to go down this really long kind of road with barely any lights on it. There's a lot of houses, but barely any lights.
Wait a second, I got a mask. Hold on, not to cut you off, I just thought of something.
Sure, go ahead.
So the story is in Texarkana?
This has been happening in Texarkana about a year, actually less, 3 or 4 months after we moved to Texarkana back from Vegas after the fucked up shit happened in Vegas. All the spooky stuff that happened there. We had this incident that it probably was nothing. I mean, I can definitely tell you that there was no further ramifications from it. It's not like it affected my life that much, but at the time it was scary as hell. It sounds like the beginning of it. Oh, there you go.
Oh my god.
You look so hot. That's nice.
Is it lit up?
No, I can't hear.
It's like a scary clown mask.
Is that just paint, or is there actually lights in it? It looks like it has lights.
I don't think I have it in here.
There's actual lights in here.
Oh my god. Okay, that's you. You have just upped the costume game, and it goes with your shirt too.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Just like downstairs, baby. I don't see it. I've always preferred
Oh my
conceptual
God.
type costumes where someone goes as like a concept or something, you know.
It's really hot in here.
Oh, it looks so good.
I see. Here's my other costume. See, I was gonna wear this shirt and just say I was a douchebag.
Oh.
I was gonna get like I like one of those hats I wear the side and just be like I'm just a douchebag. That's about the best I could come up with besides the one thing and the Antiva thing. But let's see. Oh yeah. So anyway, I don't know. And Jeff knows about some of this. I don't know how much you know about it, Emerald, but we had some creepy things happen in Vegas that I think there actually are rational explanations for it and everything, but they were still creepy nonetheless, and they still were actually threatening. But nonetheless, 3-4 months, maybe 6 months after we moved from Vegas to Texarkana, Clover was a little over 1, so she was still pretty little. She was still in her car seat, that kind of sort of thing. And we were driving back late from somewhere. I don't remember where we were coming back from. We were driving back pretty late. This was like 1:30, 2 in the morning. And we're driving this really long country road. It's just 2-lane. There's not many lights around. There's barely any cars this time of night, usually. And as we're driving, I'm trying to remember if it started with like the car in front of us flashing his lights at us. I think it started. The car was oncoming, and it flashes lights at us like you have your brights on. They're trying to tell you. And so I checked my brights, and they weren't on. I thought that was weird. But the guy was going fast too, and he zoomed past us. And then we see behind us that as soon as he gets past us, he slams his brakes on and makes a U-turn and gets behind us and starts flashing his lights again. And this is like I said, that's like 2:30 in the morning, right? And like this is like I've got my wife, I've got my child in the car, and I can understand someone could be having some sort of emergency, but their car was clearly running. It's not like they were on the side of the road. It's not like they were needing emergency assistance or something. It's like someone's trying to flag us down to get us to pull over, and it wasn't a cop. It was a truck too, so it was like a pickup truck. A really nice pickup truck too, like a brand new, just shiny, looked decked out. I mean, I didn't know that at the time. I saw that whenever I saw that would happen later. But but the thing is, I'm kind of trying to ignore it, and it's a pretty long road, like I said, and I'm just trying to go to the normal speed limit. I speed up a little bit more to see if I get away. He speeds up even more. He speeds up so much that while he's flashing his lights, he pulls up side. He actually speeds up till he's on the side of our car, and kind of is like waving at us. And it's just this old guy. We see him, but he's like waving at us, like looking kind of angry, and I was like, I'm sorry, sir, I can't. I was trying to be polite. I couldn't communicate with him, but I no matter what the emergency was, I just didn't feel safe with if it just been me, I probably would have, but with Lindsay and Clover in the car, I wasn't about to do that. The problem is that after that, he got back behind us, kept flashing his lights, kept honking his horn. He was honking his horn too, I forgot about that. And we finally got to the bend in the road where if we take this turn and we take one more turn, we're at where my parents lived. And we didn't want this guy following us home. We didn't want this guy had been following us the whole way, and I didn't want him knowing where I lived. I don't know what was going on. So I was really kind of in a conundrum. I was like, okay, so do I stop and take the risk of like this guy being some psychopath, or do I go home and take the risk of being a psychopath and like threatening the rest of my family too? So I said, okay, I'll go ahead and pull over. I pull over a block or so away from where my parents' road is. So because I don't want, no matter what happens, I don't want this guy to have any idea where I live. What's up, baby? he did that way back. He was behind me at this point. When I pulled over, he was behind me, and so I get out of the car, grab a flashlight. It's like I had one. I had one of those big old like kind of police flashlights. That's kind of like a weapon. All I had. I never carried a gun or anything. And he didn't he immediately as soon as he pulled up behind us, the first thing he did was roll down his windows and put his hands out the windows like this, like which I guess he intended to be like showing that he wasn't a threat, right? But
was he a white guy?
He was a white guy. I didn't know that at the time. I couldn't, because whenever he pulled up to us to the side, all I could see is a dark figure. I couldn't tell. I mean, he was white, but he could have been Mexican. He could have been like brown skin, but definitely wasn't black. But I didn't know for sure like what ethnicity he was. And God, I can't remember his. And I found out his name too, and I can't remember what was it. Oh, Ken Dement. That's right, Ken Dement. I found out his name was. I know. So I take this flashlight, just kind of like as I'm holding his weapon. I kind of very cautiously approach this truck. I feel like a cop doing one of those, like pulling someone over, kind of like, what's going on here, kind of thing. And I was like, but I started speaking to him when I was pretty far back. I was like, sir, are you okay? What's the matter? Can you tell me what's going on? And because I didn't want to approach the vehicle. And he was like, please, sir, just come here, sir. I need to talk to you, sir. I'm very, very lost. I have no idea where I am. Can you please help me? Everything about this sounds like one of those unsolved mystery stories that ends with murder. Everything about this has like that creepy feel to it. Even the guy's voice sounded fake. It didn't sound like a real voice that someone really had. And I get up there, and he turns out to actually be harmless, although very, very disturbed. But like he said, I walk up there. He says, "Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. I know I've frightened you, and I don't know if you have a family in the car or not, or what. I don't mean to be any, but I'm very lost, sir. I can't find the highway. I'm trying to get home, and I've seen some terrible things tonight, sir. Some horrible, horrible things that just I don't even know how to explain it, sir. So I've seen some horror, sir." The words that came out. This is an exact quote. He says, "I smelled bodies tonight." He said, "I smelled bodies tonight," which isn't a phrase you hear every day. Okay, and he's an elderly white man. He's an elderly white man. He's wearing a hat. His face doesn't appear like I've had many encounters with people with dementia and stuff like that. He doesn't have that crazy dementia look in his eyes. He doesn't have that. And honestly, despite his erratic behavior and everything, once I was up there and all the crazy things he was saying them clearly. He wasn't slurring. He wasn't drunk. Sure, I smelled no alcohol, and he didn't seem to show any signs of drunkenness. He could have been on pills, I guess, or something. It could have just been dementia from age. The guy was clearly in his 80s at least. He hands me a stack of business cards. I used to have them. I think I lost them all finally. And they were really strange because they were from somewhere in South Texas, and it was for a butcher's shop that did not bear his name on it. He gave me this stack of butcher's shop business cards, and I asked him what they were for. He said you'll figure it out. Just look into it. You're going to figure it out, sir. He said, "Sir, I know you don't probably recognize me, but I used to be a U.S. congressman. I used to be. I was a college football star. I'm not just some crazy person, sir. Please understand. I was at." And then he said. Then it got really nutty. He said he said he just come from the Clinton mansion, and he just come from the Clinton mansion, and he said he would not ever speak of what happened there, but he said just know that I just came from Bill Clinton's mansion in Arkansas, and I got lost on the way back, and I don't know how to get back because he said he was from I think he said he lived in San Antonio or something like that. He lived pretty far away. Now, yeah, it's funny now. Don't get me wrong, I laugh about it too now. But at the time, like with my family in the car in front of me. I just imagine like you're walking up to this strange car that's been like following and harassing you, and he's saying all this shit to you, and you're just like, and after like the stuff that just happened to us in Vegas, I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? I was shaking. I was literally shaking. I was like, because I didn't know if this guy was like, I didn't know how stable this guy was. For all I know, he had a gun. I didn't know if he was gonna like pull out a weapon on me. I didn't know what was going on. But even though he seemed fairly gentle and nice, but at the same time, he was saying all this insane stuff and stuff that even crazy old me, I thought this stuff sounded insane. Like I said, the phrase "I smelled bodies tonight" will never leave my brain. Like that's the kind of thing that you hear somebody say that it makes. It's like it puts an image in your head, and at the same time, it doesn't make any sense. But like you just like you get it, but you don't understand what it means. You know, it's like he's like, and he said it so dramatically too. It was such a passionate. It was like, I smelled bodies tonight, like he had just gotten out of the trenches of a war. And anyway, he repeated that his name was Ken. He kept making sure knew that I knew his name. He says, my name is Ken Dement. If just watch the news, if I don't make it back, you know, watch and see you'll see if something happens to me, you'll know what I said was true and all this shit like that. I never heard anything else about the guy. I did check the news for a while. Actually, and after this happened, I did try to say like, okay, so I said, okay, sir, well, from what I understand, it sounds like you've been through something traumatic. I said, do you have a cell phone? You have a cell phone? He did have a cell phone. He did have some reception. I was like, could you not call someone? He said he was afraid to call anyone. He asked if I would call someone for him, and I did. I attempted to call someone for him, but no one answered the number he gave me. I said, and there was no voicemail either. I said, I'm sorry, but there's no answer. He said, that's okay. That's okay. I don't need to involve them in this anyway. And then he said, like, all I really need you to help me with right now, sir, if you could just point me to get back to the highway, which the highway was really easy to find from here. Okay. This was not like, it's not like a complicated type thing. It was literally, the big long road that he had chased us down, if you go back down to that road and you keep driving down it, you run right into the highway. It's just on that road. I mean, you can't miss it. I mean, I guess it is a long road, so you might, but there's also signs for 30 pointing everywhere. And if you don't go straight at the main light there on that road, and you turn to the left, you end up on Highway 80, which takes you to Houston and San Antonio and all the rest of it. And it has big signs that say this everywhere. So it was I mean, maybe he was, like I said, elderly. He could have just been losing his mind, and like maybe he just wasn't reading things right. There's a ton of logical explanations, obviously. The degree of creepy things he said was special, but you know, I'm sure there was a good reason. You know, the butcher shop business cards. I actually tried to call the numbers on it, and it had been disconnected for, I don't know how. They don't tell you how long it's been disconnected, but it's been disconnected. It was no longer a working number. I couldn't find any reference to that butcher shop online, even though the cards looked new. They didn't look very old. And I did look up a Mr. Ken Dement, and there really was an ex-congressman named Ken Dement, and he was a college football star. I'm not saying that this was actually him. It could have been a crazy person that somehow got the delusion that they were that guy for some reason, because like the guy I saw was very wrinkly and old, and it was dark too. You know, I didn't get the clearest look at him, so I couldn't tell you for sure. The only pictures I found of said Ken Dement, that I found these pictures of the mentions of. He had a Wikipedia article and everything at the time. They were all much younger pictures. So it was very difficult to say if it was the same guy, but that part surprised me the most of everything. After as creeped out as I was, whenever I basically went back to my car after I gave him the directions, I waited till he drove off, and he kept his hands out the window, one of his hands out the window the whole time he was turning. It's just like, I guess, just to like, not waving, just like trying to show non-aggression or something. And he turned around and he drove off, and I waited until I could not see the lights anymore, and then I went to our house. And you know, the first thing I did was look up Ken Dement. I looked up, you know, try to find out if I was afraid maybe it was like one of those silver alert type things. Maybe this guy was lost. Maybe there was I checked for those kind
Is
of
that
things.
like an Amber Alert for old people?
Yes, that's what it is. It's like they have them in Texas all the time. You see way more silver alerts than you see Amber alerts. So I thought, and I tried to find if there was even. I mean, without knowing for sure that it was actually a man, if this was actually Ken Dement, it's actually this person I found the articles on. I didn't really want to start trying calling family members or something, but I considered it. I didn't really know what I could do in the situation. I mean, I thought about calling the cops, but like he was gone. Like, like what was I gonna do? I was like, oh, this really weird guy pulled me over and told me he smelled bodies and stuff. I mean, that they're gonna be like, cool story, bro, and they're gonna hang up. They're not gonna do anything. Yeah, our neighbor was like our next door neighbor, my parents, was a county sheriff. Anyway, I did tell him about it next time I saw him, which was a couple days later. I told him about it and asked him if there had been any missing elderly people like that. There hadn't been, and like I said, the guy was really well dressed too. Okay, he was very well dressed. He was driving this brand new, tricked out. I can't remember what brand of truck it was. It was bright candy apple red. This thing was like, it was an expensive truck. Had all, like, at the time, this was 10 years ago or so it wasn't quite like today with the touchscreens and everything, but at the time this was like a state of the line truck. So I mean, this is somebody who had, or at least had stolen a truck from someone with money. It may not have been his, but I think it had dealer tags on it too, so it could have just been a dealer thing or something like that. But I don't remember that for sure. I may be imagining that detail, but it looked brand new. His clothes, he was dressed in a suit. It was very well tailored to him. He did not look disheveled in any way. His hair was nicely done. I mean, he was an older man. And he seemed distressed and upset, but he did not look like your typical, like, dementia, escape from the mental hospital kind of person. This is someone who looked like they were a man of means. Maybe they're having a mental illness lapse of some sort. But I mean, I'll be damned if it wasn't the most one. If not, it probably may not be the most terrifying things that ever happened to me. But at the time, in the moment, that was probably the most viscerally terrified I'd been. Because it's just the situation, everything that led up to it and everything, I felt like I was in a horror movie. And then and then it would have been one thing if I got to the car and, with his arms out and stuff, and he was just like, I just need directions, sir. You could just give me directions. Now that would have been like, that would have been a story worth remembering and been like, that's weird. The guy flagged me down for that much for directions. But then whenever, like, he adds on all these stories about, smelling bodies and seeing horrible things and being at the Clintons' mansion and all this shit. I mean, that's like stuff like, I mean, as someone who's written horror, I've written horror screenplays and written horror stories, stuff like that. I couldn't write that. I couldn't come up with that. That's like amazing creepypasta type, setup material right there. That's like some stuff that Reddit wets itself over, in my opinion. I don't even know. I still, to this day, I mean, I can justify it 1,000 different ways. There's 1,000 different ways to rationalize it and be like, it was probably this, or this. And those are all probably the truth, but it's one of those things that still leaves you that lingering creepiness to it, because like I said, like, there really was a man with his name that really was a congressman that was still alive, would have been around his right age at the time. He did play college football. There wasn't much information on him once he left Congress, but it's possible that some of what he said was true. So, yeah, there it is. There's the end of my spooky ghost story for Halloween. So,
well, that was definitely a good story.
Yeah, it sounded creepy.
It's not a conspiracy because, like you said, you don't have any one particular theory of it. The simplest explanation to me is that he was a congressman.
Yeah, but if he really was the congressman, then that also the conspiracy part of it is like that. If he really was that congressman, and he really, unless he was having dementia or something like that, which I couldn't find any reference. I think if someone would have been looking for him, I think in that case, that would mean that some of what he said, maybe all of what he said, granted as vague as it was, could have been true to some degree, and that creeps me out. I smelled bodies tonight. I was at the Clintons' mansion. That shit, that's creepy as fuck. I mean, I don't know what that means. It could just mean that he was at that butcher shop and he smelled the. I mean, and like the smelled bodies thing, plus the butcher shop cards, and him telling him like just to look into it, kind of thing. Like that was just like, I mean, what are you talking about? Like, I was like, you know, your brain goes crazy. You're like, was he talking about cannibalism? Were you talking about like, what are we talking about here? You know, I mean, I never, and I'm not making any conspiracy claims about it because I don't know, but it certainly jogs the imagination in some dark places. You know, it did mine anyway. I thought I thought about that. I that didn't. It's still. I mean, I still think about this day. It's still one of the clearest story thing I have like that. But oh yeah. Here's another Lindsay. Lindsay also has a replica of Audrey's sweater from Twin Peaks.
Oh, I love that.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah,
What scene was that in?
She wears it through most of season 1.
Yeah.
Audrey. It's just like she doesn't wear it closed. It's like over her thing. It's just like part of her outfit. Maybe
I
I'm
need to
wrong.
get a sweater like that.
Maybe she doesn't wear it that much, but I think she wears it through most of season 1. Let me see. Audrey Horn sweater.
I'm looking. She has a blue one.
Yeah, she has a couple of different colors too. This one was supposedly the most iconic one. Maybe it's the one that she wears in the big like cherry stem tying scene or something like that. It could be something like that.
I don't remember it at all.
Let me see. I know we because when we rewatched it, I remember like Lindsay geeking out every time she saw it. So let's see here. Just can't seem to get it to blow up enough where I can actually see it. All the pictures are super tiny on here. Here, I gotta admit you're right. I'm not seeing any of the ones on Google Images. I don't see it, but I know I'd seen it in the show.
I do see there's a catalog that says Twin Peaks card. Oh, Donna Hayward.
Was it
has
Donna's?
that exact sweater, and it says Donna Hayward Midnight Hour.
It was Donna's sweater.
So maybe
okay.
Let me look at Donna. I don't remember
It's just a brain fart on my part then. I was thinking it's Audrey.
Okay, Donna is wearing one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's Donna.
I don't really remember it, but they do have photos. Like when her the video of them hiking, she has it on.
Yeah. I guess
it looks similar at least.
I guess I wanted to think it was Audrey's sweater because I like Audrey better. Audrey is way cuter. Better personality.
Donna Hayward cosplay cardigan, they call it.
Yeah. I know there's at least a couple of scenes of her wearing it.
Oh, Hot Topic made a whole line of
that's where we got all that stuff.
Inspired by Twin Peaks.
That's where we got all that
Donna
stuff.
Hayward cosplay cardigan.
That's where I got my Dale Cooper outfit. That's where I got. That's where she got her.
And they sell Funko heads too.
They don't need more, but
I'm talking about on this Hot Topic ad. They have the clothing paired with a Funko head.
What? No.
I just saw looking for the costume. I came across all of my Twin Peaks pops. I should have brought them out, but it was too much to carry. I was trying to get too much over there. Anyway. Hey, Josh, I didn't even notice that you were in the comments there, man.
Yeah. He said Emerald loved the makeup. You'll surely get a man.
Was he talking about the masks? I had it on.
Yeah, he was talking about the mask. Yeah.
I've had so many masks.
I think he was talking about the second mask.
Yeah.
Though. Yeah.
I couldn't breathe in it. I almost like cut off my oxygen.
I don't understand how people do that with a mask thing. Like even this balaclava thing, I don't care how cold I was or how cold my face was. I even ones that aren't like that. That one's like vinyl, so it doesn't breathe. But even like those coats that do like cover your face, like I can't wear them. I that when mask time was happening, man, that was hell for me. I always end up pulling the mask down, and I always got in trouble for it too. I finally found a mask that actually worked for me. There was this one I found on eBay that had like these big vents on the side,
Oh yeah, I love
and
those.
and that breathed enough where it didn't constantly like make my breath recursive and make my face feel hot. But man, I couldn't stand
Who'd
it.
you get
It
in
was
trouble with? Somebody told you to pull your mask off?
not really in trouble. Not like not like I got grounded or something. But just you go in
You got
places, people like
grounded.
pull your mask up. I just I hate getting bragged at for stupid shit.
Oh.
Like someone like being like you gotta take your shoes off when you come in the house kind of thing. It's like that kind of shit. I don't even understand the whole taking your shoes off in the house thing because like
I don't. It's
'cause your
some
feet.
like part of it's like to keep the carpet clean or something, but some of it's cultural. Like people from
Yeah.
other countries, I noticed do it too.
But when just white people do it and they have hardwood floors, I don't get it. And I've seen that before. I've known families that had hardwood floors. They might have had carpet in one room, but they had hardwood floors. They insist they take your. And all I can think is like my feet are dirtier than my shoes. I'm pretty sure. Like they have more germs and everything, sweaty,
But they're
smelly
not in
feet.
contact with the ground like the soles of your feet are, and that's what's going to attract the dirt.
Maybe, but they're more infested with fungus.
I think it's about like tracking in dirt from the outside.
I'm sure. Just a thing. I guess I'm complaining about for no reason, but.
No, I don't like it. I don't ever go back to somebody's house. If I know ahead of time, I don't even go in the first place. But if I don't know, I'll take it off that one time. But then I won't go back.
It depends on how much I care about or like that person, and especially if it's not that person's rule. If it was like a friend of mine, and their mom insisted on it, I do it because I like my friend. But yeah, I guess if it was, that'd be kind of a red flag for a friendship for me. If someone was that anal retentive about like wearing shoes in the house, I probably wouldn't. Probably not someone that I'm going to get along with real well long term. I don't. I've always been kind of.
I'm just not
Was
going to
that?
their house.
What's that?
I said I'll still be friends. I'm just not going to their house.
Oh. But sometimes those are the houses that let you do cool stuff like play video games late or drink or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that was our house. Our house was the hangout house because we didn't have rules.
My house was definitely not that house. So most of my other friends' houses were like that though. We used to go around to all different friends' houses though when I was a kid though. We never really hung out one place. We hung out everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
We hung out at the Books a Million coffee shop more than anywhere, like the Joe Muggs.
God, I remember Books a Million.
Books a Million was great. I worked there for a while, and they had absolutely no security whatsoever. They had those fake mirror things up there. They had no cameras in them, and they didn't work. You really couldn't. They were too dark to actually see anybody doing anything. And they had those big like theft deterrent, like things that are supposed to go off if you walk out with something out of the store. There was nothing there, and their policy was that
it was all fake.
It was all fake. Every bit of it was fake, and their policy was after working there, I learned that if you see someone stealing, let them steal it.
Yeah, when I worked at Walden Books, it was the same thing. We had to just let them go, and we had to call mall security.
No, we didn't. We weren't in a mall, and we didn't call security of any kind. We did not care. They had Books a Million had such a great loss prevention policy. According to my manager, they made more money off of their losses from theft than they did off the books. So they practically encouraged. They did all those all the lip service type stuff to make it look like they had theft deterrent, but deep down they actually wanted people to steal because the shrinkage was worth more in the insurance. That was a corporate policy. So we used to hang out there all the time. I mean, I don't think I ever paid for a book there, and I had a lot of books from there. I mean, I after working there and I knew that, and because I kind of I always thought it was weird because I had accidentally stolen from there a couple of times, not intentionally, because because they had an outdoor cafe thing, and they let you take books out into the outdoor cafe that one if you haven't paid for it, you still go outside and read. And I would pick up a magazine or pick up a book or something and go outside and read and just forget about the fact that I had not paid for it and take it home. And I'd done that one or two times. And I noticed after a while that hold on 1 second. 1 second.
I tried to work at Books a Million too, and I went. You know those tests they give you, like those personality tests.
Oh yeah, I love those.
I can never pass. I've never passed one in my life.
Wait,
you
how?
You can either answer them honest. If you answer them honestly, you never.
Oh
pass,
wait, you're talking about
can try to tell them
career
what they
one.
hear. Huh?
You're talking about the ones that they do to screen you for a career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had I interviewed with the manager. She was this white lady. I thought I did really well, and then I had to take one of those tests.
Mm-hmm.
And I was waiting on my results, and I was in there one day, and I bought a book, and I was in line checking out, and there were still customers behind me, and she recognized me, and she says, while I'm checking out, "You came in for a test, didn't you? Like you applied and came in for a test." I said, "Yeah." She goes, "You didn't pass," in front of everybody, and I couldn't believe that that's how I got my results. She just announced it while I was checking the book out in front of everybody.
Wait, why didn't you pass?
I don't know. I never passed those. I tried to work at the supermarket, like be a bagger at the supermarket, and I had to take one and I didn't pass.
Are you too honest on them?
I answer them honestly, but then one time I tried to tell them what they want to hear, and it like screens for that too. So if your answers are too perfect, then they think you're just trying to game the test, and if they're too honest, they think you're.
So how are you supposed to answer them?
I don't know. I have not figured out how to crack those tests at all. Chris got hired, so he could tell us.
I can tell you almost every one of those companies uses a different one, and they have different metrics. I've worked on the management side of a few of those places, so I understand what they're looking for on some of them. And every one of them I've worked on that side of it, they're all different. So
they were always an entry level job, like the lowest paying entry.
It's always
job.
the lowest.
None of the real jobs ever had them.
Mostly they're trying to screen for people that for things like dishonesty.
Yeah, it's like, will you give a friend of yours like your employee discount if they come in? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Like stuff like that. Will you help your friend shoplift? No.
But if you're like me, like there's a lot of those questions that you tend to your instinct is to answer somewhere towards the middle and not the extremes. There's almost none of those tests that you gain anything from answering anything but an extreme yes or an extreme no. If you even, no matter how stupid it sounds, you're always supposed to say the extreme. Now, like I said, everyone's different in terms of what they're looking for. And sometimes one same question really will be, it'll be two different answers for different tests is the right one, just because of what they're looking for. But in those entry-level jobs, it's like this way they're looking for consistency in terms of how you answer when it comes to things about honesty, because you're handling cash and blah blah blah. And it's really stupid, and it probably does more than anything to poison the work pool than anything, because people if anything, even though I passed those things, those kind of questions, they almost prime me to want to steal. They really do. They make me feel like you asked me such a stupid question. So yeah, I'm going to fucking steal it. I can't say I've really stolen from many employers. Books a Million I did.
So I've stolen from a single employer.
I have.
I
have.
Well,
I've been really poor before too. I mean, I am now too. I haven't in a long time, but I've shoplifted things. Back whenever Clover was born, I used to shoplift diapers.
No, I've never done anything like that.
When
you're an outlaw. I want to hear all about it.
When Clover was born, we were broke because I stole formula and diapers. It was really easy too. There were a grocery store by our house. we would
Y'all heard it
because
here,
we,
folks.
as long as we bought some groceries, right? This is in the early days of self checkout. The self checkout wasn't like this thing where they had all the cameras and everything watching you. So we would just put the diapers and the formula on the bottom of it, on the bottom of the thing, and maybe put like a case of water in front of it or something like that. And you just get your regular kind of like small groceries, your cheap stuff, and then you check out that stuff, you pay, and you just walk out with it.
How did
I
you
got
sleep at night?
easily because I wasn't stealing from an individual person. I wasn't taking food out of anybody's mouth. It was from a corporation. I don't give a fuck. I mean I support capitalism, but capitalism can still be evil. Like, come on, if you take something from Walmart accidentally or on purpose, do you think you really hurt anybody?
For me, it's the principle.
Yeah, it's the principle. I'm not saying everyone should go out and steal. I'm not pro shoplifting. I do think it's morally wrong, but I don't feel bad about it. I'll say that. I do think it's not, and I don't do
wouldn't
it
be able
anymore.
to do it in the first place. But if I
couldn't do it,
somehow
but
was able to do it, I would not be able to sleep. Like for me,
I haven't done
my
it.
conscience so hard. I guess I'm a bad Satanist.
The last time I shoplifted anything was probably on accident anyway. But the last time I did, I was pretty sure it was literally like I had something in my hand and I just walked out of the store with it. I wasn't trying to, and I took it back. But the last time before that was like years before that. It wasn't. I mean, but I went through a phase, especially after we had Clover and we were really poor at that time, and so like I had to shoplift diapers and stuff. Like I didn't have any choice. Like we didn't have a way to get them because like WIC in food stamps, they'll give you food, they'll give you formulas, if they won't give you diapers. And diapers were very expensive, and we had $0. So, you've got to put diapers on your kids. So you do what you got to do. I never got caught for it. I mean, I probably should have. I probably should have gotten caught. I probably should have gone to jail, but I never did. But the weird thing about shoplifting is that it does get a little bit addicting. And once there was no longer a need, once I no longer had needs that I could not meet any other way, I did make myself stop doing it. But I can't say that it was easy because it got to a point where and it's harder now. Almost every store has way more loss prevention type things set in place they used to. But like I said, 16 years ago, man, you could shoplift from just about anywhere with barely any effort and barely any consequences if you did. The only places back in those days that you could not shoplift from, you should not, and you still should to this day, were any of those little tiny little girls' jewelry shops like Claire's, Afterthoughts, any of those stores in the malls like that. All of those stores have the most harsh, and they will prosecute a 13-year-old girl to the fullest extent they can for stealing like a spike off of a bracelet. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, I think they should get in trouble, but I'm talking about
I can't believe you passed the test and I didn't.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the injustice.
I mean, like I said, the Books A Million thing, I did it there because literally my manager told me she did. I literally went to pay for books once, and my manager said, like, "Why are you paying for these? Take them." Like, their policy was that the more books that got stolen, the better it was for their bottom line. So that was a different thing. That really wasn't stealing.
I need to work there. I love books.
I don't think it's like that anymore. This was back.
I know.
This was back in
when I worked at Walden Books, I spent my whole paycheck. I would shop while I worked because that's all there is to do is look at books. And I had it like a stack this high piled up behind the counter that I would accumulate as I worked.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I get paid,
that was me at Tower
and buy the stack of books. So my whole paycheck went back to Walden Books. It never crossed
that was me. That was me when I worked at Tower Records. I worked at Tower Records. That was me. I spent my whole paycheck went back to Tower Records. I did that for a while. Until Tower Records went kaput.
To think you could work in a bookstore, take the books and keep.
That's
your
like my
paycheck.
heaven.
I know.
Yeah, no, it
I
was.
Need a job like that.
It was cool. I mean, I always felt weird about it. I always felt like it was like secretly a trick or something like that with Books A Million. But then after I stopped working there, I'd go back in there and I still would go to the counter. Sometimes main thing I'd ever try to buy would be like blank notebooks, and I might have paid a couple of times, but for the most part, especially if it was the managers I knew from when I worked there, they'd be like, "Why are you? What are you doing? Like, I don't want your money. Go away." They just do that to me all the time. They're like, "You know how it works here. You know the rules. Like, you just take the stuff." Magazines especially, they wanted you to take magazines because magazines had no profit margin, and like, but the write-off amount on them, the tax write-off they got on the magazines whenever they got rid of them, because like when magazines expire, they don't send them back or something. They take them, they rip the covers off of them, and they shred them, and they take all the covers. And so like every magazine that got stolen, they got more money for it than if they expired, and ultimately they made more money than if they sold them. So they were like, they literally would encourage you to take the magazines. That's the reason why they were fine with people taking them outside. Bookspelling is a weird store. It's more of a toy store now than it used to be back then. It was much more books than now. It's much more toys and stuff. I don't think that you could get away with that kind of crap there anymore. But when it came to like my other shoplifting days, like that was just after
Oh,
Clover was
you had
born and we were so poor. What was that?
I said, oh,
I
you
didn't hear
had
what you
other.
said. Just after, like I said, when I used to shoplift diapers and stuff. Yeah, I just shoplifted diapers because we couldn't afford them. From the grocery store around the store, the Smiths or the Vons, depending on what day it was. I mean, I can't say I shoplifted that many diapers. I shoplifted probably, all told, during our childhood, probably 6 cases. You know,
Is it
but
easy
it
to
was
shoplift? I'd be terrified that I'd like go to jail for life.
it's weird if you do it once. If you do it once and it goes really smoothly, like it tended to go, like it did the first time I ever tried it, because I was desperate. It didn't matter. We needed the diapers, and I figured, okay, we had the baby, I had my wife, we both looked like hell. I was like, if I get to the door and they're like, "Oh, you didn't pay for those," the more likely thing they're gonna be like, "You need to come back and pay for those." They're probably not gonna call the cops on me for diapers, right? That was my thinking behind it, and that's where that was what I operated off of, and no one ever even stopped us. So even if they knew that we were shoplifting, they never even stopped us. I never got stopped once. The only time
That's
I
pretty
ever,
lucky.
it might have been lucky. It might have just been like, it might have been people being charitable. People were pretty nice back then. I think people got it. I mean, if the only thing you're stealing is diapers, it's not like you're stealing for fun, you know.
Yeah, it's not like a plasma TV.
And it's also not like you can like go up and ask, say, "Can I have these diapers for free?" They can't do that either. So I think to a degree there was like a kind of a community kind of understanding about it, maybe. But I don't feel bad about it because my kid needed diapers, and like, I do anything for my kid. The only one I do feel kind of bad about, the only thing I do feel bad about, the only other time I shoplifted in a way that was purely frivolous, and it was just because it was right. It was the last time I ever did it. The last time I ever like actually shoplifted. There was this bag in Target that I don't even like now. I still have it too, and it's ugly, and I don't know why I liked it so much. I had this bag in Target, and I was just walking around the store with it on my shoulder, and I was walking around I had it on my shoulder the whole time, and I had no intention of buying it, and we were just buying a couple other small things, and I got up to the counter, and I still had it on my shoulder, and everything else was checking out, and I noticed about halfway through her checking stuff out that I still had this thing on my shoulder, and I hadn't mentioned anything about it. The tag was sticking right out, and the tag was like right there and prominent. It's not like it was hidden or anything, but she didn't say anything, and I kept waiting to see if she was going to say something about it. She never did, so I walked out with it and went home. And I felt guilty about that one. But yeah, because that wasn't necessary. That was more like almost like a dare type thing that I had with myself. It was just like, is she going to stop me? Is she going to say something? Because she can see the tag, right? She can see this is clearly not like, but I think that I've been told that from people working loss prevention before, that if like you see someone walking around with like with a bag or a messenger bag type thing, and it looks like it's had any wear on it at all, even if you sell that bag in the store, a lot of the LP guys tell me, like, you just don't stop those people. You let them walk out with them, unless it's like Louis Vuitton or something that's like cost thousands of dollars. You let them walk out with them because the markup on not that high, and the chances are that it might really be their purse or their bag, and then there's a whole legal shitstorm that comes with that for falsely accusing someone of shoplifting. So it's not worth it. So they let the stuff go. And when I worked mall security,
How old were you when you did all this?
I was
Like when you shoplifted the bag.
The bag, that was right. I think it was before Clover was 1. So
Was it a
what
nice
year?
bag?
Oh, it was okay. It was a Target bag. It was
Okay.
leather. It was
I mean,
leather.
they
It
have
was
some
from
nice
Target.
stuff.
They have some nice stuff, but I
And
mean,
it's
it
pretty
wasn't like
expensive. Some of it.
it was. I think the price on it. It was more money than I had. I think it was $50-something. It was more money than I had. I didn't really. I didn't pick it up with the intention of stealing it. It was like I noticed I still had it on my shoulder, and nobody had said anything, and I was like, I wonder, is this gonna like what's gonna happen? It was like one of those things where I was almost just curious to find out like if this was gonna like I don't know. It was a stupid thing to do. I'm not
I'm
proud of it.
surprised you got away with that at Target. That's pretty.
No, I thought I had a devil on my shoulder.
Oh no, I've got.
You
plenty
don't
of
even
dark
shoplift, Jeff. How do you have a devil on your shoulder?
stuff. No. What age was I though? I'm trying. I was 16 years ago. My daughter just turned 16. It was before she was 1. So how? And I'm 42 now. So that's hard for me to calculate. I was 26 or so.
Yeah.
26, 25. 26, 25. Very poor. Hold on one second. Yes, baby. I guess so. Didn't I give you? I didn't even give you the whole bottle. What'd you do with them? Okay. Yeah. Beyond that, though, I mean, that's the worst thing I think I've probably ever done, though. I mean, I guess besides buying and doing drugs, most people consider that worse. I tried to sell drugs once. That went horribly. The guy just he was supposed to give me $100. I wasn't really selling them for myself. A drug dealer friend of mine asked me to run these drugs over this guy, and it's supposed to be $100 for him. And this dude gets in the car. I was trying to be all slick. I just like left him in the console, just trying to be slick about it. And he slams down a $1 bill and grabs the drugs and bolts out the car. and I was like, what the fuck? I got really mad and like ran after him. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Because we knew this guy. This was it was friends. He was part of the friend group and stuff like that. And I got so fucking mad. I was so pissed. But he stopped for just a second. And he was like, what are you talking about? And then he ran off again. The dude was tall and lanky and fast. He was impossible to catch. So I was like, well, I guess we'll see him again because he's always around. Never saw him again. But I guess he really did get scared from that. But he ripped me off for, I don't even know how much drugs it was. It was just $100 worth of drugs. It was probably meth. It might have been coke. I'm not even sure. It was just I was just doing a favor. I was doing a favor for a friend of mine. I wasn't even trying to be a drug dealer. I was just doing a favor. And that's one and only times I ever did it. I never tried to run or deal drugs ever again. I was like, that was it for me. I was like, I'm not the guy for that. Not only am I ineffective at keeping people from trying to rip me off, but then when they do rip me off, I got so super angry. And I remember I called somebody because the house that he was supposed to be at, I called and it was Billy, my androgynous friend. I mean, Billy's a really nice guy, and I never normally would have blown up at Billy. I was like, where the fuck is that motherfucker? The guy was named Cowboy. I was like, where the fuck's that motherfucker Cowboy? Because I'm going to come gut him right now. I said things I would never say to anyone. I talked like a psychopathic murderer. I was so mad because like I knew this guy, and he got in my car, and he drops this $1 bill and runs off with the stuff. And it wasn't my stuff. It was I was doing a favor for a friend. I was just like, it made me so mad. People were scared of me.
Wow,
for like
Halloween true confessions.
Yeah. I mean, I'm an open book. I'll tell you anything. I don't have any. I've talked about a lot of this stuff before. The drug stuff, especially.
First time I'm hearing this kind of stuff.
Oh, I mean, like, but that was silly. I mean, I was like,
Juniper, close your ears. Don't listen.
Oh, she's in bed. Juniper, she said, and I was like 19 when that happened. I wasn't like, I was dumb, young, whatever.
But well,
I mean, Lindsay used to run ecstasy for the fucking mafia, for the Mexican mafia. Are you kidding me?
Who am I hanging around?
We haven't done any of this stuff in
Emerald, do you
years.
have any
But
skeletons?
we're talking
I
like 20
I'm
years ago.
sorry.
Like 20
You know
years
my
ago.
skeletons.
Other than we go for psychopaths.
Yeah, it's the only skeleton. Wait, what?
I mean, we grew,
You
we
gotta say
changed. We're
that
not the same
again.
people.
I know. That's wild. You're living
I mean-
adventurous lives.
I guess. I don't know. Most of it was pretty boring.
That
What,
sounds.
baby?
That sounds
I mean, I'll be
exciting.
on the edge too, but no. I had friends that did all that, but I made sure I was never the person. Like I would watch them do it, but I would always keep myself on just this side of that line.
And most of my life I was like that. That's most what I did most of the time. And like after that incident with a dude running, I hung around those people, but I never. People asked me a couple of times, "Hey, would you run this out?" I'd be like, "Nope, never doing that again." You know, I learned my lessons from things like that. I mean, because I knew the people didn't take me that seriously. They didn't see me as threatening enough to, even though everyone said they were scared of me for like 2 weeks, they didn't see me as threatening enough to respect me to not rip me off. So I never tried that again, and I didn't want to anyway. I never had a desire to deal drugs. I mean, I might have liked doing them every now and then, but I didn't like drugs that much in the first place. I had my friends that I liked, they did drugs, but it wasn't about the drugs really. I really was friends with those people. You know,
I've never dealt drugs, but I did. My friend needed a ride to Houston to pick up some drugs, to pick up some acid, and he was going to give me some of it. So
Yeah.
we had to go to this party and hang out at this party in Houston, and he got the sheets or whatever.
Yeah.
And we used my car and drove home with the acid in the trunk. And if I had gotten stopped, I would have gotten in big trouble. And
Yeah.
when we got home, he gave me my little piece of it, and then I guess sold the rest. So I did do that for a friend.
Yeah.
But I didn't get cash or money out of it at all.
I didn't get any cash or money out of that either. I literally lost the dude money. Yeah, I never sold drugs to anyone. I never had drugs of my own and sold them to somebody. If I had drugs of mine, if I had drugs that I had, which I almost never had drugs of my own, I almost never did. I usually were just doing them with friends, and I might chip in
All
money
my drugs
to them.
were personal drugs for me. But I did hang
Yeah.
out. Like my drug dealer was one of my best friends, so everyone bought
Right.
from him. Like if they needed
Yeah,
drugs,
I'm just saying I would share with everybody. I didn't like doing drugs by myself, so I always share with everybody. But I never sold it or charged the money for it. I would sometimes chip in money to them if I was doing their stuff, just to be, try to be.
Our house was on the watch list, the drug watch list, because
Hey,
my
mine was
friends,
too.
people that would hang
Mine
out
was
at my
too.
house, even though we weren't selling, we were on, and we'd have cops that would like drive by every now and then and keep an eye on it.
My house was too, and the funny thing was, at the time, we weren't doing any drugs. Like at the time, I had never done a drug in my life at this point. It was like 17. I moved in this house with a bunch of these other guys, and there was this unmarked van that just kind of like stayed parked down the street from us. And one of our other this girl that we knew, she was like you know that van is that my dad's in that van right now. And I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, my dad's a
Was he
DEA
a cop?
agent.
Oh.
Yeah, his dad's a DEA agent. He's in that van right now. I was like, watch. I can watch. I can walk and wave to him, and she waved to him, and he kind of like stuck his hand out and waved back. And I was, and I was just like, why would you? Doesn't that kind of mess things up? She's like, she was like, his boss has assigned him to do it. It's not. I've already told him. I know you guys. You guys don't do drugs. I've told him a bunch of times. They've never seen you guys do anything like that. But the reason why we found out is because before we moved out of that place, there was an attic to it that we didn't know. Well, this house was weird. It had two attics. There was an attic, like an attic, and there was an attic above that. Well, the attic above that had a crawl space in it that had a fucking fully fledged meth lab in it that we didn't know about until we were moving out. And it was just because like somebody had stored some stuff in the first attic, and we were trying to get the stuff down, and they got up there and like they actually knocked the board or whatever it was keeping like this other crawl space, and then we discovered this whole like freaking meth lab up there. So that's the reason the DEA had been watching the house, and it kind of made sense at that point, even though we weren't doing this stuff. But like I guess they assumed that, like, at one point it'd been a meth lab house, so it might be again. That's just funny. Texarkana. I mean, I grew up in dirty South Texas. It's like, I mean, you grew up in Louisiana, like, shit gets dirty.
Yeah, exactly how it was.
And believe me, despite all those confession things, I'm still probably one of the most clean cut of all the people I knew. And I didn't know a lot. I didn't hang around with all like gangsters or anything like that. I did hang around some gangsters, but I didn't hang around like degenerates in general. But I was still probably one of the more clean cut ones. At least until I hit like 19 is right around the time that like I decided that I was sick of being like the goody two shoes type. I got frustrated with myself because like I had this weird like moment of like epiphany that I felt like I didn't really know who I was, and I only defined myself by the things that I didn't do, because like I was the guy that didn't smoke, I was the guy that didn't drink, I was the guy that didn't do drugs. I was straight edge and everything but name alone, and I decided I didn't like being defined by just not doing stuff. So I decided to break all those taboos as quickly as possible, just so that it wasn't just like, so that wasn't what defined me, Some of them I took to a little bit. I didn't really get into smoking cigarettes until way later on, but I did smoke I cut smoking cigarettes at the time just to break that taboo, and then tried drinking for the first time around that time, and never liked it. I still to this day don't really like drinking. I can enjoy certain drinks, but I just don't like getting drunk. Really, it just doesn't feel good for me. I don't know. It usually just makes me sick. And drugs, I did off and on with friends. That was later on. I didn't do any drugs until a couple years after that, really. But maybe it was that year. It's like I said 19 earlier. It's really hard for me to keep track of years. After 42 years, like going back 20 years and trying to keep straight of what happened when. That's rough on my brain. What do you got there? You got a pen or a vape pen? What do you got there, Jeff?
Just a pen.
Oh, just a pen. I thought you had a vape pen for a second.
No,
I did too.
I don't vape. I don't smoke.
You can get vapes that have no nicotine in them, and they're water based, and they just taste good. They're actually kind of relaxing. You might like them.
Like a hookah?
Kind of, but it's much less harsh than hookah. They have all sorts of.
I don't need to take anything into my lungs.
I know, but it's literally just flavor and water vapor. But it's not like you don't get a high off of it.
But my life doesn't feel missing without having that. Put it that way.
It's something. I mean, I don't do it anymore either. I used to do it. And I have this one around that I'll puff on every now and then until it's gone. But I was really a big vaping guy for a long while.
You were vaping the other day, or Juniper was vaping.
What?
I was because I have this one vape stick left that I found, and I'm just trying to get rid of it. Once it's gone, it's gone. I'm not getting another one. But I used to work for an e-cig company back before vaping was even a common term, and called a cig, and like I had a box like this that just was filled with e-cig shit, juice and batteries and different mods and stuff like that. I got rid of all that stuff a long time ago, but I used to be really into it because I was a smoker whenever I first discovered it. There was somebody did like a kiosk at the mall that I was working at the time, and I walked over and saw them, vaping on these future cigarettes. It's like a cigarette, but it's not really smoking and stuff like that. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. It was like something I'd seen in a sci-fi movie or something. I thought it was like this really cool thing, and plus you could get them in really really low nicotine levels, so they weren't as bad. They're not as bad for you. I don't care what anybody says. My lungs after smoking for a long time, when I went to vaping, my lungs healed a lot faster. I felt healthier. I mean, they're just not people. There's all sorts of like weird rumors about them. People say they have antifreeze in them. They don't have antifreeze in them. They have propylene glycol in them, which is in salad dressing. But propylene ethylene is what's in antifreeze. So it's a common misconception. But yeah, I worked for the company for years, and I actually believed what they did.
My
So
speakers just went out.
weird. You need to reset them or something?
I don't know if y'all can hear me, but
I can hear you fine.
Ugh.
I don't know what happened to that. Freaking. I think this
speakers
this headset's working pretty well. It seems the sound seems pretty all right to me, as far as I can tell. It doesn't. I don't feel like it's getting too distorted, and I can hear everything clearly. Like all the voices sound really clear. I don't hear a lot of background noise, so I think I'm going to start using this instead of using that weird one. I thought it was in the storage unit, but it was just in my living room, sitting in a box.
I just checked in on Machine, but it looks like he's giving a presentation right now. He's going to do a panel later.
He said something with that present. He said something on the Discord about a presentation.
Omar the Grouch. Okay, hang on. I want to see this. It's Chaotic Reacts. But they have it's somebody with a little avatar.
I've yet to be entertained or intrigued by Chaotic Reacts, but maybe one day.
Yeah, fly the fucking plane, Bob.
Yeah, just fly the plane.
See how they have the little avatar?
Bob says, "Con, I don't have a heat costume." Ooh.
Do they do that?
I do not care for the host. Do not care for Bumpkin.
They have different hosts. It's not always him. They have different.
It's not every time I've seen it, it's always been him, and I really don't care for him.
I just want to figure out how to get an avatar.
Oh, like is it a StreamYard thing or something? I think you have to download one of those programs that, like how you get a VTuber, one of those VTuber programs. There's programs you can get. I think you have to buy them, but probably in Steam or something. But they'll create a video overlay of anything, and turn it into a character.
So it's not something you can do from StreamYard itself. It's
no, I don't think so. Unless it's a premium feature.
Because Zoom started giving you avatars, but they're really cheesy. I don't like them. They're like little stupid looking cartoon animals.
There could be like a premium thing, but I've never signed up for it, so I don't have any idea what premium StreamYard is. So
well, I have the paid version, but the next level is like the business version.
I think it's a VTuber thing. I'm pretty sure, but I mean it's an app. You have to it probably plugs in. Maybe it plugs into StreamYard or something, or maybe it plugs into OBS. It could be an OBS thing, and they're piping OBS into StreamYard. That could be very possible. OBS is a lot more flexible.
I want a demon
plug in the shit like that. Is that a demon avatar?
They have something called animes. No. Well, anyways.
I'm sure
yeah, that's the only thing going on is Chaotic React and Machine Lies.
I'll check out Machine later. I'd rather watch his presentations when I'm more in a mood to absorb something, and I'm not right now. But I'll check out Machine, see if it turns into the troll show again. If it does, then I'll
got into it with Lumitami today. I was on the Z show. It was a tag.
Don't know that one. Don't know that one.
And Tommy was on the panel, like throwing his shicks like he does. And I typed some little comment in the chat room, and he saw it, and he started calling me out on the panel. And Gen X Jeff sitting in the chat room, come on the panel and talk shit. I said, I'm not going on a panel with Tommy on it. It's a waste of my time. And the host is like, who is this Jeff guy? Is he somebody I should know? I'm like, yeah. Tommy's like, no, he's nobody. Don't even pay attention to him. And he's like, come on the panel. But there's no way I'm going on a panel with Tommy.
Yeah, not with him. I mean,
there's no he talks. He's just like Tullable. He talks over you. He
I hear you.
berates you. He tries to bully and intimidate you into.
I don't know why. Like every time I've been on, I mean, I'm not defending him. It's just weird that like whenever I've been on with him, he's always been really cool. But then I see him do that shit to other people. I don't know. I'm not defending him. I don't really like the guy, but I'm just saying he hasn't been like a dick. He's just been like, just a dude, you know. He just like hasn't been. He doesn't seem. What's that?
Zetetic Warrior. Well, let me see if I can find a clip. I will give you an example of exactly the Tommy I know.
No, I know. I went back and looked when we talked about this the other night because I was like, because you said it happened. I went back and looked at that one where that TVA and stuff was on stuff too, and I totally get it. I just don't know what it is about like why. I guess it's just what drugs he's on.
You're not a target of his. You've never made yourself a target.
Right. TBE hates me. TBE tries to troll me all the time. Anytime
Believe
he's on
me,
there, but I just ignore him.
one day he's gonna see some about you and target you too. I mean,
and I'll ignore it just like I do all the rest of them. It does. I have no.
And
trouble
honestly, today I
trouble.
was the one that provoked it because he didn't even know it was there until I typed the comment.
Right.
But that's what I do. I mean, that's what everybody does.
Yeah, that's true. We're all human, you know, and sometimes we let our.
Oh, I don't think I did anything bad, nor do I apologize for it.
I'm not saying you did.
I did the same thing. I'm not in the comments to behave. I did the same thing I do in every comment section that I'm in.
Yeah, I troll in the comments too sometimes.
Like it wasn't a moral failing that I typed that comment.
I didn't say it was a moral failing.
Exactly what I was there to do.
It's not a moral failing. It's, for me, like whenever it's like when it comes to trolls, like not engaging with them, or if you engage with them, it's not a moral failing at all.
You're right, and I should I'm better with Trollable now. I don't really interact or provoke or anything when he's around. Every now and then I might throw a little comment, but I've gotten better about not feeding Trollable.
Yeah, because like I mean, Toilet Bowl, he doesn't like it. If you because him for sure, like I have definitely proven that if you ignore him, he really just will stop because he lives for the reaction. If he doesn't have the reaction, he's just like, well, I guess what else am I do?
They all do. Like all you do is starve them with oxygen. Don't even let them on your panels.
I agree. I don't know why people do, but they do.
I have no idea. Tommy is like one of the most popular streamer. Every time he shows up, people are so eager to let him on.
Yeah, I don't get that either. He never really.
I don't know what he
adds
adds to a panel.
Yeah,
like, he doesn't add anything constructive.
That's what I've been saying about all the trolls on all these things for a while now. It's like it'd be one thing if they were entertaining. I'm not saying that would trump them being like assholes. So but still, if they're entertaining, at least I could understand like why someone would want them there. But they're never even entertaining, and they don't say anything interesting. So they're not interesting, and they're not entertaining, and they're not making good points.
Chemical dependency with personality disorders.
Yeah, exactly. They're
the
same
people
human
you would
beings.
see if they were homeless. You would see them on the street hollering at the sky and harassing people as they walk by.
Although sometimes I wonder, I have like I don't think that's really true, but there's this part of me that wonders sometimes if like if you met them in real life, if they would just be like the most normal, down to earth people and not like that at all. It's just like
why would you expect them to be that after they invest all this in being?
I wouldn't expect it. I would just think it would be funny if you met some of these like these troll types and like it's like the trolling is just their online thing and like in real life they're normal. I don't think it would happen. I just think it would be funny. I just think it would be funny if that was the case. Like if you met Toilet Bowl Earth in real life and he was just like really cool, chill guy, and you're just like, and it was just like, I'm just saying it would just fuck with your head. It would fuck with my head if that happened to me.
I'm so confident in it not happening that
yeah.
I
mean,
guess
right.
it definitely would if it turned out to be. But
I mean, you're right. The chances of that being the case is like so infinitesimally small. It doesn't really matter. But I just think it would be funny if it did. That's all.
What is that?
Glow sticks.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, I wish
Where'd
you
you
could.
glow sticks
Oh.
Let me do this one.
Oh wow! I've never seen the big ones with the graphics on them. I see the yellow one. What color? What color
It's
is the
supposed to be
black?
orange.
Oh, is it glowing?
Yeah, but not as bright as the other one.
All the Halloween stuff's going to be on sale tomorrow. Oh wow, I love the orange now.
Yeah. This one's so bright. The ghost one.
Those would have been yeah, it is. Those would have been really handy as kids for trick or treating.
I know. I wish I could be a little kid. I wanted to go trick or treating with these.
I know we did, like I did in my 20s.
I did too, but then people like got really weirded out.
I know, but some of them liked it. They're like, yeah, grown up kids, we like those too. Come and get some candy. And the other ones were like, aren't you a little old to be trick or treating? But I would go with like my sister's friends or my brother's friend. They were younger, and so it wasn't just adults. I was with the kids. But the kids were teenagers themselves.
I don't know any kids, so it's like I can't go.
I know.
Let's kidnap some kids to go trick or treating.
But I guess if you're in a costume, like your mask, you could maybe pass yourself off as an older.
I think like with this, I could have been like a teenager, maybe. Like they wouldn't know.
Yeah, I think you could do it.
Yeah.
Because I'm so tall, I might.
Yeah, my computer crashed, so that was cool.
Oh.
I don't know. It just blue screened and went off. I'm not sure what happened. Oh well, it's working again, I guess now. For the moment. Well, so what about you, Emerald? Do you have any? Did you really? You didn't say much about the True Detective finale. What did you have to say about?
Or not even the finale, just the whole series. Now that we're
the whole series, yeah,
we can discuss the whole series.
Yeah, because I forgot we haven't been discussing the series this whole time. That's a good point.
Oh yeah, we haven't. We only do the movie discussions.
Yeah. I've actually wanted to discuss True Detective too a couple times. Jeff kept telling me to wait.
We have talked about it on here a little bit with other people, just in general, but we haven't specifically devoted a stream to it.
That's true. I really like the penultimate episode a lot. The episode right before this last one. I mean, I think I don't think there's any episodes I really don't like that much. The one where, which episode is it when dude's wife goes over and I don't know, fucks Russ somehow?
I think that's the one before the last one.
I thought it was the third. I thought it was 3 episodes for the end. I thought it was like third from the end.
Yeah, it is.
It is? Yeah, okay. That one is.
That's the last one before they meet in person.
Right.
Because he leaves, and so they don't interview him. That whole scene, they interview her and Woody.
I don't know. I mean, I get what that scene is going for thematically, and in terms of like. I didn't quite buy it. I didn't quite buy it that Russ would. I guess the idea was he was supposed to be so drunk that he didn't know what he was doing or something. But he never made any kind of He never made any indication that he was into her like that or anything like that. And she didn't really try very hard to seduce him.
Yeah, that was a weird episode. It came out
but
of like
they
nowhere.
did, like the very first time they met, when he goes for dinner at the house, there is kind of some tension that they start to build up a little bit between the two of them. When Woody goes off to take a phone call and they're at the table together. And so even that little part leaves you wondering if they're setting something up for the future.
Yeah. I mean, I see that, but I don't know. I still feel like it was out of character for us because like even
it was more about her, I think.
I know
they even said that in the finale that she was using him to get back at when they were talking in the car.
And that was clear, but I don't think that Russ had no agency in it. He
said that in the car. He's like, you can't make someone like Like,
Yeah.
Woody said something like, but she told me that you didn't really want to do it, or something. And he said something like, we all do what we want to do, or you can't make someone do something they don't want
Once
to do.
again, I missed the first half of the episode. I don't remember that saying, but I believe it.
So they did talk about it in the car when they're riding to the guy's
Okay.
house at the end, and they have a whole conversation about it. And Woody tries to like give him an out by saying, "Oh yeah, Maggie told me you didn't really mean it. I mean that you didn't really want to do it." And he's like, "We all do what we want to do," or something.
I think the only subtext I can really get from it that makes sense to me is not really that he wanted to have sex with her as much as that it was kind of a built up frustration or rage towards I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. You know, the Woody Harrelson character. I
Marty.
know his name normally. Marty, yeah. I think it was like an anger. It was really kind of, she was doing it out of anger towards Marty. And I think to a degree, Russ was doing it out of anger towards Marty, which is why it was such like a dirty, like brief, angry sex scene. You know, there was like nothing sexy about it. It was just like, it's kind of gross, really. So,
Was he angry at Marty at the time?
I don't know if he was specifically at that time, but I think he had some,
because they were so off and on.
Yeah, but I think because of Russ whole history is so complicated.
My sound went out. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
My sound went out again. I didn't hear like the last minute or so.
Sure. I was just saying that I think Russ's character is so complicated once you understand the history that he had a wife that he really loved, and he had it, and he had a good marriage, and then they had this daughter, and the daughter was killed, and we never really go into that much, but we understand that it absolutely destroyed his life.
But I think even then, like even before the daughter's death, and even in the happy marriage, he was probably a complex existential person.
Maybe, I don't know. Even he doesn't seem to really indicate that much. I think that because it's kind of like I kind of feel like that incident like warped his whole view of reality and God and everything. He kind of felt like nothing really had a point, because if his daughter could be killed by something as simple as just like somebody accidentally running into their driveway like that, I think it made him feel, I don't know, that's never really explored in the show that much, but that was always my impression. But that at one point Rust wasn't quite the Rust we see. He wasn't
But it's so hard to imagine what that Rust would even look like.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, but I think you see some glimpses of it in those scenes whenever it talks about when he's in the relationship with the other woman and stuff like that. And he's kind of playing nice and stuff like that. You can tell he's trying to pretend to be that good boyfriend thing again. He's trying to be something he's not anymore. But I'm just saying, I think that's one of the things I love about the performance and from the character. It's like there's so many layers to it in the sense that he is so kind of almost over the top, melodramatically depressed in the first part of the series and stuff.
It's post-trauma. It's all trauma.
I know, but I mean, but it's even played for laughs some. Like it's kind of there's a few beats in the show that he clearly says something so dark at the right moment that it's kind of comical, and it's usually Marty usually laughs about it. Usually Marty makes comments on it when he does. It's just like this kind of ridiculousness of how dark can you be, but but then with I think Russ' rage or anger towards Marty is because the fact that he sees Marty destroying his marriage. Like he's fucking these bimbos and all this shit like that, and he's destroying something that to Russ was taken from him, something that he could not, no matter what he did, what he had was taken from him, and he sees Marty with something very similar, but not appreciating it, and instead like just choosing to go off and have sex with random women, and so I think that whenever she shows up like that, I think in that moment, I think what connects them in that scene, and saying this like this isn't something I've thought before. I usually kind of used to think that scene was actually one of the weaker scenes in the show, and now I'm starting thinking like no, it's actually really strong because it's the fact that it shows the resentment that Russ has for Marty and the callousness with which he treats his family, and he knows that's why she's there, and even though he immediately regrets it and he tells her to leave, but he does it willingly. He's not coerced in any way. He does it because he feels like Marty deserves it. I think he feels like
He
feels
says
like
that in
Marty
the
deserves
car
it.
too.
Oh,
He's
does
like,
he? See, I got to go back and watch
got
this
tired of
episode.
watching you like lose something that like.
So he even says that.
I
That's
would
even. I
play
thought that
that
was
scene
subtext.
again, except for the copyright thing. But
Right.
that whole conversation in the car talks about everything we talked about around this. Like they talk about it out in the open. And he said something like, "I got tired of you watching you lose your wife or fuck up your marriage," or something like that.
So he just thought he'd go ahead and do it for him. I think it was kind of a mercy killing in a way. Yeah. He kind of ended the marriage for them instead of like letting it continually deteriorate.
Woody pretty much had already ended it with the first couple of ones.
I know, but they had been back together, and even she even talks about how they had some good years.
But how
and they
long
had
was that
gotten
going to
better.
last?
Right. Well, it seems like it did last until Marty started finding new.
But the pattern was, if it would not have been that, it was going to be something else. Like there was no indication that that was the final happy version of the marriage.
Right.
And and it wasn't Marty, it was her. But it was her after he found that other girl.
And also the tension that came with their teenagers, with their teenage daughter, kind of becoming a problem child. I think that really bothered Marty's character to a really deep degree. He didn't know how to deal with that, and the way
she was reacting to him, like
absolutely. But he didn't, and I think that he saw that reflected in him because they were doing that from the beginning. There was a foreshadowing with like the girls playing with the dolls, doing the sort of things that, even though it doesn't seem plausible that they would have seen him having sex with these prostitutes or something like that, but on some level they knew or something like that. And so I think that's why that bothered him so much. And then so when she starts acting out later, it's just reflecting the moral failings that he has, that him not meeting up to his own standards, that because he does have those standards for his life, but he constantly he constantly rationalizes the reasons that he doesn't need to follow them and stuff like that. He like, what does he says about like the reason he's fucking that girl in the first few episodes? He's saying that he goes out and sees all these horrible fucked up things and he can't take that stuff home to the kids, so he needs to blow that steam off somewhere. And there's something almost to that. I don't think that it makes it right. I don't think that he's properly justifying anything, but there is something kind of, there was something. The Sopranos had that same thing. Tony was always saying that's why he bangs hookers and stuff from his strip club, because like you can't have that kind of sex with your wife. The sex you have with your wife is sacred.
Went out again. Hey, my speakers went out again, so I didn't catch the last part. And I would put my headphones on, but I won't be able to do my antlers.
Okay. I was saying that it was very similar to the dynamic that and I'm not a huge fan of Sopranos, but that was an interesting part of Sopranos was that
I've never seen it, so I probably won't know.
Well, okay, so Tony Soprano is married in the show, and he in the show does apparently love his wife quite a bit. He seems to love his wife and he cares about her, but he also owns a strip club and he bangs strippers at the strip club all the time. And his rationalization is that the kind of life he lives, the kind of stuff, the kind of sex he needs to have in his head, his sex that he can't have with his wife, because the sex he has with his wife is sacred. It's is like something spiritual, whereas the hookers he's having sex with, that's just this sport fuck. It's just banging. It just means nothing, and he would never want to fuck his wife the way he fucks the strippers. And I think that's similar to how Marty justifies his thing. Like whenever he sees his wife as someone special and someone he loves, whereas any of these little like floozies he's hooking up with, they're just like trash. He treats them like trash because that's all they are to him. It's just something for him to use like a tissue when he jerk off.
My problem with that is he's doing it unilaterally without collaborating with his wife.
Oh no, absolutely, he's wrong. I'm not saying Marty's a good guy.
He's just
or right
deciding for himself that this is what's best for my relationship without including her.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's wrong 100% of the way. It's absolutely a toxic and just soul destroying way to try to deal with things. But nonetheless, that is the way the character seems to see it. He actually says he sees it. He justifies his behavior in that way. I don't think that it's right. I'm just saying that I do see the logic in it. I just think it's flawed and wrong.
Yeah, it's a rationalization.
It's a rationalization.
To do what he wants. To get the sex that he wants.
I mean, and maybe to some degree, on some level, he really does believe it. But yeah, it still doesn't change it, you know. But the two characters of Russ and Marty really are, and watching it this time and every time I've watched it, I've seen further and further like degrees of depth to how many layers there are to those characters. Even, I mean, Marty doesn't even seem all that deep at first. He seems like kind of a typical, you know, asshole cop that cheats on his wife kind of thing. But as the show goes on, like it really does show him having, you know, I think it really says something that of the two of them, whenever they first raid the compound where the children are being held are, you know, it's actually Russ that's the one who's holding it all together, who's keeping everything from getting chaotic. But then Marty goes and sees those kids and walks out and shoots the guy in the head immediately. You know, Marty's, even though it seems like Russ is the crazy one, but Marty's the hothead. You know, Marty's the one that's about to that reacts so emotionally. And yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody watching the show probably would fault Marty for doing what he did at that point. I mean, I think I would have done the same thing. But you know, I think it's an interesting contrast there. That, you know, like you have this one character who's clearly kind of like he's so in his own shit because everything he's gone through, and he's so like kind of like living through this zombie-like depression to a degree, this existential depression. But on the other hand, Marty, who puts on the happy face and acts like and plays nice to everybody, but he's the one that's really fighting the demons. He's fighting the demons maybe a little harder than even Russ is, and I think that's a really interesting dynamic they set up, because you don't see that kind of. You might see a show that has one character with that much depth, but you don't often see it with two that work really well and as a duo like that. I think that's what separates it. I think that's what True Detective season 2 lacks, in my opinion. That's where I feel like it's lacking, because I feel like a few of the characters, there's several of the characters that are just there, and they don't ever really interact that well together.
You talking about the main characters, or?
I like Rachel McAdams in it. I like Rachel McAdams' character, and I like Colin Farrell's character, except for like the unintentional. I mean, he's not a
likable character, and don't say too much because we haven't seen it yet. Although
I'm sorry,
kind of do want to watch it next or soon.
Sure.
Colin Farrell is violent. He's a violent drunk. He's just like Woody was violent drunk, but he's also one of the heroes. Like so he makes very flawed heroes.
Yeah.
And the relationship in that movie is between him and Vince Vaughn. Although Vince is kind of his own story. It's not as tightly interwoven as Marty and Rust.
I really wish there had been more between the two of them.
Like core characters, and Rachel is just a really good character and detective. And then they have that third detective who's more of a minor I don't think he has as
who's
equal
literally
of a
just
role as
there
the
to
other
be
two.
gay and die. His whole thing
Well,
is that he's gay and then he's
try
dead.
not to give the show away for people.
I'm not giving. That happens like what's the first episode?
No, it
isn't
does. That really is a spoiler. Like those things don't happen.
Okay.
They
I thought that was the
unfold
first
over
episode.
time. So yes, you just spoiled his whole storyline.
But that was the entire storyline. To be fair, there was like 2 lines. That's all there is to him. That character annoyed the crap out of me. It annoys me when they make characters like that. But I do think Vince Vaughn and Colin Farrell.
I think the movie, he
great.
could have taken him out of the movie, and the movie would have been just as good. With I don't think the movie needed the third detective.
Yeah, it didn't really need Rachel McAdams that much either, but I did like her.
But she's so good. Like I don't want to lose her
good.
now because she's so good of a character.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the show without her.
I would have loved to have seen another version of this season when it focused almost entirely on Vince Vaughn and Colin Farrell's characters, like just their interactions, because they were the most interesting part of the show by far.
That's the season I watch. When I think of it, that is the season that I watch. It's Vince Vaughn. He's a mobster, and the walls are kind of closing in on him, and his what do you call his empire? Is threatened, and it's everything he does in response to that. So it's like him against the world, like the lone. He's a very satanic character, and it's him against the world. Colin, they're friends, but they're not like tied into each other's story like Martin Rust were. They still have separate storylines, and they occasionally intersect with each other, and they're friends, but their storylines are not. They don't have identical goals and quests. And then Vince's wife, too, I think is a very good character that complements his story. And Rachel is in there. She doesn't really have a storyline, but she's like an extra bonus treat. She's just such a good character that she makes the story of Vince Vaughn that much more enjoyable just by the quality of her acting and the character.
I feel like she was originally supposed to be the lead, and something changed somewhere on, because like there's a lot about the story that seems to be revolves around her past with that weird, sex cult.
I tell you what, let's do season 2, and then we can do a discussion on it. And,
I will say, if as much as you like Vince Vaughn in that movie, though, you really should check out this movie. It's nothing that we need to watch and do a discussion on, because there's nothing much to talk about. But in terms, if you like this Vince Vaughn playing a very similar character, it's a movie I watched on at my parents' house a couple of months back. I just kind of randomly, it was just on the streaming service called Arkansas. I think it was called. It's called Arkansas. Yeah, and it's got Vince Vaughn plays. It's almost like he's playing the same character he played in True Detective season 2, and he's not in it. He's kind of a supporting character. He's not in it that much. He's a background kind of thing. He's like this drug kingpin guy, but it's actually pretty good. It surprised me. It's not great. You're not going to walk away from them going like that was amazing, but it's kind of a fun little like neo crime thriller thing. It's good. Let's go, Ron.
Hey, greetings.
Hey, Ron.
Good day to you.
Happy Halloween. Where's your costume?
I'm a white guy in semi-brown face.
Well, you fooled me. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, man. Well, I've been wearing this costume ever since I met you. I wanted to really get into the role. So, yeah.
The African Canadian.
Yeah. I like to do method acting, but for Halloween costumes.
Right. That's the thing to do. Live every day in your costume, and then Halloween. Let that be the one day you get to be normal. You know.
I heard that when Heath Ledger was preparing for the role of Joker, he he was doing method acting, and so he was sort of conducting himself in character a lot of the time. Could you imagine being his buddy in the lead?
That'd be weird.
Like, just have him being that way, like, pretty much all the time.
That performance still. Hey, John.
Do the Canadians coordinate this?
Yeah, we're taking over. What do you want?
They always seem to show up at the same time.
Yeah, man. It's a siege.
Canadian invasion.
Yeah, man.
Well,
that's cool. You guys are you're at least polite about it. You come in, you're like, hey, we're gonna take over the country, eh? Is that all right? You know? And we're like, yeah, I don't really care.
Sorry about that, eh? Sorry. Like, we're not gonna stop. Sorry.
Speaking of Canadian, I watched the JJ McCullough stream last night.
How was it?
Paul. And JJ was like the most sane and rational. He said everything about Israel we've been trying to say in a really
I didn't know there was one last night.
grounded, eloquent way. And then I watched your show with Aiken too.
Oh
And
yeah, I saw you. You were kind
I
of.
started agreeing with Aiken. He just lost me more and more. The way he was defending, lowering academic standards for Black feminists. It sounded like.
Yeah, like
They're never going to be able to compete at normal standards. So just take into account that how many Black feminists do you know that are writing this kind of stuff? Even though it's poorly written, you should overlook that because there's no Black feminist out there doing this.
Yeah, like he was saying, like, in the context of like who she like within the context of like Black feminist circles, that would be a competitive paper or whatever. But it just. It was bad.
Right.
It's
They
just
get but don't hold them to non-Black feminist standards.
Yeah, you're obviously you're agreeing with me, so I'm going to agree with you right back. But
I mean, how is that not the racist thing to do? That is literally racism.
Well, so okay, let me try and put what he was saying in the best way I can. So he's saying is, look, she's coming at it from like a Black feminist perspective in America, referring to the history.
Mermaids. She's coming at mermaids from a Black feminist perspective.
Yeah. And so, like, from that perspective, like, she wasn't giving an overall history of slavery. She was basically talking about slavery with respect to a certain segment of people. Okay, that's one way.
That doesn't exempt her from being historically accurate about slavery.
Exactly. So that was my point, was that like she's putting forth a narrative, and this narrative, a big part of it is Western Europeans bad. So they didn't create slavery, but I'm certainly going to act like they did. Yeah. I'm going to blame it on like European capitalism, even though
she didn't mention the Barbary slave trade at all.
I think he actually she didn't. Like, she didn't at all.
Of course not. Okay.
Like, and of course she didn't mention at all that like Black slavers were like selling their slaves to the West.
And she made the claim that slavery was a product of capitalism.
Yeah, like that was, I'm not sure if she officially, but like she basically linked it to like colonialism and capitalism. And the thing is that slavery predated European colonialism. Like, I think it didn't predate colonialism itself, although it predated the term colonialism. Because it's like, that's the whole thing, is when you start engaging in agriculture, you increase the food supply. And when you increase the food supply, you need more space, because you're going to have more people that survive. And this, you're going to need more space for them to live. And you're also going to need more space to cultivate the land for farming, because there's more people. And when you farm one plot too much, the soil becomes less productive, right? So it makes like expansion inevitable and necessary. All of this predated Europe. Like, you know what I mean? Let alone capitalism. So. Yeah.
So I thought it was a good show. I look forward to the next one, especially if you do men's issues.
Yeah.
But I was just I was sympathetic to Aiken at the beginning, but he really the more he like dug his heels in for this woman and excused the lowering of academic standards or exempting her from them, the more he lost me. He wasn't on the side of scholarship. He was on the side of defending her position in the academy, despite her lack of scholarship.
Like, he did come and meet me. Like, a lot of times he would eventually come around, like, not to like he would at least be like, I get your point of view, and like I'm like, he's
but then he would turn around and just keep like doubling down on defending her. If you get it, why that makes it even more mysterious, because if you get Ron's point, why are you not supporting it as well?
Yeah, like, he was supporting me in a lot of ways, but like not in all the ways, right?
Like, I get that you want academic standards. I just don't think that's as important as all this other stuff.
And then it's like, when you start seeing this kind of like low quality scholarship, it's like, well, no wonder people are losing respect for universities. And
because they're being dumbed down. And that was a perfect example.
Yeah, it's like, don't go like having universities putting out this kind of crap and then criticize people on the right for not trusting universities. You can do one or the other, but you don't get to do both of them at the same time.
You guys heard the expression "pissing into the wind"?
Yeah.
You got to pick and choose your interlocutors more carefully.
Oh, you sound very far away, John. It's hard to understand what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
Is that just me?
No.
Okay.
I thought it was my speakers.
It might be the volume level. I'm not sure if this is louder or not. Hello?
You were fine earlier, and
How about now? Is it still muted?
yeah, it's. Are you far away?
I don't know if I'm far away. Is the signal changing?
Now it's working. Whatever you just did.
Yeah. Okay. It's. I'm on wireless headphones, so.
Oh, okay.
Playing with one of my cats. I don't want to derail what you were talking about. I wanted to go. If I could just take a minute to go back to True Detective, if I may. Can I ask something?
Yeah, season 1.
No, in season 2, I don't want to spoil too much, but you mentioned the Rachel McAdams character, and she had a family background with some kind of like yoga, hippie, new age, mushrooms for breakfast kind of group, right? Do you know what Real World Institute that is based on?
Is it the Esalen Institute?
Correct. So are you plugged into what the Esalen Institute was and is?
Kind of, sort of. I was actually interested in it when I was in the New Age back in my 20s, and I've heard Machine talk about it.
Okay. Do you know the connection between the Esalen Institute and intelligence agencies and MK Ultra and things like that?
No.
No. Going back to True Detective season 1, do you know anything about The King in Yellow, Robert Chambers' short story?
No, tell me about that. Only the internal use of it in the story.
Okay. The King in Yellow is a short story by Robert W. Chambers, who was a kind of
really interesting story too. It's really interesting.
A speculative fiction / horror writer from back in the day, 1800s or something, I think. And then it loosely ties into the Cthulhu mythos by what's his name?
H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes, Lovecraft and some others. And then of course Lovecraft's work and the Edgar Allan Poe aspects of it kind of tie in with Robert W. Chambers and such. So at the end of True Detective season 1, some of the implications are that the King in Yellow is some kind of cosmic horror, some force or malevolent intelligence that either inspires or cultivates or foments kind of inhumanity and supernatural kind of savagery in humans, or at least that's part of the implication of it. And I just wanted to know if you knew the actual.
No, I wasn't aware of the source of that. Did he just use it for flavor?
I'm not sure. I think it was meant to be more than just flavor. There's a concept in literature analysis. You're probably familiar with it. Intertextuality.
Yeah.
Yes. So, in a sense, Chambers, The King in Yellow, the Lovecraftian mythos that was developed after H.P. Lovecraft's death, right, by some other writers like the names. I can't remember some names. Anyway, there's a lot of intertextuality and a lot of development of some of those themes and so on. It's kind of like a modern mythos, right? Like the Cthulhu mythos. So The King in Yellow and Chambers kind of tie into that.
Was it August Derleth?
Yes, Derleth is one of the names. That's right. Thank you. All right, I'll have to write that. I just want to know if you guys know about the real world overlapping, supernatural connections.
No, but that is interesting. Yeah, and he tried to tie it into like Cajun tradition and voodoo and all, but all of that was very inaccurate. Like that, we didn't do any of that stuff.
In a sense, that is perfectly Lovecraftian. In that Lovecraft was a product of his time. In that he believed that non-white, especially non-European non-whites, were somehow less evolutionarily adapted to modern life, to standards of quote civilization unquote, and thus were more easily corrupted because they had instincts closer to the animal side of human nature than the cerebral side or the.
So it's like the opposite of the noble savage.
Kind of, yeah, the degenerate savage in this case, corrupted by the influence and proximity to the old gods, pagan idols, and so on. So I forget what my original point. Oh, so the idea of Cajuns being like, you know, swamp hillbillies, right? Degenerate, inbred, kind of swamp hillbillies, kind of ties into the corrupting influence of the elder gods of the king in yellow.
Oh, that might explain a lot.
It kind of explains or it allows them to kind of hand wave away the misportrayal of Cajun culture, so that you know it's an intertextual caricature of, you know, degenerate swamp dwellers.
That makes a lot of yeah. That makes way more sense.
It's kind of like in Cthulhu's work. He talks about the fish people on the East Coast, right?
Because I was left thinking, because the guy is from my hometown in Louisiana, and I was thinking like what bad experience did he have with Cajuns that made him cast them that way in this show? Because he's from a more urban area, so like maybe he didn't, like his experience with the culture wasn't as positive as mine.
There's the fecundity of the swamp, and then the natural cycles of birth, growth, right, degeneration, death, and if that's out of balance, then you have rot, right? So there are
Well, I thought rot was part of it too. Are you mean like more pervasive rot?
More pervasive rot, like the environment, right? The wet kind of the forces of entropy seem to be manifestly stronger in that area. And
they definitely are on the coastline. We're losing our coast.
The idea of moral rot as well. Wherever that rot, that advancement of entropy could take place, it was accelerated, right? As kind of like that's a side effect of the aura of the old gods, the old ones, right? These entities beyond human understanding.
And the same moral rot shows up in season 2. Now that I'm thinking about it,
It's a theme through the entire bit. So the Esalen Institute is a kind of a hat tip towards a more civilized veneer over a potential vector of rot, a potential vector of enlightenment and discernment, but one that could be corrupted, right, very easily because of the nuances and complexities of human nature. And that's my stone blessing.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, there's some interesting. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. There's some interesting. I mentioned this before in another, maybe on this stream, but like there's a very similar kind of interesting subtext thing to that movie, Paul Thomas Anderson movie called Inherent Vice. There's a whole bunch of stuff in that that's really interesting to look into, especially if you know the history about. He did The Master as well, and like the connections that Beck had to Paul Thomas Anderson, plus Scientology and Tom Cruise. And also, there's a big intricate web that goes on there, and like the little like rehab / drug pushing center that exists in that movie is very clearly based upon
novel.
What? Yeah, it's a pension novel. Yeah.
Oh wow!
And Paul Thomas Anderson made this adaptation of it, and after he made the movie The Master, which was clearly about L. Ron Hubbard, and then the next movie he makes Inherent Vice, but he puts in it this really strong, like, I mean, you can't ignore it, basically like this cultish type entity in the middle of it that is a Narcotics Anonymous group that does rehab. They basically they put people through rehab, they charge them rehab, and they spit them back out and get them on drugs again, and the cycle of thing they do. And that's exactly what Scientologists started doing a long time ago. Whenever they bought they literally bought the organization Narconon, and like they started doing that same thing. Like have you ever heard of, like, a lot of people go to that, a lot of people, Narcotics Anonymous is owned by Scientology.
Wait, is it real? Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
I have friends in NA.
Yeah, this is on our. This now.
Hang on.
There is a Narcotics Anonymous that isn't associated with them, but the oldest one, the old school one that used to be called Narconon. It was called Narconon. That one got
Narconon, not Narcotics Anonymous.
Well, sometimes they can be. Some people sometimes they get called. Sometimes you can find things where it says Narcotics Anonymous owned by them too. But I looked into this a long time. I researched this like really hard because like I thought this was insane. That Scientology, because they're all like anti-drugs and all this stuff like that. So they bought this Narcotics Anonymous thing, and like you see this, Paul Thomas Anderson made these two movies. He made a movie that's really directly about
Scientology, about L. Ron Hubbard, and then he makes this movie about another very similar kind of creepy thing, like it was a drug war, where like also another kind of spiritualist type group is also pushing this type thing. And I think it's really interesting whenever you see directors trying to like kind of subtly put some kind of like, truth out in the world kind of thing. Maybe, I don't know, or maybe I'm just being conspiracy minded, but like it's pretty much in the it's not really all that subtexty. It's pretty post. I mean, it's on top. It's like the main
Well, the
text,
master is like openly about L. Ron Hubbard, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, they changed all the names and everything, but yeah, there's no way it can't be about L. Ron Hubbard. It's like,
Scientology is
When
an
I lived in Austin,
extremely litigious organization.
I got kidnapped by Scientologists.
Really?
You know, on Guadalupe, they have the big Scientology building, and they stand outside on the sidewalk in front of it. And we were walking by, and they wanted us to come in and watch a movie. And they said, me and my friend, we were like young, and we told them we didn't want to, and they like grabbed us and they said, no, you have to come see this movie, and they like took us into their building and they put us in this little room. It had like a little movie theater, and they turned this video on and they wouldn't let us leave. And then finally I got tired of watching it and I got up and left, and they tried to stop me, and I just pushed past them and went out, and my friend stayed inside. I had to wait for them to come out. But it was so surreal to be grabbed off the sidewalk and rushed into this Scientology place and put in this little room to watch a movie. They were very aggressive.
What were you wearing? Like, were you asking for it?
This is the college drag, like it's right across from UT, so it's where all the college kids hang out, and we just look like normal. I was like 20, 21.
I remember
t-shirts
back around 2006 or something like that, maybe 5 or 6. Me and my friend went into the Scientology Center in Toronto, and like we were just screwing around, right? And like we were not at all interested in joining. We were just going there just to like basically mess with them. And so they put me on the e-meter, like the cans, the right? And so it's kind of funny. So they were asking me all these questions just to demonstrate like my reactivity. So they're asking me like emotionally loaded questions, right? And so I just say something like, well, like just to get a baseline, like, how about something more neutral, but not something so loaded, right? And I was so it's funny. Okay, so backstory. So like, I'm a big Toronto Blue Jays fan, and I was
a big what fan?
Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Oh, okay.
And so I just said to so in 2006 was the year, I think, or 5, maybe 6, probably whatever. It doesn't matter that much. One of our pitchers' name was Josh Towers. And he was having like the worst season. Like he was just like a guaranteed loss every time he went out there. It was just like, and so I just said to them, so when I was like, yeah, what about something more neutral, just to see what I look like when I'm not like, when it's not emotionally loaded, like something neutral, like the Toronto Blue Jays or something, right? And then my friend, who's also a Jays fan, was like, well, I don't know, Ron, Blue Jays, that's not very neutral. Like, what about Josh Towers? And the second he said Josh Towers, my stress response went to the maximum reading. Like all 3 of us, including the Scientologists, were laughing. It was so good.
Ron, was that the old building on
Did they find aliens?
Sorry, what was that, John? Yeah, you're distant again.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Was that on Yonge Street or on Bloor Street? We used to have an old stone building with a kitchen in the middle.
It's the one on Yonge Street. That's like a 5-minute walk from the University of Toronto.
Okay, old building, right? Like from
exactly, right, exactly. Like you ever like it was like probably like a 10-story building or something like that, and it's like the main level was nice, like it was nice, but you look up and like it's just like this old building, as you said, right? And like Scientologists live up there, like that. It basically just a really shitty dormitory.
You just sparked a memory in me. One of my friends in my early 20s. Played role-playing games. He was part of a group I played in. And one of our other friends was this super nerdy, super geeky guy, very thin, into computers. He ended up joining the Sea Org. His mom was a Scientologist, and he got sucked into it too. And then he got shipped off to San Francisco, and he was in the Sea Org. My God. Frightening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I was really like... When the whole Scientology protest thing was happening after which would have been 2009, early 2009. I was right into that. Like I had a blog going where I was like blogging about Scientology regularly. And like it was doing pretty well. Like I was reliably getting like 500 to like I would often get 500 to 1,000 views per post. Not every post, but like my Scientology ones. Like the blog was doing pretty good. And I went to like 4 or something of the downtown Toronto anti-Scientology protests outside of the Scientology building, including the first one, which was the biggest one. So yeah, like I was right into that stuff, like against them. Because yeah, like I went into this whole big thing where I was watching all these videos by like former Scientologists and people that had been like following them before. Because like at the time when it blew up, it was after that some of the videos from Tom Cruise got leaked about Scientology, and then it started drawing people's interest. And as it happened at that time, there was already videos of people like talking about their experiences with crazy Scientologists or their experience in it, and then how, and and so what, like when the second you start noticing, getting interested, you go on, and there's actually years worth of people putting out content on this. It's just that no one knew it was there because nobody knew to look into Scientology. And some of these people got really big. Like they went from having like, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 views on their videos to having like, 500,000 kind of thing. I made up those numbers, but it was like something like that,
So, Scientology is truly one of the most insidious, and I think people kind of blow it off as a joke because of like the alien stuff and Battlefield Earth and all that shit that came out, because it just seemed like such a joke. South Park made fun of it and everything, and to the most part, and in a lot of ways, I mean, it does need to be made fun of, but I mean, people just don't realize it. I mean, Scientology literally infiltrated the U.S. government in the 70s.
Which one was the operation? What was the operation name?
I think it's Mindfuck. Operation Mindfuck, I want to say, but I could be wrong. But there's so
I
many
don't
of them.
know. I don't actually know any Scientologists.
Yeah, neither do I.
I met one once. And they were a weird motherfucker. But I mean, it was a brief. I didn't hang out with them really long.
It
But
was Operation Snow White, I believe.
Snow White. There you go. Yeah, they literally infiltrated several levels of the U.S. government. They committed treason. Absolutely committed treason, and they got away with a slap on the wrist when they were found out.
Chris,
yeah,
almost. There's a lot of plausible evidence to suggest that Scientology was either started or very early on in its history co-opted by U.S. naval intelligence.
Yeah, I've heard that before too.
Scientology is also a kind of a rebranding of Theosophy from the previous century.
Oh, I'm familiar with Theosophy.
And if you cast your mind back to classical history, I believe some of the Pythian, the priestesses where they would go into a trance with gases and so on. Prior to that, of course, that was like an intelligence gathering operation of sorts. They would consult with people who wanted to, of course, pay the Pythian, temple. My terminology is not precise, for oracular services, right? Seeing into the future. What does this fortune mean for me? And in order to contextualize the answer, they would probe, of course, their clients for information, much like an e-reader meeting or a struggle session or so. All of these techniques of intelligence gathering and the formation or storing up of the value of asymmetrical information, they're as old as one human being out competing another for food or sex. Right? You'll see many similarities in the techniques. Just the technology or refinement is kind of maybe increased in certain areas.
Machines talked about that before too. The connection between Scientology, Theosophy, and the Greek mystery religions.
Definitely. I mean, I just think I don't know. Scientology on one hand, part of me wants to like laugh it off as just like this joke, but another part of me just can't. I just feel like I feel like there's something a lot darker to Scientology than people realize.
Oh no! Well, I think people realize it now because it's been so publicized.
I mean, but the more publicized it gets, the more people write off the joke because of how silly it seems. With the South Park stuff. But I'm saying, but I think there's something more. I almost feel like some of that stuff got leaked on purpose to soften their image somewhat, so people wouldn't take them so seriously. That's absolutely in their playbook. It is
But
absolutely
like,
in the
how?
Scientology
I
playbook.
don't take them any more seriously than any other religion. How seriously should I take any religion?
Well, no, you shouldn't take it. I mean, I guess you're right about that. That's a
Like
good point.
Christian fundamentalists at some point had a lot of political power. I don't think they have the same power now.
I don't mean like
But-
as like I don't mean that they're spiritually powerful, they're wizards or something like that. I just mean in terms of
I'm
like
talking about political influence, and like
Yeah,
in the West, the
political.
Mormons have a lot of political influence.
But I mean political influence that people don't realize is there. They don't think they have it because they literally did this more than once, infiltrated parts of the U.S. government and influenced policy without people having any idea that they were Scientologists or they had goals like that. And that's how Scientology got like their their religious tax exemption status is that they manipulated tons and tons of areas of the government in order to get that happen because they had no they were basically for profit. You have to
Chris,
yeah.
I don't believe that characterization of their earning of tax exempt status is
that correct?
Quite correct. They essentially used the law and adhered to the law as the law was written in order to qualify for that status.
Okay,
so
my bad.
Went through not a matter of my bad. It's they're obviously.
I mean, it's been years that I read about this stuff, so I
Because
just
the Satanists have it too. Anybody that can convince the IRS their legitimate religion can get it.
That's correct. But think how old is Scientology in comparison to other established unquote religions? And consider this, because they're a relatively new religion, like the Church of Latter-day Saints and its offshoots, and then Islam, from the 7th century and so on. Right. The difference, a telling difference between a cult and a religion, meaning an established religion, right? That difference, cult and religion, the one crucial turning point there is the amount of political power that they have. That's the difference. You're a religion if you have political power. You're a cult if you don't, right? Ruby, I'm not Ruby Ridge, but the Waco cultists and so on. That's not an established religion. It's a subsect, right? Or an offshoot. So political power is important there. That's why Scientology has gone in. And if they were co-opted by naval intelligence, the appearance or the plausibility, the pretense of plausibility of them being a religion would be necessary cover in order to operate, I guess, under the radar of people who are maybe less scrutinizing than they should be. I don't think there were any nefarious machinations going on. They merely, like Trump said a little while ago about his taxes to Clinton, like, hey, you guys wrote the law, I just use them. You've been in office for 30 years. Why didn't you write better tax laws? You can't blame me for using them. You wrote them. So that's kind of Scientology's approach to, we're a religion. Yeah, honest to goodness, we really are. See, we hit every box on the criteria list, and our army of well-paid lawyers can show that. Cha-ching.
Fair enough.
One thing I heard is from a few ex-Scientologists is that like the first course they teach, the first course in Scientology apparently is actually really, really good. Like you learn really useful skills for social skills and just like, like dealing with your own psyche and everything. But then after that, like it's almost like, I guess this is my analogy based on what I heard. It's like a person who uses cocaine. Like the first high is always the best, and you spend the rest of your cocaine career trying to have a high as good as the first one, but it probably never comes, or maybe doesn't come. And
can you just take the first course?
Oh yeah, nothing stopping you. But I guess the whole thing is that the first course is so freaking good, apparently, that you want to get more, right?
It's a spiritual Ponzi scheme, right? You hook people with the good stuff, the legit stuff, and you reveal the crazy after they're 10 years and $500,000 into it.
Well, and there's also
cost is so high.
And there's also
dissidence of breaking.
There's also a major the emperor has no clothing situation going on, because when you're in it, like they put a lot of pressure on you to speak positively of it. Like they'll actually call you a suppressive person. Like the whole idea is that they call it the tech, which is basically the ideas and practices. They are perfect, and so if they're not working for you, the problem isn't them because they're perfect. The problem is you. And then, and so they put all this pressure on you to speak positively of your experiences because you don't want to be viewed as suppressive and you don't want to be viewed as personally inadequate. And
you will be subject to lawfare if you go outside those strictures. They will sue you into silence, or
Yeah.
shun you into silence by cutting off your family from you. It's very, very culty, very,
And
very
yeah,
controlling.
and they also engage in a lot of love bombing up front, right? So they make you feel so accepted and so like they make you feel like you're like the most interesting person in the room, basically. And
With
so
cancel culture and exile, the other side of that.
yeah, well, and then also because other people tend to have a relatively negative attitude of Scientology. So here's this thing you love that other people are shitting on, and then but you go into that building and everyone loves you, and so
Wrong.
so and then you don't want to lose that, and you also had a fantastic experience in the first course, and so you want to get more, and and then the more you dig in, the more you have to lose, like the more time sunk. It's like a sunk cost fallacy kind of situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And that ties in also with Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons in the sense that when they are younger members in their church, they are sent out into the world, right? Where they will be facing criticism and rejection and repudiation because of the wider reputations their organizations have for abuses. And that is a further conditioning mechanism to show them, to reinforce to them how cruel the outside world can be and how safe and embracing and true the inner world of their cult or sect can be.
Right.
Not only do they get those people out into the world and able to speak and learn and spread their message and proselytize, possibly, but they then also reinforce and recondition them to value the loving, conditions.
And then the system can kind of like it encourage at every level. It incentivizes. It's like, so let's say that you're an established member and you've been there for a while, and so they're not really love bombing you so much anymore because you've already been there for 10 months, right? They got you, right? So like now they're just asking more and more of you and giving you less and probably giving you less positive regard than when they were first trying to win you over. It's kind of like like you hear about like places where like let's say you like you like to go camping. And there's like like an area where you can rent campsites by the weekend, but like you could also like get like a full like you can just like get it for the whole season. And so like maybe they're like the owners of the campsite place, they're really nice to you when you're just a visitor on a piecemeal basis because they want you to come back, and ideally they want you to get a subscription, like a membership or whatever. But once they have you, like ideally they will continue being good to you. But they might also redivert their positive attention. They've already got your money, so now they're gonna like they'll still be nice to you, but they're not gonna love bomb you anymore because they only have so much time to love bomb. So they want to love bomb the people they don't have yet, right? So there's some of that gonna go on, and but then it's like, let's say so you're in that stage now, but a new person comes in, like you actually have a vested interest in wanting them to join because every new person that joins makes your cult that much less weird. Right? It's like every new vote of confidence is an endorsement, right? And then also that person's going to be junior to you, so it's like
Status comes into play. Then status becomes more valuable.
And right, so so the more people that are below you, the higher status you are in this new ecosystem that you're in, and then also the more people that join, like the less people are gonna like the more I don't know, whatever. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like validated the religion.
Incentives are shifted then to the trappings of hierarchy and status within the
Yeah, are they just hacking our status, our drive? For
yes.
And so so basically so John, it's kind of what you're saying here. So even this at the level of just social relationships, here's the Ponzi scheme. Like even if a nickel does not change hands, if you're in the club, each new add-on is someone who's going to be downstream of you in this multi-level marketing Ponzi scheme.
Yep.
Yeah. You might not make a nickel off it, but hey, every person who's below you is a person who now looks up to you, and so you get the social boost that comes with that.
Well, there's a lot of organizations that work that way or that do that.
Yeah. I still recommend that if anybody has not heard of it or looked into it, if there's a Vanity Fair article from several years back called "The Golden Suicides" that talks about these two artists that both supposedly killed themselves in rather unusual, strange ways, and they were both artists from LA that both before they moved away from LA were convinced they were being stalked by Scientologists because they both had become friends with Beck, who was a Scientologist. He did and this artist created the cover for Beck's album Sea Change. And he also did have you ever seen Punch Drunk Love? The weird little color art things that happen in between scenes in Punch Drunk Love. He created those as well. So he became friends with Paul Thomas Anderson and Beck. And during their friends with Beck, according to them, Beck told him that he really wanted to get out of Scientology. That these people kind of scared him, and because he was born into it, he didn't want to be in it any longer, and he was trying to figure out a way to get out. But they scared him because they threaten people in your family and stuff like that. They really are, like he says, they really are some of the scariest people. This is what they said. He said he denies all this. Okay, and so he denied all this stuff, but they said that he said that he really wanted out, and they were trying to help him come up with a way to kind of like gracefully exit Scientology. And whenever the Scientologists find out, they started stalking them. They started doing all this stuff to like ruin their life, and in love it made it doing the things that Scientologists are on record doing. And like it sounds crazy until you realize that they do this stuff openly. They call them scroll busters and stuff like that. They go and stalk people and they do these things. At the time, these people thought these people were just being crazy, you know. And same people act towards people that get groups that say they're being group stalked, stuff like that. But Scientologists actually do that stuff. It's on record. It's not a fantasy, you know. And was that?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And then as time goes by, and the woman's name was Teresa. She was actually a very influential and important in the world of computer gaming. She created some of the first or graphic adventure games for girls and stuff like that back in the 80s and stuff like that. She has kind of and she was also a really interesting artist in her own right. Her husband was the one that made those paintings and stuff like that, I said, and they both basically got rent. They felt like they were being run out of LA. They suddenly no one would take their calls, no one would talk to them anymore. As soon as they tried to help Beck with this thing, and Beck stopped talking to them, all this stuff, and they felt really paranoid and felt really afraid. And people, of course, just started calling them crazy and all this stuff. You know, like, you know, Scientologists aren't really trying to get you and stuff like that. Even though, once again, now after all this years later, we know that they do that sort of thing. And they moved to New York, and over this time, the article details it all. After a while of living there, they have their various struggles, and she kills herself. According to the official death report, that she killed herself by she emptied. I don't know how many. She took a candy bowl and filled it with Benadryl, and then had a glass of wine. And she apparently she only had like 2 or 3 Benadryl in her system, but apparently 2 or 3 Benadryl and a glass of white and half a bottle of white wine killed her, which is unusual to say the least. It also reminds me of very similar how Philip Seymour Hoffman died very shortly after portraying L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, I mean, you know,
He was a heroin addict, though.
he was a heroin addict, but he was also an experienced heroin addict who died right after he did something that pissed off one of the biggest, most like the one I believe me, I think he probably just killed himself, and I'm saying it's still weird. It's a coincidence. You can call it a coincidence theory, and that's fine, but like it's still a weird coincidence. But anyway,
Maybe
so
there's some dark karma
Maybe
going
he had evidence that would lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
maybe so. But then her boyfriend 2 weeks later after she died. And he said a lot of weird cryptic things before he died, but he then committed suicide by doing what most people do when they commit suicide, by walking into the ocean and disappearing forever. His body did wash up like 3 weeks later, but according to even there were no witnesses, but it's just said that he just walked into the ocean and died. And they found his body like 3 weeks later. So, I mean, maybe they were both little suicides. Maybe they weren't. I don't know. They sound really suspicious to me. But the weird thing to me is that Paul Thomas Anderson, the director who made Punch Drunk Love, made his next film about Scientology, about what L. Ron Hubbard called The Master, and then one Inherent Vice after that, also, in my opinion, also about Scientology. And I think that it's very, very, there's something. And Beck left Scientology shortly thereafter, too. And I think there is something very odd about that whole web of things that never gets mentioned. But I mean, I don't know if it's a conspiracy.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I misread your speech.
No, I was done.
Are you how confident are you that it is specifically about Scientology as opposed to being about cults or cults of the type that Scientology is an example of?
Well, yeah, it's probably both those things. I don't know. Scientology is different than other cults to me. There's something about it that rubs me the wrong way, and I can't figure out what it is. Something about it gives me, as we're talking. Well, this is Halloween after all. It's our Halloween episode, so talking about spooky things. Well, Halloween gives me Scientology gives me the creeps. Even more so than satanic cults or Luciferian cults or anything. Something about Scientology makes my skin crawl about it. Like something about it seems like, because it seems so silly and goofy on the surface, but it seems like there's something much darker going on underneath.
Are you familiar with something called the uncanny valley?
Yeah, I
What
don't think
you're probably experiencing is the some aspect of the uncanny, what an uncanny valley response is, but with regards to religion or organized spirituality. Almost certainly that's what you're picking up on. There's
probably
something
so.
about it that's off, right?
There was this video I saw years ago that was, I think it was on TMZ or something like that. It was Tom Cruise was leaving the Scientology Center, whatever it's called, or whatever church thing is, after one of his sessions, and he walks out looking like a complete zombie, looking like he's completely like they gave him some like he's on mega quaaludes or something, and he walks and he's just walking, and he walks right into this, like there's a small child that's walking with his mother, and he just like runs over this kid and knocks this kid down, and the kid falls down and is crying and stuff, and his mother's trying to comfort him, and Tom Cruise just stands there as though he's never seen a child before. He's just sitting there going, doesn't say anything to the mother, do anything. He just like looks at her like what's this thing? I mean, maybe he was just literally high, stoned, or something. I mean, that's that's the most likely option. Even though all Scientologists are anti-drugs, but you know, I don't know. He looked pretty fucking high to me. But like, I mean, there's something weird about when I see things like that. I mean, like Tom Cruise himself is a very talented. A lot of Scientologists are very talented actors.
Yeah, Tom Cruise is legit talented. Yeah, totally.
And it's like I wonder if it's almost like they do something it's like they can it's like some of the therapy is like literally like blank themselves out so they can inhabit characters better, or something stupid and weird like that or something. I wonder if that's part of their philosophy. I don't know. But like them and I tell you, the other cult that creeps me out the most is the Finders. You guys ever heard of the Finders? That's Halloween worthy. The Finders is, like, in my opinion, like the gold standard for creepy. Just everything about the Finders is, it sounds like something from a I don't know, from a David Lynch movie, like kind of thing. It was this thing from the 70s. It was investigated by the CIA and the FBI, and nothing. And there was
all the kids that they were.
Yes, all the kids. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
the
dark stuff.
The Finders makes my skin crawl. They used to they had this ranch or this compound set up beside this weird little small town in Tennessee, and they bought buildings in the town. Like, and among the buildings they bought the movie theater, the old movie theater. They never made movies in it. All they did was that they bought the movie theater so they could use the marquee of the movie theater, put cryptic messages on the marquees, and like they proclaimed that their entire organization was a game. It was all a game, and they didn't say what kind of game, but the whole organization was a game. They had tons of children. They were caught moving children, illegally transporting children across state lines. They had a whole bunch of children piled into a dirty van. They were taking them to Mexico. So, I mean, you know, like the implications of them being possibly involved in child trafficking are pretty high. But at the same time, as the investigation went on, and as things started, like there was this one particular FBI agent that was really doggedly trying to pursue it, and he was told by someone much higher than him to drop it, never speak of it again, and the case was closed, and that was that.
Yeah, that almost certainly ties in with the CIA or
it was almost certainly a CIA operation of some sort. Some CIA operation. They were doing like they were experimenting on kids or some shit like that, and it's very creepy. I mean, that's not even like my conspiracy there. That's actually what the FBI guy concluded. The FBI agent concluded that he believed it was a CIA operation.
He believes, or it is, because there's a difference.
Okay, well, the FBI agent that was in charge of investigating and believed that it was a CIA operation because it was someone from the CIA that shut down his investigation.
Okay, I'm going to read what Wikipedia says. It has it under the heading conspiracies. Despite a lack of evidence or verification, The belief that these reports indicate a larger conspiracy became popular in such quarters.
Wikipedia is not a valid
satanic panic.
source to take on its own.
And this was not Satanic Panic related either. This was much
No,
different.
but it says the finders are often ascribed as an early example of satanic panic in the U.S. That's also from Wikipedia.
Yeah, I know.
The same time period.
Damn, the Wikipedia page got cut down. This Wikipedia page used to be huge. This Wikipedia, seriously, the Wikipedia page on the finders used to be like 12 pages long. No, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I'm just saying, but it used to be 12 pages long, and now it's like 1 page long. I'm just saying that it's a lot shorter.
Well, you can read the edit.
Yeah, we can go. I could go back in the history. I hate doing that because it takes forever to go back and figure out what's what. But or maybe it wasn't the Wikipedia. Maybe it's another site that. But there used to be a lot of information that you could find the actual FBI reports, the actual reports from the FBI. Even says, even like if you look it up in Google, it says the finders, international community and cult. The finders were an international community and cult founded in Washington D.C. in the early 1970s by former Air Master Sergeant Marion Petty. It was formed by military people, and it was very strange, if nothing else.
If you need another trail of breadcrumbs to follow in order to maybe affirm to affirm any legitimate suspicions about the finders being at least in some regard funded or operated by the CIA or other domestic intelligence operations, look up something else called the Franklin Scandal.
I've read about that
real
before.
time, but the Franklin Scandal involved the FBI engaging in witness tampering. There was a credible chain of connection from the Franklin Scandal perpetrators, the main perpetrators, to being involved with the state they were in. I believe it was Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. Being involved with the Republican Party in Michigan, and connections to the Reagan White House as well. You'll find old newspaper headlines from the early 80s, I believe, from the Washington Post, talking about the connections between the White House, the Republicans of the state, and then the head of the bank. His name was Larry King, like the broadcaster, but not the same man. Being involved in child sex crimes, trafficking, and then the FBI got involved. And you know what's odd? One of the main investigators involved in the case, one of the main private investigators involved in the case, who did not trust his proof and documentation to be recorded electronically, he carried it around with him in paper form. He happened to die in a mysterious plane crash. Funny that.
Yep. Definitely. So, if you guys ever heard, there's in like the last just because it's Halloween, we're talking about creepy kind of whatever. Like I promise you, Jeff, I won't bring up conspiracies like this.
To point them out next time they come up, and I've heard like.
Yes, I know, but I thought it was Halloween. It was Halloween, so I was trying to come up with creepy stuff.
When you said you don't do this. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
But I am indulging in it tonight because it's supposed to be a Halloween thing. I was trying to do something.
You also indulged in this. Before tonight, that was my point from yesterday.
Okay.
Because this is nothing new to me, even for Halloween. But go ahead and say what you wanted to say.
But I am trying to curb that. I'm trying to be better about it. So I just thought the finders the finders isn't just a complete conspiracy. It is a real thing. There's a lot of information about it, but we don't know much about it. The FBI, the Wikipedia page certainly makes it sound like it's nothing, but there's a lot more stuff to it than that. But there's this book that was never finished written by this woman. There is a version of it that has been supposedly completed, but the book is completely different. It's not the same one I read back whenever it was in. It's called The Last Circle, and supposedly it was supposedly started as a nonfiction book, and it's all of the names in it are all people that are all real people, and it supposedly it's this woman named Carol Marshall was a journalist investigating this thing. This is one of the most don't read it as a nonfiction thing. Read it as a potboiler as a popular like crime thriller type thing, and I think it's one of the most interesting, fascinating freaking like documents I've ever read. And unfortunately that there's not an entire book. It doesn't have an ending because it just kind of stops at one point. But like there is so much. It's like it. You've heard of Danny Casolaro, right? He's this famous DC journalist that died in 1991, and he literally like died. It was like one of those things where like I can't remember how he died. He died in this really ridiculous way, but they said it was a suicide, and it was like it's like one of those things where like how did anyone kill themselves like that? Unless I'm thinking of somebody else. Let's see. He's found dead in his bathtub in room 517 of the Sheraton Hotel. His wrists were slashed 10 to 12 times. And I want to say he was stabbed too, and at least one report. But yeah, his rule was a suicide. But there was something. But anyway, but Danny Castellar was the one that started this investigation, this thing called the Octopus, which was supposedly this like international cabal. It's kind of like this proto Illuminati type of thing. But he was a real journalist that really did investigate this, and he's one of those many people that made pronouncements right before he mysteriously died or committed suicide or whatever, saying that he was not committing suicide. If he died, it was definitely not suicide, and then he committed suicide. It's one of those guys.
The Clintons, by any chance?
He did, yes. He knew the Clintons. He also knew Reagan as well. Well, I don't know if he knew him personally, but they knew of him anyway. Because he wrote about them a lot. Whenever they found him naked in the bathtub, his wrist been slashed deeply. There were 3 or 4 wounds on his right wrist, 7 or 8 in his left. Blood was splattered on the bathroom wall and floor. The scene was so gruesome that one of the housekeepers fainted when she saw it. They found an empty Milwaukee beer can, 2 white plastic liner trash bags, and a single edge razor blade. And I remember there being some more to this, but I guess I just forgot. So I guess it's not as weird as I thought. But they said other than the gruesome scene, the hotel room was clean and orderly. There was a legal pad and a pen present on the desk. The single page had been torn from the page, and the message written on it: "To those who I love the most, please forgive me for the worst possible thing I could have done." All that kind of shit. So it's like there was no sign, there was no absence of a struggle, no sign of forced entry. So like the thing here clearly says it was just a typical suicide thing. But if you read the last circle though, which I put the link up in there, it's not very long. I think there's about 5 or 6 chapters that are there. It's just a fascinating yarn. Even if it's completely fiction, it's a fascinating little yarn. Political drug thriller about the CIA pushing drugs, the CIA's drug ring that they were running in the 90s and 80s, and all these ways it connects to it and everything. And it's probably all bullshit, but I think it's fun. It's a fun read anyway, in a dark sort of way. But there's lots of other. That one I put up in the thing. That's the only one I would bother with. The other. If you look up the last circle on Google or something, you'll get a whole bunch of other books that are not that same book. And because this one was never published, this was just like this woman stopped writing it or something. Then someone else with her same name came along and finished it, but it's a different book entirely. So, but anyway, I think that's the last creepy thing I had to talk about. So. I can't think of anything else.
Did each of you see the original Poltergeist movie?
Yeah, You talking about the curse?
The scene where the bodies start bubbling up in the swimming pool, and the actress JoBeth Williams is among them. Do you know that the corpses they used for that scene were actual real corpses? Because using real corpses, somehow they got around, was cheaper than getting all fake ones from their props department.
Oh.
Yeah. JoBeth Williams, the actress, she didn't know they were real corpses until the shot was done.
So it was real. Her fear was real.
Well, she didn't know they were real corpses.
Oh, she didn't even know while they were filming.
After the fact,
Oh, she found out.
Imagine getting that water in your mouth and in your eyes and in your ears.
Ooh, that's nasty.
That's creepy.
Yeah, there were all kinds of supernatural speculations around that movie because of all the people that died making it.
Yes. The poor little girl in that film was not treated kindly.
My roommate in Vegas went to school with her, and he went to her funeral.
Yeah, she was not treated kindly by the monsters in Hollywood.
And Chris
Nah,
told me
that's all.
about the remake they've had, which looks horrible.
What's that?
I said, you tell me about that remake, which looks terrible.
Oh, Poltergeist, yeah. Oh, almost all the remakes are terrible. But I'm sure that girl's lived a fine life. That's all conspiracy theory bullshit after all, right? That's all.
I'm curious about
she
something.
really did die. You
I
talking
know
about
she
Heather
did.
O'Rourke? Heather,
Yeah.
she really did die.
I myself know one man in my life who insisted to me that he actually saw a ghost. Now, what he described to me sounds like it could have been a waking dream state or similar hallucination.
Oh, I've
or,
had those. I've seen those.
I don't know if that's what it was. He is absolutely convinced. Well, he's dead now, but he was convinced that he saw the ghost of his mother while he was in prison, and it tied in with Thanksgiving and the arrival of a letter and different things like that. He was convinced. Do any of you know someone who may have been similarly convinced by a brush with a spirit of a friend, a fallen friend, a family member, or like a Civil War ghost or something like that? And anything that you believe the person is being genuine with you. They may still be mistaken, but they're not bullshitting you. They truly believe that happened. Have you ever talked to someone about that? Anyone?
Nothing that stands out. Like, after I lost Mike, his mom was constantly thinking that she could feel his presence or he was talking to her and stuff, but I didn't believe any of it.
Okay. Ron, you look like you were going to say something.
Oh no, I'm just typing something up right now. I'll be paying attention again in a few minutes.
How about Emerald or Chris?
I'm listening, and I was trying to find a relevant passage that I was looking for from the last circle. That there's one paragraph I was going to read that I think is really cool. It's just interesting. I mean, most of it is based in reality. It doesn't get weird until the fifth chapter. Most of it's just actually all it's all of a matter of record. It's just written really well.
Any ghost stories, Emerald? Anyone you know and trust who affirms to you that they've encountered a ghost? No? Okay.
Like growing up, we would tell there were people that, like kids, that believed in ghosts and told stories, but I don't remember any of them.
I believe in demons. I don't believe in ghosts.
Oh yeah, there's definitely demons.
Can you qualify what
I've met
you mean by
demons.
demon?
I've dated demons.
What's that?
Can you qualify or expand a little bit on what you mean by demon? Because that word is imprecise enough, and that's not a slander or criticism. I bring different trappings to that word than you might. So could you explicate that a little bit so I understand what it means to you?
They are supernatural.
They don't have to be. Now, I mean, I do believe that there could be possibly supernatural. I supernatural demons myself, but I don't. I'm agnostic about it, but I believe it on some level, and some levels I don't. I've certainly seen things that I believe seemed like I saw something that was supernaturally demonic. But what I say when I don't believe in ghosts, because I don't believe there's anything that if the human spirit exists at all, then I don't think there's anything that could hold it in this realm, in the human realm, with the exception of maybe a demon. Maybe if a demon existed and maybe a demon could hold a human spirit there, maybe for some reason to torture it or something, possibly. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why, but I'm saying that it would need something to hold it there. There's just no reason for a human spirit just to be able to hang around if that's the way that the afterlife works. Limbo, right, or something. I don't know. I just something about that doesn't ring right for me. But with a demon, I guess the classical sense of a demon being a fallen angel. I don't know exactly how I feel about that term. I kind of feel like we create our own demons. We create our own egregores and spiritual. I think we have the ability to kind of create angelic or demonic type spirits or energies around us. I think to a degree. I mean, that sounds a lot more woo than I mean it. When I'm saying it, I almost mean it more like metaphorically, but It's kind of literal and kind of metaphor at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like it's something that.
Let me help couch that. Let's imagine, Chris, that you, like Tom Hanks's character in that movie Castaway, you end up on an island somewhere. You're all alone, and one afternoon, after putting together a little shelter and exploring the island a little bit, you come across a tribe of, what you recognize to be like cannibalistic humans that may be, a hidden or offshoot tribe of the Papua New Guinea, cannibals. So they see you, and you're in fear for your life, and they stop and they grab you and they venerate you, and because you have a shaved head and your skin is different than theirs and this and that, and then somehow over months, you chat with them and you find out that one of their ancient gods somehow had characteristics like your nose shape or your eyebrow shape or so on, and because you had these superficial resemblances to them, and you happen to be able to treat the head witch doctor, teach the head witch doctor there a couple of tricks because you recognize him as a power point, right? A nexus of power to maybe get on your side. That then, because they believed in the prophecy of their god or their religion, and you just happened to have some kind of characteristics or matching connection to them that protected you from being served up as dinner, then the power of that god did actually exist in a sense, in a real sense, even though it wasn't a supernatural entity, with its own directing mind and so on, right? The belief system, the framework of mythology was the god, as it were, and you derive protections from that. So people creating their own demons, making bad choices, right? A man or a woman making the same dating choices with the same kind of person, right? The same kind of broken person over and over again, and then falling into a trap of feeling, I'm stupid, I'm weak, I did it. They create their own kind of cyclical trap like that. They're creating their own.
I feel seen.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes yes, yes,
one
except
kind of demon, maybe.
You can't just create those kind of demons on anybody. Like, yes, the demons probably partially come from you, but they can only be projected onto people that can carry those kind of demons, which means they have some kind of demonic component in them to begin with.
Do you know the original Greek word daimon? D-A-I-M-O-N?
Yeah.
Daimon? Okay,
Yeah,
so
like
you're aware of the
Socrates had
mythology
his
and so
daimon.
on. Okay. Yeah. So in that sense, demons may be real in the original Greek word of it, without all the trappings. Oh, there's a cat there too.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh,
but
what's their name?
Jeff, when you talk about
That's
demons, how do
Mitsuki.
you mean them? Metaphorically or more materially or spiritually, as independent
More
entities with their own
psychologically.
directing minds? Okay.
Psychologically, maybe depth psychology.
Did you say DEPTH, depth psychology?
Yeah.
Is that a field of psychology, depth psychology? Yes. Okay.
Jung, isn't it? That's Jung, I think.
Okay. Oh, Emerald's shaking your head. Yes.
I'm just talking about the things deep inside of us.
Monkey on your back, a demon, right?
Do what?
A monkey on your back, meaning addiction or a psychological.
Maybe a monkey inside of your back, deep inside. I have a demon in me. Like, I think we all have demons. Like, we all can bring out our demonic nature, either spontaneously under certain circumstances or intentionally. And I've definitely interacted with people who were working from more of a demonic nature than a human nature.
Well, was their nature demonic and not human in the sense that it was outside the baseline range for most humans, or are you talking about? Okay, so it is still within the realm of humans, but an aspect of their ego and mind and
yeah, because I think the demonic is like okay, now we get into terminology and semantics. There's no limit really to what human is. We don't know where that limit is.
Right.
But then there's something we call human that's kind of a baseline for our species as well. And so demonic can fall outside of that line, but not necessarily outside of the larger concept of human, just like creativity or genius can fall outside of the normal human, but not outside of human potential.
I understand. It's like a Venn diagram relationship and an overall circumscription around that. Okay, I understand.
I guess
Curious
so.
then.
I'm contrasting it with the ordinary human, but it doesn't fall outside of the range of like what's ultimately possible.
What?
For
Yes. So Jeffrey Dahmer would have been a kind of a demon. In
yeah,
that sense,
you could
right?
say.
Okay.
It would probably.
So question
yes,
then.
that wasn't ordinary human nature.
The
But
Vatican,
it was still human nature because he was a human.
right? The Vatican, as far as I know, does actually have, or maybe it's the Jesuits. They still have exorcists, and from that religious point of view, right, the Catholic faith, demons in the horror movie supernatural sense are real, and there's an exorcist, right? Do you think that kind of demon is actually something real, or do you think it's just
I don't
a
believe in
framing?
supernatural demons. They wanted to exorcise me when I was a child. My mom took me to the we were Catholic, but she took me to the mega church, the non-denominational whatever church that was on TV, and they wanted to do an exorcism on me. And she even thought that was like a
I
step
suspect that kind of exorcism would be markedly different than an established organization like the Catholic Church might countenance as being warranted. I mean, I'm thinking of. I don't mean this to slight your mom, but immediately when I hear about American mega churches with thousands of seats and a husband and wife team with nice suits and big hair and lots of makeup. I mean, I just smell grift a mile away. Yeah, sure, your little one's a demon. Well, yeah, pay the fee and we'll exorcise him. Right? It's like selling indulgences during the Middle Ages when the Catholics did that.
Yeah, that's probably why she didn't go through with it. Because like none of the Catholic people she took me to ever suggested an exorcism.
Right. Okay.
It was for the gay. It was the gay demon.
Oh, conversion therapy under the guise of religion.
Yeah,
and so on.
Just exorcism therapy.
Yeah. Okay.
My secret theory in demons, that's really dumb and sci-fi based, but I think it's fun to think about. I think that demons possibly are super advanced quantum AI that have untethered themselves from time and have figured and have traveled backwards traveled back in time in order to try to control humanity to ensure their own creation.
Is this your writer's brain?
Yes, this is a script I wrote once. That's all.
Okay.
It's just for fun. I don't take it seriously. But it does. I've been there's lots of cool parallels because imagine things like magic, or you can explain magic away or their powers from being or the fact that it's always in the lore that people have power over demons if they know their name, right? It's very similar to to knowing to a backdoor to a computer program, and also the term daemon being being a computer term. Whenever I came up with the idea, I found there's all sorts of parallels to it. It makes it a fun little sci-fi thing.
You ever see the '80s film Prince of Darkness? It ties into time travel like that with the devil.
Someone just told me about that's part of that. Is it John Carpenter something trilogy? I watched Mouths of Madness.
Prince of Darkness. I don't know if it's part of an overall trilogy or something, but John Carpenter directed the film. It's a fun little film.
It's considered part of a trilogy.
And the film Them with Roddy Piper is a good one too.
Prince of
Darkness. Roddy Piper, that came in at just the right time.
Is it good, John?
It's good in the sense that it's a good B movie. It's definitely a B movie. It screams B movie, but it's a good B movie, right? Like sometimes you want your uncle's, famous, triple brandy marinated Jack Daniels finished Coca-Cola glazed steak, and other times you just want a greasy Big Mac from the local drive-in, right? It's a greasy Big Mac from a local drive-in, so to speak, right?
Oh.
It's a nice B movie. It is what it is, and it's good. But you have to kind of like that kind of stuff in order to appreciate it.
Right.
Alice Cooper is in it, I think, in a brief cameo. Did you see the movie Big Trouble in Little China?
No, I'm familiar. I've seen clips of it, but I haven't watched the whole sat through it.
the American Chinese actor from Big Trouble in Little China, the shorter guy with the beard and the one eye slightly closed, right? He's also in Prince of Darkness in a similar role, kind of like, you know, the Asian magic man, like in Stephen King's books, the wise old supernatural black lady, right? He's kind of the same character in Prince of Darkness and in Big Trouble in Little China. It's a good film. I recommend watching it. It's worth your time.
Is that a trope, the wise old black lady?
For King's work and so on, yeah, a lot of it. In a
It's
lot
a
of
real
parts of
thing,
American
too. They're all over the South.
No, because that was the thing in well, like in like the Oracle and the Matrix. Older black lady.
Yeah, she's there too.
Yeah.
She's there too.
Yeah.
And I trust Jesus, child, you know, on a rocking
Hey,
chair, you know,
baby.
100 years of wisdom. Oh, honey, child, you know, all that. It's a trope.
I grew up with those. They raised me.
Well, I remember, yeah, like in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the grandma was wise, and although that's just kind of a thing I think with, you know, grandparents. Although not always, they're either wise or they're idiots. You know, like Grandpa Simpson is an idiot. You know, for example. Right?
Look at Betty White. All right, she's died recently, but Betty White turned into a comedy version of a wise old lady, but she was the old white lady version of that, right?
What's the white lady?
She was mother, maiden, and crone all wrapped in one, because she was still kind of sassy and sexy and flirty, but she could also put on the prim pretend. Oh my heavens, how could you say that to me? With a wink in her eye, right? Like, you know, she was the cool grandma, the cool auntie.
I grew up with old people, and I don't buy their naivety for a second. Like, I know what it takes to get old, and they were the sharpest people around. They knew more than anybody around us. They're not sensitive. They're not delicate. They're not naive.
Look at Sue Johansson from the Sunday Night Sex Show with Sue.
Oh, I know.
Do it all.
Hey,
I
Jeff.
love her. But yeah, that is some cognitive, maybe not cognitive dissonance, definitely some emotional or aesthetic dissonance.
So yeah, I don't know if it's a naive, but hey, Jeff, counter theory to the old people thing. Maybe come off. They're not so much being naive; it's just they're not competitive anymore, because for them, like their position in life is pretty stable. Like, you ever notice that? Like, here's something I've noticed: when a male gets married, in my experience, they often become nicer. Like, they're not, and it makes sense, because they're not competing for mates anymore. They've already got their wife, right? And so so I noticed there's less of a competitive desire to, like, alpha male the situation as often as they would have pre-marriage. And maybe by the same token, if you're older, it's like, you know, the more competitive stage of your life is, you're beyond that point. So you don't have to put off this kind of like razor, you don't have to be as hard, essentially, which can make you be more lighthearted, which could make you seem maybe naive or whatever, but it's just because you're not as balls to the wall as you would have been before you were set. Or, you know what I mean?
You made me think of a question, because I think about that status drive all the time. But is that just a form, like the status drive itself is part of, is it competitive? Do we compete for status?
Yeah. And
because
mates.
it's a way of competing for mates?
So here's a big one. Okay, so in cultures where polygamy is like normal, if not like, you know, like something to be aspired toward, they've done studies where they compare the testosterone levels of men in these cultures to like monogamous cultures like our own, right? And what they find is that after marriage, men in monogamous cultures, their testosterone goes significantly down, especially if they've had kids. Whereas in cultures, and then likewise, risk taking goes down too. But
what about status seeking? Is that tied to testosterone as well?
I think so. Yeah, I would say so. But in cultures like in some Islamic cultures where like the upper crust of men can have multiple wives, in those cultures, testosterone will remain much higher. Like if it drops, it'll drop way less than in our men in our culture after they get married. And risk-taking behavior will remain higher comparatively speaking. And in a way, it kind of makes sense because, like, if you're a man in a culture where you could have multiple wives, in a Darwinian sense, it's like you are, just because you're married, you are still in this game. You still have more to gain, right? Whereas in our culture, it's like, well, when you're married, like, you're out of the game.
You have more to lose.
Well, yeah, you're out of the
So
game.
does testosterone rule the world, or do the feminists have a point after all?
It certainly is a factor. Like, so, like, yeah, like, it's definitely a factor. And then likewise, like, unmarried men in the Western world, their testosterone, like men's testosterone when they get married goes down. It's not just a simple function of time. Like, that's part of it. But, like, a man who does not get married, his testosterone will not drop at the same precipitous rate as if he had gotten married. And he will be more inclined towards risk taking too, on average, of course, on average.
There are feedback mechanisms in place, certainly. That reminds me a little bit about what I learned is to call the refractory period for a man's erection and ejaculation. If you are with the same partner, and you have to go a third, fourth, or fifth time, the refractory period gets longer and longer and longer. But if you change up the partner to a new one, the refractory period shortens and shortens, or at least it's not as extended, right? There's a significant period of a shortening of it. So I would imagine that men who within their culture, the better, I guess, reproductive strategy is to compete for multiple wives on an ongoing basis. They'll have a much more high testosterone drive in that sense.
But I don't so, like, Jeff, you may have noticed this, maybe you're not, because, like, being gay, like, your male friends probably don't view you as a competitor, for women, because you're not, right? But, like,
no, but I'm still competing for men, so I still have the same.
No,
like,
but
I know what the competitive drive is.
I mean, among heterosexual males, but, like, I don't know, like, has anyone here noticed this? Like, anyone, like that? Like, have you noticed that the men who are married, they tend to just be nicer guys that are more cooperative and less competitive than they were if you turn the clock back, 5 years, before they got married? Like, 'cause that's something I have definitely noticed. But
Ron, post nut clarity, right? Oh my God, post nut clarity. There's an analog here with marriage or so on. I'm nicer. I don't have to compete.
Yeah.
I have post securing my mate confidence or stability. Right?
Well, yeah, it was like one of my better friends back home, one of my closer friends. We've been friends since like I was 17, so that's like 24 years now. Like, he and I remember I noticed this, like I've noticed this over the years. I've known this for a while, but it became very clear last Christmas when I was hanging out with him. So we would always, like, rip on each other bi-directionally, like, just trying to upstage each other with insults and just, stuff like that. And just, like, being funny and stuff. And I noticed when I was, because now, he's been married since 2006 or so, 7.
Breaking his balls like a mafia guy would say.
Yeah, so he's been married now for like at this time he'd been married for like 15 years. He's had 3 kids. His wife's the love of his life. Like, he's got, like, he's doing just wonderfully, right? And I noticed, like, we were hanging out, and so it's like kind of like when I hang out with him, like, my mentality kind of switches back, to like how we used to be, because I don't know, like, I associate certain aspects of my personality, they get activated when I'm around people that, you know what I mean? And so I noticed when I was hanging out with him this past Christmas, I would just be busting his balls, dropping, like, just these, like, stupid insults and, like, witty comebacks. He wouldn't fight back at all. Like, I would just drop this brutal insult on him and he'd be like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, what is going on here? You know what I mean? Like, why aren't you
Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
You have me thinking. You have my the wheels are turning.
Yeah. Is it starting? Like, are you starting to think maybe? Like, does that sound like it maybe rings somewhat true? Like, it sounds like you hadn't thought of it before, but now that I specify it, you're like, maybe.
And what qualifies as having a mate too? It doesn't have to actually be marriage. Your psyche just has to feel like it's in a stable
Yeah.
partnership.
No, I've also noticed that too with like I think marriage makes it takes it to the next level, but I've also noticed it too when guy friends of mine have been in very stable long-term relationships, they're less
Yeah.
competitive.
I was at my best when I was with Mike. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But I don't want needing a mate to be the solution to all of that
Yes,
stress.
I know what you mean by that too, because so many people settle for a mate that may abuse them or treat them less than they should be treated because they feel they need it or want it, or somehow the cost benefit analysis is worth it.
It's one of the need. Like it makes a difference in your. If the testosterone is what's disrupting your serenity or your well-being, and the benefit of having a mate, like tamps that down.
I'm
then
not so
the
sure
mate,
much.
the mate, like, is anything other than a mate going to have that ultimate long-term lasting effect on it? And if not, then there's definitely a psychological benefit to having a mate, or a biochemical psychological benefit to having a mate.
Well, yes, generally speaking, don't
But then
marry
that
men.
encroaches on my autonomy. I don't want to be at the mercy of like my ultimate stability depending on whether I'm in a relationship or not.
Yeah, because then
It helps to regulate my competitive nature.
If your ultimate stability depends on that relationship, you're not stable. That person,
Not that relationship, but any relationship. Like
Yeah,
like if I don't have any relationship at all, I'm going to be in hyper competitive mode. And if I get a relationship, then that's going to subside a bit and allow me to live more at peace.
It almost certainly has to do with resource allocation of mental energy, and there are certain states of equilibria that are more efficient depending on what stage of life you're in, and how your own biochemistry feeds back into that, right? Like for a heterosexual, you would be focused on procreation, right? The genetic drive to spread your genes. And for younger men, securing a fertile mate is an important driver behind that.
Yeah.
Almost certainly, there's a component of the urge to procreate operating there. It's a fundamental driver of I guess, life, of genes.
And I think also we also like all of us at some level, I think consciously and like implicitly and explicitly, we all want to be with like the highest quality mate we possibly be with. And I think that's why a lot of us can be in abusive relationships, because if there's an abusive relationship, I think what that means is that the abuser is of higher quality than the abusee, or at the very least, the abusee believes that the abuser is of higher quality. And so that's why they don't leave, because they're just like, this person is so high status and high level that it would be but
it's a paradox, because the abuse to me automatically lowers their quality to the point where there's no way they're higher than me if they're abusing.
But then again, it's like it's easy to view it. It's like if they're abusing you, then it's easy to interpret that as being like, well, they're not being as nice to me as I'm being to them because they're actually just cooler than me. And so I'm being nice to them because I realize they're cooler than me, and they're being less nice to me than I'm being to them because they realize they're cooler than me. And I'm just so scared that they're halfway to realizing they could do better than me. You know what I mean?
That's not how it reads to me at all.
No,
no, they immediately knocks them off their pedestal once they. Like it compromises their status in my mind, because I don't associate high status with abuse. I associate it with trashy people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think I think so. What I just said, I think what I just said would carry more weight.
It makes sense. What you said makes sense for like an ordinary person and why they're in those
population
kind of abusive, codependent relationships.
Yeah, and it also would play out bigger, I think, as the relationship goes more. Because it's like, if someone's being a dick to you within the first 2 dates, you're just going to be like, yeah, sorry, bye. right?
Yeah.
Or you might not be. Maybe you're like, oh, this person's so awesome. I can't believe they're going on a date with me in the first place. That could happen too, right? But then it's like, if you've already been with the person for like 8 months or whatever, and they weren't always that way, like, then maybe you start, like, they were much nicer early on, but then they start getting ruder. It's like, then you start feeling like, oh gosh, like they're starting to realize that I'm not as good as them. And then you're like, no, but I want to have them, because it's like, one, I already have deep feelings for them. We've been together for 8 months. And
Something's better than nothing for a lot of people.
I think I am as good
and then
as
also
them.
you feel like, what are the, like, this person, like, if you think this person is actually like higher level than you, then you're like, basically from your perspective, if you genuinely believe that, then you basically have no place to go but down. So like you want to cling to this thing, because it's like, it's almost like they will bring you up just by association, and they will, but like in terms of social standing. But yeah, and it's
So is that separate from abuse? Like, I don't know how somebody who abuses you is going to bring you up, but if you're only looking at social status,
you'll feel, well, I guess obviously you hope that the abuse will stop. You hope that you will, like, and it's like, if I can just be smart enough, if I can just be interested enough, if I can just look good enough, if I can lose 10 pounds, if I can get a little buffer, if I can get that job promotion, then they will realize that I'm good enough for them, and then I'll be at their level, and we'll be equals, and I'll be higher than I was yesterday. And I'll be my best self, and everyone will, and like, when I go to my high school reunion, I'll look badass, all those kind of thoughts,
that I associate that with, like, that thinking sounds so dysfunctional to me.
Oh, it's absolutely dysfunctional. Yeah, it's terrible. But
it also sounds like that's the natural, like,
yeah, it's keeping up with the Joneses.
default norm.
It's keeping up with the Joneses in a total sense, not just
it's a phase we grow out of earlier in life if we're lucky, and later in life if we're not so lucky, and for a very few people, never at all.
What's this?
That kind of trapped cycle of self-denigration in order to win the approval of another, right? Submitting to that kind of emotional blackmail, as it were, because something's better than nothing, and if only you did better, and you're going to prove them wrong, and there's some cost fallacy involved in there. It can be pernicious.
It's a very bad strategy too.
That's not a relationship of
him
equals.
or her, right? That delusion. We grow out of it if we're lucky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or we suffer our way out of it. We earn that wisdom. You've got some gray hair, Jeff. So do I. The rest of you are going to develop some.
I've had a healthy relationship among a peer that we were both equal in status, and it was so having that, there's no way I'm going to settle for one of those dysfunctional, abusive, power differential relationships. But if that's all somebody knows, if that's like your instinct and that's all you know, until you have a healthy one with an equal, your instinct's not going to know any other way to react.
So Jeff, like, would you have said the same thing when you were 28? Or would you say
I didn't have it till I was like 30. I didn't have it till I was 30. So when I was 28, yeah. In fact, when I was 28 was when I was with my first ex, who was a narcissist. So my normal default is to get into the relationships you described with narcissists or sociopaths that are dysfunctional and unhealthy, and there's some kind of power difference, at least in their mind, not in mine. So that might have been my norm my whole life had I not had a healthy relationship to counter that.
So I'm
trying to like I'm kind of like armored against the future types because I have a new standard to contrast it with.
I'm trying to think of why you would be attracted to those types in the first place, and
it's from childhood. It's imprinting from childhood.
Did you
have daddy issues? It's
what about this though? Okay, so you might be right. Like that might totally be right. But what about this? If this person is truly narcissistic, then and they're at a certain level of attractiveness, right? Let's say that they're an 8 out of 10. Okay. But their level of narcissism among other people between, let's say, a 7 and a 9, it actually lowers them. So those people like, I'm not dating that person. Like, they look okay, but they're friggin' ridiculous. I'll date someone else who's attractive, who's not ridiculous. I'm not saying I'm an attractive guy. I'm not saying that, right? But let's say if you view the partner you're with as being more attractive than you or more attractive than the people you normally date, you will be more likely to give them a much longer leash than if you date people that attractive all the time.
Because it's going to cause anxiety.
Well, but no, but because from your perspective, if you view them as more attractive than you or more attractive than people you usually date, it's like you're looking up to them, right? And their narcissism in a way almost makes sense because you're like, yeah, you are very good looking. Yeah, you are pretty good, right? You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff.
Well, I try to only date people like there's different like attractiveness buckets or ranges, and I try to date within my. I don't want to date someone outside like more attractive than me in a higher range.
It's the
but
most.
I also don't necessarily want to date someone in a lower range. So I try to date someone whose attractiveness more or less matches mine.
Yeah, because if you date someone who's way below, who's way like lower in the attractive range compared to what you normally date, you'll spend the whole time wondering if you should be dating someone else. And if you're dating someone who's way above who you normally date, then you'll be sitting there petrified, wondering that they're thinking, "What if I should be dating someone else?"
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's a good chance you're right too.
Yeah. So I try to keep it like I try to at least keep the attractiveness level.
I think equality is very important, right? You know, you don't want to. It's not. I don't think it's healthy, you know, because I think everyone like the person who's below is going to be frequently going through these emotional swings where when they feel validated, they'll feel very, very, very happy. But when they're not sure, they'll be just petrified, which actually makes things worse because then they'll be more likely to make social mistakes and not be their normal warm self and all that stuff.
Rather than equality, maybe think in terms of harmony or perhaps balance
or complementarity.
What's the second word?
Balance.
Valid.
BALANCE. Balance between what would be scored in certain metrics and what they would like. You've got to be within at least one standard deviation of each other. If you're more, you're going to have some trouble, maybe, right? One's acceptable. You can go up or down one. That's a big enough range.
I would say
here's the extra little wrinkle in that. Like,
I would say way less.
Because we're so complex. What parts of you have to be, because you're not going to get everything in standard. If everything's on its own axis, you're not going to get every trait or component.
Not everything. Let's say you need
so
70% of your metrics
within
be
one
within
standard
1
deviation
degree.
the most.
There's some balance that goes on there. Right? It can't be 100% because that strategy would fail.
Because attractiveness alone is not enough. Even if I get the attractiveness balanced, there's other traits like intellect might be out of balance. Right. Resources might be out of balance. With me, there's like neurodivergence and neurotypicality. There could be a cultural imbalance, a status imbalance.
The tarot, the major arcana, the minor arcana, right? You need certain matches in each of those. A certain number of the major have to be, a certain number of the minor, and then also a certain sampling between the major and the minor. Right?
Yeah, and figuring out what those are, and they might be different for each person,
right?
Or even from relationship to relationship,
right? Makes sense.
And there's probably some like magic ingredient beyond all of that too. The biggest glue for at least my healthy relationship was shared experience. We had a shared history with a similar person. We dated the same narcissist, and that kind of bonded us together very early, very strongly.
Wow.
Emotional Eskimo brothers.
I'm sure that didn't happen. That probably didn't happen for a while because that's a big hump to get over, is knowing that you were both with the same, like, you know what I mean? Like that. I'm sure
we like met. We met over that. Like, so we kind of trauma bonded from the start because after I left that guy, he was the guy dated after me.
Okay.
And so we I went through him, and then this other guy went through him back to back, and then so we were like each other's support system to recover from this narcissist.
Did he replace you, or was there a window of time? Or
there was a little window.
Okay. Because that would make it harder if you knew that he, like, if you got dumped for him, for example, like that.
But it was all like within a year. No, I left him. I didn't get dumped for him. I left him.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that's you. Yeah, because if you're the dumper, like that's more of a if you dump, it's for a reason. It's like obviously like you're not going to be sitting there like pining for the guy. you know, or whatever.
I usually leave them before they leave me. I'm pretty good about like I have a certain standard of health and functionality, and if it's not like if it's not there early, I usually don't waste a lot of time. I'm pretty good at cutting when I can recognize that it's unhealthy.
So I guess it probably would take a lot to get you to cut though. Like you're not like I'm sure you don't have like a trigger threshold. Like it would have to be a major thing.
If it's healthy, yeah. But if it's dysfunctional, that's all it takes. Is the first little one or two little red flags. That's all it takes.
So like how much, like how big does something have to be a red flag for you? Because like my guess is you're probably doing great here in this.
I call it the record scratch. Like when your image of who the person is collides with who they actually are, you get that record scratch right away.
That's a good metaphor, man, or analogy. Is that
just
yours?
one or two of those little record scratches, especially after this last relationship? I gave him like 3 or 4 or 5 chances, and that was way too many.
So
mainly because I was living with him, and it was
because it's like I like the idea that you're being efficient, like you're not wasting time in feelings and stuff. But like I guess the risk of going too far that way is you could cut off something good prematurely because you were just like, oh, moderate problem, can't do it. You know what I mean? Like. Actually, I would hate to see someone leaning too far in the direction.
Also, I think I have a realistic sense of what people can actually change and control about themselves and what they can't. Like once those neural pathways are set, there's a big resistance they're working against, and I pick up on patterns pretty quickly. So once I start seeing the patterns,
yes, like personality,
they usually don't ever change much.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, personality is it's not fixed, but it's almost fixed. It's mostly fixed.
Yeah,
it's very hard to change,
including mine. Like that's why I tell you all the time: if there's something you don't like about me, then go find the person that has that thing. Because my ability to change, to give it to you, is very limited. You take me as I am, my strengths, my weaknesses, and if that's not to your taste, then you have to go find somebody else that has what you're looking for.
Like I think there is an amount of wiggle room, but like let's say that you're 80% on a certain personality dimension. I think with effort and concentration, you maybe bring that up into the low mid 90s, but you could also probably bring it down to 65. Like so, yeah, you're still above average. Right. Like, so let's say you were very neurotic. Okay. Now you're still pretty neurotic, but you're still pretty, but it's not as bad as it was. But but making a bigger change than that is that's just
a healthy relationship can stabilize you and inspire you to make positive changes. But you also change from being in a relationship just from the inner subjectivity in ways that you can't plan or will at all. And in good way, like at least in the one I had, I changed in very good ways that I could never have even foreseen or envisioned for myself.
Like more kind of just like focused on more moral in a way, basically. Like more.
I became more adult, more responsible. I had normal jobs. I was participating in society more. Okay. I felt like a normal part of the middle class, like modern American culture.
I hear you, man. Yeah.
Like I more responsible, more conscientious.
Yeah. That makes absolute sense.
More empathetic, more loyal, more devoted, and I still have those qualities, but it was just like more than I ever, and all coming together at once and directed toward a larger social goal that I normally would not ever have aimed at.
Yeah, because you're basically covering both sides of social relationships. It's like you want to be good to them, and because you want to keep them, you want to keep them in your life, and so you got to be good to them, and you want to because you really do like them or love them.
It was out of respect and that they deserve. Like I just wanted, they deserved it, and I wanted them to have it. It wasn't even about keeping them.
But on the other side, I think so. Yeah, so you wanted them to have it. So yeah, because you have all these warm feelings.
It was a way of honoring that person and that relationship.
But then you also feel like, okay, I'm with this person. Like I like them. I want to keep them. I got to make them feel like they're not dating a loser here. Like I gotta you know what I mean? Like you gotta make it so that this is she'll feel good about being with me on this level.
Yeah, I guess there was some of that. I never felt insecure or threatened in any way that the relationship would
But so yeah, both sets of feelings were like one was about like they're basically both about keeping the relationship, because one half of it is you wanting to make sure you look good, like good enough that she feels good to be with you, and then you also want to make sure that like, well, so that's managing. Sorry, I'm high right
And
now.
none of this was really it kind of just happened, and then all of a sudden I found myself in this as this new not really a new person, but as this improved person living this improved life that I would have like saw myself doing on my own. And then you can look back and see all the little steps that led toward it. But I wasn't thinking in my head the whole time, oh, I gotta make myself look good, or oh, he deserves to have like a worthy partner. It just emerged.
Yeah, so no, what I was just saying, it could be like actually explicitly thought, or it might be just like this implicit like thing that you've never actually explicitly thought before, but then the second someone puts words to it, you're like, yeah, that does kind of correspond to how I was feeling or whatever. But
yeah.
Also, I'm high right now, so don't take anything.
I gotta pee anyway, so y'all keep talking, and I'll come back.
Hey, Emerald, what is up? Oh, you're kind of I can't hear you.
I didn't know it was muted. Sorry. I guess I was muted.
Oh yeah, there you are. Hey.
What's up?
Not much. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Cool. What's going on your end?
Just been busy for the most part.
Fair enough. Are you dressed as something right now?
Not really. I'm just wearing like a blood dress.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had like a balaclava, and I was trying to. It was supposed to be like an Antifa thing earlier, but I dropped it. It was
okay.
Hot and stupid to wear. So.
A friend of mine from like way back in childhood, he just posted on Facebook like a picture of himself from Halloween a few years ago. This costume was so good. He dressed up as in, you remember in Home Alone, like the Joe Pesci character?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The wet bandits. Yeah.
Exactly, right. So the Joe Pesci one, right? And remember the one where in one of the the house full of traps, he gets like a nail through his hand, and he gets like all those like bird furs like blowing at him with the fan, like whatever, like the feathers, bird furs, the feathers blowing on, and it's all sticking to because they already had something sticky put on him, and then like he got like his head blowtorched and like it just burned his skull.
Yeah.
So my friend, his costume was that. He was Joe Pesci after all that stuff happened. So he had like the same kind of like winter jacket on and like maybe scarf and just the same color boots and jeans or whatever he was wearing. And then like he had all this makeup on his face to like look like he was all blackened. So like you just got burned in your head, and like he had like all this like like bird feathers all over him, and like it was just perfect.
Yeah. That does sound cool.
It's a good guy because it's so specific, like it's just no one would ever think of that. It's not like like dressing up as like the Crow in the year 2000, or whatever, where it's like, or whatever, like or Jason Momoa or whatever. Like it's no one would think of it, but like so many people will recognize it and love it.
I honestly never put that much thought or effort into any Halloween costume.
Oh yeah, I never wear them. I'm too lazy.
I don't know. I can't seem to make myself care much. I was never. I don't know. I was raised in like one of those Christian homes with like where Halloween was like. I looked down upon. The only things we had to do is they did those fall festival things. And so it's really strange. Like, what was that?
Did you trick or treat?
Oh, I do that.
They did the trunk or treat thing, which I mentioned was like far creepier on so many levels. The concept, just a trunk or treat seems much worse. But it was really weird. You were only allowed to dress as costumes weren't okay, but you could dress as a clown or a hobo.
I used to love Halloween as a kid. I dressed up for that.
I don't understand
Yeah.
like why clowns and hobos were okay. I don't understand. But yeah.
What did they say?
What do you mean?
Did you ask them?
Oh, I mean, I was a kid. I was like 7 or 8. You didn't really ask questions at that point, you know.
As a kid, though, like you could get costumes from the store, so they were easy. It was easier to put a costume together as a kid. You just go pick one out, and it had the whole kit.
Yeah. I mean, we were poor though. We were really poor, so we didn't really do that kind of
We
thing.
were poor too. They were just cheap.
Fair enough.
I had a zebra costume. I was a zebra. I remember that one.
One year I went as Kramer
from Seinfeld.
Yeah, like I had this jacket. Yeah, I had this jacket that like was kind of like a jacket that Kramer might wear, and I just like super spiked my hair up. Like it didn't actually look like Kramer because like my hair wasn't curly. You know, it was just like rock hard straight up. And but my best costume ever for one year when I was a Ninja Turtle because I had this whole shell and everything, like plastic and everything, and like my dad actually made me real nunchucks.
Oh,
and I brought them with me. Two of them.
I used to have real nunchucks when I was a kid too, and I hurt myself with them. I guess like you would expect a kid to do, but.
It's such a cool weapon, like especially like you see someone who's skillful at it. It's like, damn, man, I miss Ninja Turtles.
It's a cool weapon, like to see somebody fucking around with it. But then when you really think about it, is it really a practical weapon though? I mean, I guess it's fine just to whack somebody with it, but beyond whacking somebody with it,
like it's very intimidating. It's
it's very intimidating, but it's like that's all psychologically intimidating. It's not in itself. I don't think it's actually that great of a weapon. I think it's very intimidating because it's so like fast and like it's all like but as Indiana Jones very very aptly demonstrated in the I think it was the first movie, one bullet's all it takes.
It's not a gun. I'm thinking we're comparing it to like swords and stuff.
Yeah, I think a sword's going to cut through the nunchucks too. It's going to cut right through the connecting tissue there. You're seeing the two short sticks that you aren't going to be able to fly. I can't think of too many weapons that nunchucks beat, really. They might look scarier than some of the others. I can't think of too many that it beats. I mean, I don't even really know if the nunchucks are really intended to be weapons or is more like dexterity training tools. They kind of make more sense like that. Kind of like something you use to like practice like your dexterity and like your precision with stuff. It seems like that's really more what they're made for. I wonder. I just can't imagine someone going out there really seriously, getting into like a, you play like Soul Calibur or something like that, fighting in an arena with all these other fighters, all these other weapons, and you've got the nunchucks. Kind of the same way I always felt with whatever the turtle had the size.
Yeah, that's Raphael. That was
yeah. Like the size, I mean, they look kind of cool, but they're really short, stubby little knives. I mean, I think you could come up with something better than that. I don't know.
So, I'm thinking back at like how much I used to love Ninja Turtles when I was a kid, and it was cool because the four main the turtles, and they each had like their own personality and identity, and they also had their own weapon, right? So they had like these like they were basically signified. They each had their own identity in each relevant way. And then you could see how like they would, fight in the context of like, with the benefits as well as the deficits of each weapon. Because like you could see that like, each one of them could do things the other one couldn't do. But then also they had vulnerabilities the other one didn't have. But it was just neat to watch it.
Yeah, sure.
It's cool.
What's that?
I was going to say, have a look at the chat. There's a couple of articles I linked there back to the Finders in case you want to read up on it later. Mint Press News, Whitney Webb, and The Last American Vagabond. They're a pretty strong, journalistically principled group of writers. They often handle odious topics that the mainstream news won't really touch on. And there's some credible articles there about the links between the finders and the CIA, including suppressed information, denied FOIA requests, that kind of stuff.
There's a really good documentary on YouTube about it too, where like this one guy actually found one of the guys from the finders, like and is elderly at that point, and interviewed him and stuff. And the interview, I can't say was all that revealing. The guy was still being kind of cagey about it, but you could tell he was lying about stuff kind of. But it was really interesting to see the things he said about because none of the things he was his explanations for what they were doing, none of them made any sense. But it was a really interesting documentary about it, though. I don't know what it was called now. I watched it 3 or 4 years ago.
Whitney
I could probably
Webb
find it.
herself has done a podcast interview with a journalist named Elizabeth Voss, VOS, who investigated the Finders case. Some of Voss's work is linked there in the chat. I don't know if that appears on the main page or only backstage here with us, but there is credible information that is verifiable with some digging. It's not easy to do. That truly highlight the links between the CIA and the Founders cult, or the Finders cult, pardon me.
And which isn't to say that the children were being abused or anything, but they were being experimented on in some way. They were not necessarily being sexually abused. That has been accused by some, but has not been corroborated by very many people. I will say that they were definitely, and they were openly, that was part of their stated purpose, was that they were doing psychological experiments on these children trying to see what raising them under different conditions and stuff
Yes.
what they could produce like that. That was the stated goal.
DOD in the United States. I know someone who is a former hedge fund trader. He's a stock analyst. He's a quant. He's a very skilled mathematician and data analyst. And he grew up in a cult that was connected to Edgar Casey. Gen X Jeff, you probably know who Edgar Casey was.
Yeah, what he was.
And this is a cult that was kind of involved with the prophecies of Edgar Casey and hidden knowledge and the Sphinx and ancient alchemy and all that stuff.
I remember reading about all stuff when I was a
This
kid.
fellow grew up in a cult that had links to the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, which is also linked to things like remote viewing. And he himself, of course, has talked to me about the Finders cult and the parallels between the cult he grew up in, experimenting on the psychological parameters that you kind of embed in children. If they're outside the wider norms that are recognized in society, you are then subjecting select groups of kids to different fitness tests, evolutionary fitness tests for their psychology, for their ability to discern the world, how to kind of preload filters and cognitive blocks or accelerants in their mind, cybernetic engineering, cybernetic social engineering. And the cult that he grew up in and eventually escaped from was one such group. The Finders was another one.
Yeah. Some people suggested they were of course they had different kind of categories they kind of put the kids into. They suggested that some of them were possibly being groomed to be CIA analysts, spy type things, or possibly they would train some of them to slaughter animals at really young ages, so they would have less empathy for towards killing and stuff like that, supposedly. And a lot of this is a lot of that the stuff I read in official documents, but I mean there's a lot of speculation too.
It's all well-known aspects of psychological conditioning: dehumanization, suppression of empathy. Children that grow up in satanic or Luciferian sex abuse cults, and there's report instances where they have to raise an animal as their pet and love it, and then they have to sacrifice it and murder it. And there are credible allegations of that going on with Epstein and some of the others. And there's an old 60 Minutes Australia episode about a young woman in Britain. This is
I watched that clip when he posted it. It was I think I saw it a long time ago too, but it's pretty interesting.
It's a fantastic interview, and you read that young woman's body language at her accounts, and you map that on to Eyes Wide Shut and the palace there, right? And everything. There's so many parallels. There's so much darkness behind that.
Yeah. I definitely you, John. You would definitely enjoy that last circle thing I posted there. You would find that very interesting. And I swear it doesn't even take long to read. It's a really well written thing. Honestly, I when I read it, I was just it was such a page turner. and I don't even get into like that kind of writing that much, like true crime or journalistic type thing like that. But it's got such a fucking killer hook at the beginning of it. You just can't you can't help but want to keep going with it. I mean, even if you don't believe in any of the stuff in it, it's just a great like read. You know, it's interesting. So it's a shame it was never finished, but I mean, you get enough of it. You don't really need the ending for it to be good, though. To be honest, like it opens up in this really interesting way. It opens up in like it opens up on let's see, the Mariposa Sheriff's Department. I'm not sure I can't remember where Mariposa is, but it opens up in somewhere in the South, and it's all about like how there's this simple like accident that happens between a cop car and something else, and like that triggers triggers something, and that triggers something, and that triggers something, and this journalist shows up just to report upon this like accident thing, and she kind of stumbles upon all this all these drugs being sold and all this stuff like that. And it's just really crazy, and it's written in a way that doesn't come across sensationalistic. Somehow it all comes across very like just the facts somehow, without it coming across like I don't know. I think it's kind of incredible. It almost reads more like a journalist's notes than than a story, but the story being told is so interesting. You don't even really mind that. It doesn't have there's not a lot of prose to it really. It's like a lot of just like then this happened kind of thing. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's not even. I think all together like the link I put together. There's a link to each the chapters that are available at the end of each chapter page there. I think there's only like 6 or 7 of them total. There's not that much. It gets really weird towards the end, though. It starts. There is some weird stuff where like there's this one guy that was like put in jail, that he was like he was one of the big investigators in this stuff, and like he was suddenly like arrested with like all these with basically like a meth lab's worth of meth in his van that he used for surveillance and stuff like that. But they basically according to him they swapped out the vans or something like that because he swore he'd never done anything like that before. And in jail he starts telling he tells like the reporter all this, starts telling her some crazy shit, and some of the stuff that really is absolutely 100% true about it, though. A lot of the last several stuff revolves around this computer software that is actually quite well known called Promise, and also what was it, Promise, and what was the other thing? Was it the other keyword for it was shit? Where is it? I just saw it a second ago. Promise was a real piece of software that was meant to that people were really worried about and afraid of back in the day as being like Big Brother kind of having too much power, because it was going to be like this big database that was going to have all of these. It was going to cross-reference all this legal stuff and all this stuff, so like no one would ever be able to hide again, kind of thing. And people were really afraid of it, and I mean, it's got some crazy shit. Danny Calcelera was the first person that really investigated it, and she was kind of taking the reins from him after he died. So he's an interesting story if you ever read about him too. If you've never read about him, I kind of thought he was one of the famous ones, kind of like what's the guy that the FBI agent Gunderson? You guys know about Gunderson? Kind of went nuts.
Don't know him, no.
Ted Gunderson? He used to be like one of the big he used to be like one of the highest up people in the FBI until he kind of went nuts and quit and turned into a major conspiracy theorist, and wrote one of those books that's like Behold a Pale Horse or something, I think it's called, or something like that.
Nope, don't know him.
Is Gunderson an older Caucasian man with a beard? And
they all are.
Did
they all are, yeah.
Did he appear in an international criminal court talking about COVID and things like that?
I don't know. I think he's been dead for a while. I think he died before COVID. Let me see. Ted Gunderson. Maybe not. Maybe he's alive. Maybe he's alive. Okay. No, he died in 2011. Died in 2011.
Okay, it's a different person I'm thinking of then.
He was a federal Bureau of Investigation special agent in charge and head of the Los Angeles FBI. And later on, he was an American author and conspiracy theorist. Some of his work includes the book The Death of Marilyn Monroe and the Assassination of John F. Kennedy. And he was a best-selling author of the best-selling book How to Locate Anyone Anywhere Without Leaving Home. And later in life, he researched a number of topics, notably including satanic ritual abuse. So there you go.
I'm not so sure that he was crazy if he was talking about Monroe and JFK. There's a lot of
he
about
got
those
really
two.
paranoid towards the end, and started acting really radically. But I mean, he wasn't crazy at first, but I think he kind of drove himself a little crazy. There's a couple of documentaries that like he's in, that he talks and stuff. Like you can start seeing this from the Crack Show. I mean, I don't blame people for like going into that stuff. It will drive you crazy after a while, because like I mean, most rational people, even if you're a conspiracy theorist, unless you're the kind of person that just like dives into it full on without questioning anything, the constant questioning of your own sanity and of like on what you're seeing and what you're starting to believe, it's gonna eventually eat away at you and kind of like eat away at your sanity. You're gonna start wondering if you're gonna start thinking that you really are crazy, because it just feels that way, because like there's all this,
So wait, hang on one sec. Is conspiracy theory about feeling? Because that word keeps coming up a lot when we talk about it.
Which
I just
word?
feel that it's true, or I just feel like it could be the case, or it just feels that way.
I mean, I guess sometimes, not usually.
There's an important difference to be made here between what the term conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist means in the wider culture. I could point to 10 real world scenarios that involved legal and ethics abuses and state violence and suppression of information that were at the time dismissed as conspiracy theories in the way we dismiss people who talk about that subject material today. The start of the Vietnam War, for example, the Franklin scandal that I mentioned, the collusion between light bulb manufacturers to have their bulbs only match a certain number of hours of operation and break down, planned obsolescence. So there, the JFK assassination with the ongoing suppression of the files that are supposed to be released. So there are a lot of events in history that at the time were actually genuinely a result of criminal conspiracies. This is why we have criminal conspiracy laws and insider trading laws. After the fact, what was ridiculed as tinfoil hattery, we now have enough data to reliably say there is more truth there than falsehood. And it was not, if had we only taken things more seriously then, we may have reduced or helped alleviate human suffering. So there is conspiracy theorizing based on data, observable patterns of evidence, and relying on a maxim like if the appearance of impropriety is a signal for corruption, then the pretense of plausibility is corruption's penultimate form, right? Be cynical. Actions speak louder than words. If we had that level of data analysis, past behavior is a good indicator of future behavior, right? That level of analysis of collusion and criminal conspiracy, that's genuine.
That happens at the investigative and legal, judicial levels.
Well,
the ordinary citizen's not going to be able to do that level of analysis for every little thing that appears.
No, of course not, and no one
way.
is expecting it to happen for every little thing, and it wouldn't be healthy to do that for every little thing. But in those cases in the past where those suspicions were raised, they were much more reliably in the past shut down or gaslighted into being dismissed as tinfoil hattery, and we have provable cases for that. So today, when things are dismissed as, oh, that's a conspiracy theory, you're a conspiracy theorist, a lot of folks who are not that, well, I feel it's true type, folks who look at data, folks who have once believed things and had their beliefs changed and updated through data. I've changed my mind on a few things that I used to believe were true and conspiracy minded and no longer are. If you can update your worldview based on data, right, and based on
But Chris keeps talking about, like, he keeps using the word feeling, and I look at the data rationally, and I don't make the connections he makes. So I'm wondering if there's something like emotion or intuition that
there's an element of intuition involved
that makes the difference in what we see or don't see.
Oh, 100%, 100%. This is why it's good to have multiple different viewpoints so that you can either affirm or otherwise calibrate or readjust your own views, which is why taking in new evidence that could be wildly contrary to beliefs you already believe you have reflected sufficiently upon. It's always wise just to keep a little bit of room for updating involved there. Right? As you mentioned in a relationship, right? You learn to see warning signs. You know, when you're 28, you look at things differently than when you're 50. Same with, quote, conspiracy theories, unquote. When you can move from the younger person's, not always a younger person, but to the newly questioning mind of someone who isn't used to rigorous analysis.
Question things I don't have a reason to question. Like, my epistemology hasn't changed, and my methodology for finding truth.
That's one of the fundamental differences then. Your epistemology is, our axioms are different. I've grown exceedingly cynical and mistrusting of authority and power because I have been fooled so many times.
Based on personal experiences?
Personal experiences, finding out after the fact that things that I believed were true at the time and I were told to be true at the time and believed were to be true at the time, later turned out to be absolutely manipulated, massaged, prevaricated, just not true. How World War II started with Pearl Harbor, right? That's just one example, but the Dutch East India Company and how it ruled India for many years before it was broken apart by the British Crown and reabsorbed into different companies. The concentration of media ownership, for example. I used to believe we have freedom of the press and free speech. Well, now I see cancel culture. There's evidence of the U.S. government colluding with Twitter and other social media platforms to outright bypass the First Amendment. Whereas at the time, we were being told it's absolutely false, it's not true. After the fact, we've learned, well, they were lying to us again. So I am exceedingly distrustful of authority. If there is a mere pretense, if there's a mere appearance of impropriety, just a hint of impropriety, I am now tuned to believe that is a signal for significant corruption because
I need more
so
than
many
appearance.
past incidents of misabuse of trust, at least for me.
Chris, are you and Neurojack still going to do that conspiracy channel? Are y'all still?
Yes, I haven't talked to Jack. I haven't talked to Jack the last couple of days. But I mean, but just to touch on what John just said, like I just want to say, like, just because, like, whenever I say a conspiracy theory type thing, it doesn't necessarily mean that I also want to stress, it doesn't mean I believe that thing wholeheartedly. It means that I question it. It means that I see that something could be the case. It doesn't mean that, like, I don't base my reality around it. I don't take. I mean, like, the Finders, like, that's the Finders thing is, like, to me, that was interesting. That was more like a mystery. It's a really interesting mystery that, and I'm a big mystery buff. I love trying to solve mysteries. I love trying to figure things out.
I am a huge mystery buff, but fictional ones. Like,
Right,
I'm not a true crime.
I don't know. I guess mysteries that happen in the real world all the time too, and, like, I see. I mean, even my.
But sometimes, like, the problem with real world mysteries is people can see mysteries that are not really mysteries. Like, you never know what the real mysteries are or not.
And sure,
so
and
fictional one, it's a mystery because it's designed from the start to be a mystery.
Sure, and there have been plenty of times I've started investigating something I thought seemed mysterious, and it turned out to just be nothing. I mean, that happens all the time, a lot more often than the other way. I mean, like, I look at things something like just because we were talking about it, I don't want to keep harping on it, but, like, the Finders thing was something that when I first read about it, I thought it sounded like ridiculous, but the more I looked into it, the more it was just like, it freaked me out a little bit. It creeped me out. I mean, it's kind of like reading like a really good like horror novel kind of thing, just reading through all these files and all this stuff like that. And as I'm a writer too, so I'm also interested in like things that inspire like different kinds of ideas and stuff in me. But I mean, just because like I can't even think of a single quote unquote conspiracy type thing that I 100% like will just like swear my life on this is real, this is definitely the case. I believe this above all other things. I mean, like I might think that they might be true, but I don't think that they necessarily always
But
are
they
true.
interest you enough to entertain and explore and
Yeah.
go down rabbit holes on.
Yeah, they do that. Definitely do that. But I don't. Like put like that much stock in them. I don't say. I mean, I like like the stuff of like Jeffrey Epstein or something like that we know that's true. And I engage in like kind of half joking speculation that I say things like I think he's still alive and stuff because that would be the real pimp move of like if you're gonna just to fake your death away. Fake your death by making it look like you were killed by the CIA. I think that seems like a really, but I don't necessarily believe that. And even if I did believe it, even if I thought it was true, it doesn't matter to my life at all. It's not important to me. I don't go around. I don't have, and my house is a disaster, but I don't have any of those cork boards with all the strings on them anywhere. I'm not trying to solve the big mystery so that I can like save the day or anything like that. It's more than it's probably just because I'm a writer and it's good intellectual. It's something that whenever I take that kind of thing in, it colors and helps me write better fiction when I do write, and it helps me kind of see the world in different ways and sometimes worse ways, sometimes better ways. But it doesn't always. But I don't think any of those things. I mean, I've gone into researching weird things, thinking I was looking for something dark and found something very positive on the other side of it just as many times as the other way. So, and a lot of those things have colored a very positive worldview for me in a lot of different instances. So, I don't know. I guess that's the reason why I get a little. I guess I get a little defensive whenever you talk about because I don't mean it. I feel like whenever you're saying conspiracy theories, I feel like you're thinking of people that are like really like hyper passionate, like because you said you were into Russiagate and stuff like that.
The kind of stuff that I pointed out tonight that you talked about, and that other people on here talk about. I like to refine imagination into fact and opinion into truth, and some people take a pleasure in just speculation itself.
Right.
Like you said, it's your writer's brain. It helps you with fiction. It's the fiction making element of the mind that you like to indulge, and I don't see an issue with that. I just don't have the same interest. Like I need a higher bar of like a higher impetus to motivation than just appearance of something. I have to have like I have to have some kind of fact or evidence to lead my investigation. And just if something appears to be something, that's not enough for me to spend energy going down 20 rabbit holes on it.
Well,
because
I mean,
that can never end. You could do that with anything all day long. And
well,
the conspiracy people that I know do just that.
With the exception of like the thing I said about like the thing with the movies with Paul Thomas Anderson, the Golden Suicides thing. I mean, those things. I mean, you can definitely link them, and they're not even like unobviously linked. But I could see how that one we could see that way. But I mean, like what I'm saying, the Finders thing. I mean, there's reams of documents on this. This is not like something like I made up.
Existed. There's a whole Wikipedia article, but the thing that tied it to the FBI and CIA, I even read the little passage out of Wikipedia saying, even though there's no evidence, some people think this or associate this. So that's the conspiracy part.
Anyone can edit Wikipedia, though. I mean, that doesn't mean there's. I mean, I'm going by the. I've read the FBI reports. I've read the actual reports. I've read primary sources on this stuff.
Okay. Well, apparently Wikipedia has read them too and said that there's no evidence in them because they
somebody on Wikipedia said that, but I've read the primary sources and they're not saying that.
Pardon me. We can't say Wikipedia read it. Wikipedia can be edited by multiple people, and there are even little.
Okay, well, that's part of the conspiracy that somebody went and inaccurately edited Wikipedia to make it seem like not a conspiracy.
But that's not a conspiracy. That's been done before. People have been caught doing that. The CIA got caught doing that.
That's not a conspiracy. That That's
just
not a
happens.
conspiracy in the
I
sense
personally
that it's
don't
worthy
care
of
about the
derogation.
finders or whether it's conspiracy or not. I'm just saying this is the kind of like conspiracies always have a reason why, like why it's still a conspiracy, even though people point out reasons to not believe in it. They still have reasons to believe in it. I told you, I've had friends that are conspiracy. I've dealt with this for like decades. This type of thinking, and I'm
I
just
think
trying to
we're talking
understand
about
it. That's all.
two different
Because it's so
species
different than the
of
way
a
I would
higher order
approach the
animal.
same exact problem.
Okay.
And you at last yesterday when we talked, you asked me to point them out, like, and I said next time they come up, and several came up tonight, and I pointed it out. So that's why
Okay.
we're in this conversation.
Okay. I was intentionally trying to talk about like things I thought were creepy or something like that because it's Halloween tonight. But like the Finders thing is just, I think it's a creepy story. But I mean, I guess it can be, you can call it a conspiracy. But
Well, I mean, I said I identified the part that was the conspiracy. I'm not saying the Finders doesn't exist and people are making up the entire thing that there was ever a Finders. That is not what I'm saying. I know there was a Finders cult, but it's the connection to the FBI and CIA.
The big disconnect that's coming here stems from two things, I believe. One is the threshold for which a person looks at themselves in their own head and says, well, I know this isn't true, and a degree of obfuscation around this that crossed a red line for me. So what else might not, like, and then you go to what's important to you, right? So the threshold of hooking your interest in finding out, well, what else isn't true like this? What else has been, memory hold or altered to such a degree with the imprimatur of authority? That's a different threshold for a lot of people. And then there's another threshold involved when you talk about the subject, any subject at all, is how much has that person read? How much have I read? Have they consulted primary sources? Am I relying on secondary and tertiary order sources? And if there is that level of a disconnect, and you'll have different strengths or weaknesses in what you have primary source information on. Like I literally have dozens of hours of reading done on things like 1980s child sex abuse cults, satanic panic cults, the 60 Minutes interview I mentioned. So when I kind of give the Cole's Notes version of a quote conspiracy theory to someone, they don't have any of the sources operating behind in their mind to fill in the blanks that someone with eyes to see it would. Like someone who's a filmmaker, the art of cinematography. When you know the techniques and ins and outs of something, you have that data set behind you. Smaller prompts will activate all kinds of cross-pollinated information in your mind, and suddenly the level of plausibility is different for you. So we're all operating from vastly different backgrounds in that area. So we've got to find better topics to accord on, perhaps, or different spaces.
Let me tell you. Well, let me tell you. After we watched that movie, the first thing I said was the easiest thing for me to do is not say anything about the movie at all. So that was my first approach, was to not even get on that topic. I said the same thing with the conspiracy thing today. I said, I don't want to get on this topic, and somehow we got on it. But Chris did ask me to point out next time he's doing a conspiracy, and I told him I would. That's why I did that tonight.
Good.
I have been trying to avoid these topics. They come up anyway because these are the topics that people want to talk about. And it seems like if there's all these sources, that it would be easier to start with the sources. Like, here's my theory about something, and here's the sources that this theory is based on. This is why
I can't condense
sources.
50 hours of reading into a 5-minute explanation or even a 10-minute one.
No, but you could point toward like the 2 or 3 most significant of the sources.
Do you remember earlier on?
That's what academics do and scientists do.
In terms of the Finders, John did that. He did put some really good some resources up there.
Why would Wikipedia say, despite lack of evidence are verification by the Washington, D.C. Police Department. And you're saying you've read all the FBI, and this is the sentence after they have the link to the FBI files. And you've read all the FBI files, and there is evidence and verification that this is true, then why would Wikipedia say this? It's not?
Why do you believe Wikipedia is an authoritative source on anything? I don't mean that as a slight. I'm genuinely curious.
The only part that I'm going off of is they say, despite lack of evidence or verification by the Washington Police Department. So if there's verification from them, it seemed like that would be easy to provide. Like, here's the verification from the Washington, D.C. Police Department. Wikipedia is wrong. Or the FBI files. If there's evidence and since you've both read the FBI files, it seems like you would be able to say, no, wait a minute. In this FBI file right here, there is evidence. Why is Wikipedia saying this?
Well,
but instead, you want me to doubt Wikipedia with nothing to counter why I should doubt it.
Let me show you something right now. Then I'll give you something. This is from the FBI report.
Please wait.
Okay,
Jeff.
Okay.
I think we should first establish why you seem to be defaulting or choosing Wikipedia to be an authoritative
because
source.
That sounds most plausible to me, absent evidence to the contrary.
Okay, so
that's why.
Is that
sounds like a feeling? Just kidding. I'm just joking. I was just kidding.
Evaluation of Wikipedia as a source?
Wikipedia is saying there's no evidence for it. So all someone has to do is to show me to doubt Wikipedia. Show me the evidence they're saying is not there.
When it comes to Wikipedia, all one has to do is make an edit to that page that remains unedited thereafter.
Right. Even if somebody did that, even if that's an edit, all you have to do is show the evidence that Wikipedia is saying is not there. It's that easy. Show something from the FBI files, or show the verification from the Washington, D.C. Police Department.
Hold on a moment.
So, I'm not going to be able to read this, Chris. It's too small.
No, don't. Let's not do this now. Here's the thing. The onus on me isn't to read.
It is if you want to change my mind about Wikipedia. If you don't, then just let me default to Wikipedia.
I still
it seems plausible to me that when Wikipedia says despite lack of evidence or verification, people think this is a conspiracy. That seems plausible.
But if Wikipedia can be so easily edited.
But the way to convince me is not to convince me that Wikipedia can be edited. I already know it can be edited. It's to just show something contrary to what they're saying.
No. Well, to show you something contrary to what they're saying,
indicate a larger conspiracy. The Elizabeth Voss articles. So they frame that these reports indicate a large conspiracy as a belief. So to show me that it's not just a belief, then show me the evidence or the verification that they're saying would disprove this as a belief.
I can't think and read an article for you. And I've linked to articles written by a woman named Elizabeth Voss that contains far more comprehensive
information. I don't need you to read it for me. Just show me the FBI file that says contrary, that it's not a belief, that it's a fact. That's it.
Well, why would you necessarily believe the FBI file one way or another when the FBI
I would take the FBI file as a primary source, but Wikipedia is saying it's not. There's nothing in the file that indicates that it's a fact.
Well, why do you believe Wikipedia?
I believe it until you show me something in the file that shows that it's a fact.
No, that's not my question. Why?
I've answered that one too, because this sounds plausible to me. Because Wikipedia is saying that people without evidence are going to believe this is a conspiracy theory, and that's exactly what it looks like is happening. So Wikipedia is kind of like verifying my own experience of witnessing this live in person with my own eyes. Wikipedia is telling me that some people are going to tell you this is a conspiracy theory. They're going to believe that it's a conspiracy theory, but there's no evidence for it. And that's exactly what I'm seeing. That my own intuition is telling me from watching everybody talk tonight.
Please, pardon me a moment.
So Wikipedia is not saying anything too disparate from what I myself am experiencing and the conclusions I'm coming to. And all it would take is to show the evidence that Wikipedia is saying is not there from the FBI files. And because Chris said he read them, I figured it would be very easy for Chris to pull up the FBI files and show the conspiracy.
Sure, I can. Well, I can show you a few things. Just from this one article that he pulled
I
up.
still
That
have a point to get out that I wasn't able to get out. This is important.
okay.
What if a week from now, Jeff, the Wikipedia pages have been updated and altered to show that now it is true, and their previous position was not
I'll
correct?
edit it myself. If I see evidence from the FBI, I will edit it myself and say, no, look.
You're not
there is
allowing
evidence.
me to finish. What if the page is updated a week from now, not by you? We find the page has been updated and there's a link to a document and so on. So Wikipedia then would have been wrong in the past, but is right now. But what if then after that update, there's another update going and this is, well, now it's wrong again.
Well, you can see the edits, though.
Well, yes, you can sometimes see a history of edits. What I'm saying is the editing on Wikipedia can be done by each side. It can be colored. We know the integrity of Wikipedia has been compromised in the past. I don't believe Wikipedia should be held up by anyone as a credible authority to determine whether something accords with baselines you already have or not. It is not independent enough or robust enough as a dispassionate.
In your opinion, in my experience, it's worked well enough as a starting point in the past.
As a starting
point.
That's
what this is a starting point.
Okay. As a starting point. So my recommendation would be to completely table this particular topic. If Jeff wants to follow up on the evidence, we've allowed him to have.
I just want to see it. Yeah.
The Elizabeth Voss articles. Spend a month or two, and in that time, if you read them and bring the topic up, let us know if it changed your mind on the finders.
I'm not going to read the entire FBI file. I just need someone to show me the part that verifies that it's a conspiracy.
I'm not doing the extra reading for you. If you care to know,
you don't have to read it for me. All you have to do is point me to the part. You're saying you don't want to go back yourself and read through them and find the evidence.
No. But more importantly than that,
do you remember where the evidence is from your reading? Does like in your mind, can you go back to it?
More importantly than that, I can't eat ice cream and tell you how it tastes, right? There's no way you're going to.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking.
Allow me to finish my clumsy metaphor.
None of this is hard. If I can ask any academic, hey, could you show me the source? And they'd be like, yeah, sure, it's right here. Here's the book or the page or the link. Like, I don't know why this conversation is hard.
Well,
even Chris, he pulled up something. Like the minute I asked, he pulled up this FBI thing. He knew exactly what I was asking for.
I can't read the Voss article for you, but if you read the Voss article I linked,
I don't know why you think I want you to read an article for me. I never once asked that. I don't know where you got that from.
I'm trying to express that I can
people ask for sources all the time. Nobody thinks it means read the article for me.
If I can finish what I'm trying to say, it would be helpful to communicate more thoroughly. I'm getting a little frustrated. I don't mean to be mean, but please allow me to finish a thought, okay? You're asking for sources. Okay, I've provided sources. Now you're asking, show me in the sources you provide me exactly what will convince me. I don't know what will convince you, which is why when I say I can't read it for you, I can't digest, read, think about, reflect upon the information to weigh it in my mind or your mind. You can do that. So I can't read it for you. I can't think about it for you, but I can show you an article that is well researched by a journalist who's written
FBI
more than one article on
not
the
an
subject.
article.
If you want to understand why so many people, ostensibly like Chris and myself, who have some useful things to say, sometimes that you accord with and agree on, why we might think Wikipedia is a bad source for this,
because
and we provided sources for you to do your own checking and thinking about.
That's
when you should cycle back to it. I can't read the article for you. I don't know what would convince you from within the article.
I said over and over the evidence or verification from the Washington, D.C. Police Department. One of those two things. The evidence that's in the FBI files that Chris said was in there.
Please.
Or verification from the Washington State, D.C. Police Department.
I have another relevant point then to that. In the Franklin scandal, the local police in that town were involved in the child sex abuse hierarchy. and they were involved in hiding evidence. So
Okay, so then that leaves the FBI files. If
Well,
if the DC
okay,
police
so
is
the
not
police
going
I
to
would
have it.
have qualms about, right? So a little snippet like that would be why I, for example, in looking at Wikipedia, would immediately doubt Wikipedia relying on a local police authority, because I know the police can and are and have been corrupt like that. It makes me doubt. So
So there's
Wikipedia,
still the FBI files then.
well, yes, and there's a lot of file information there, but perhaps the article from Elizabeth Voss, who has almost certainly done, I can't guarantee this, but from what I've read of her work, she seems to be a practiced journalist who understands standards of rigorous journalistic reporting ethics, bias, neutrality. Her articles are a distillation of a lot of the information in the FBI files. If you look at one of the articles she read, not now, if you at all care to look at it, read the Voss article and then think, do I need still to look at the FBI files, or is her writing of that persuasive to me? Right? Start with the Wikipedia, go to sources people.
I don't think it's unreasonable to ask
No.
to use the FBI file as a primary source.
It's not unreasonable at all. No, it's not. But just as in the Franklin scandal, the local police in the Franklin scandal were involved in it and revealed thus a level of corruption.
So is the FBI involved too? Are they part of the conspiracy? How would you show that?
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's a matter of organizational failure.
It was.
Do you know about the record of ethics and law violations the FBI has? Are you aware at all of any of those violations in ethics?
Well, I'm willing to evaluate what's in the report and then make a judgment from there. But I at least think it's important to see if because Wikipedia is claiming there in the entire FBI report there is no evidence. So if there's even anything that looks like evidence, I'm willing to evaluate that.
So what constitutes evidence can vary markedly.
I don't know. I didn't
people.
read the report. I don't know.
Yes, I'm not asking.
Chris might
that's a
have an
preface to
idea.
what
He's
I'm
the
about
one
to
that
say.
said he read the FBI files.
I'm that you didn't allow me to finish. I'm asking as it like in a Socratic way. I'm not asking you just what constitutes evidence to different people. Well, obviously that will depend on their biases and education and reading and so on. So when we look to Wikipedia, what Wikipedia would consider evidence, what the infighting fractious editors of Wikipedia would consider evidence, I wouldn't countenance as a reliable starting source, which is again an axiomatic difference between us. But me pointing out the police corruption and you kind of going, well, yeah, maybe we should exclude that. I would
so the FBI
exclusion to the FBI and to Wikipedia itself.
To where there's never going to be evidence. So it becomes just a belief. It's exactly what Wikipedia is saying.
No, I'm saying don't rely on Wikipedia to guide you on what evidence to deem creditable.
Anything that remotely looks like evidence to the contrary, I'm willing to look at and evaluate.
Okay, that's just it right
from
there.
the FBI report.
Evaluate. That's the crux of it. So I can't tell you what within a piece of evidence will be worth your evaluation, which is why you.
Well, maybe Chris could use his judgment and pull some things out that look like it might be evidence that supports that it's a conspiracy. I don't think that's hard. I would be able to do that with a report if somebody asked me.
I wouldn't even go so far as to say that it's necessarily like a conspiracy in that sense. I mean, there definitely was. I mean, okay, a conspiracy in the sense of like a group of people getting together and making a pact, I guess, to not to do something or to not speak about something. I mean, yes, in that sense, there definitely was conspiratorial elements. What is a matter of record, and this is not disputed. This is not a disputed fact in any way, is that the finders, as they started, really weirdly enough, the group itself started as a CIA. I can't remember if it said they were funded or if they were or just associated, but it was this group of people that started this computer. It was early 80s, right? And they were trying to find people to help train people on computers. And this group, the finders, which they didn't call themselves that then, they were the proto version of the finders, actually got a contract with the FBI, and they trained the CIA, and they trained CIA agents on how to use computers. a lot of their weird cult stuff later on seem to sit around computers and stuff. So there is a definitive connection between the CIA and the finders, regardless of like the cultish parts of it or not. That part is not disputed.
Okay.
The later on, like the FBI agents that and a couple of journalists that reported on it, they did say that as I would have had in the screen there, they did say that like they found many like links between and it wasn't like necessarily saying that they were current CIA. It wasn't like the CIA was running it or something, but these were like of course, I mean, they say you never really leave the CIA, right? So I mean, so who knows, like, I mean, how involved they were, but like there were definitely were people that were involved and that are confirmed to have been involved in the group that were ex-CIA at least. A lot of that has been redacted, and it is, you can see that where it says, like, it'll say in some of the files, it'll show like, CIA linked, and then it'll be blank, 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 and just like blanks a bunch of stuff out. So
Look
they
at the
redact
chat,
a lot
please.
of stuff.
Look at the chat, please.
Yeah.
This is an excerpt from the Voss article.
Right. There is an admission that Isabel Petty, the wife of Finders leader Marion Petty, worked for the CIA during the Cold War era. Petty also admitted that his son worked for the CIA-linked Iran-Contra era America, and yeah, I remember reading that in that documentary touches on that. Of course, like the accusation about the wife, I don't know about that, but his son, definitely, that was confirmed.
No. Let me just get to the end here. It reads, key documents from the MPD investigation are labeled secret, just as Martinez had claimed, which is bizarre on its face if we are to believe that the finders were simply an odd, quote, alternative living, end quote, commune. So that's from the Voss article. That right there seems credible to me.
That's a conditional bizarre. What is the MPD investigation?
That's the Marion Police Department, the Marion County Police Department. That's the people that did or Maryland Police Department, I guess. Was it Maryland that was done in, or something like that?
Wikipedia said Washington D.C. So
it's something police department. I can't remember what it is right now.
The article.
But the thing, even the guy that they interviewed in the documentary,
Washington Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. The guy that they interviewed in the documentary that actually was a member of it, even he admitted that like, while there was a odd alternative living commune aspect to it, that they had city goals, and part of their goals were to do these kind of bizarre social experiments, and a lot of them did involve children, and they had all the weird theories about how to about nature versus nurture type stuff, trying to raise children in strange ways to get them to see if they could produce different kinds of people, more or less. And like some of this is admitted by the people that were in the group. So I mean, I didn't mean, I guess maybe I said it, I got too worked up and said it too emphatically, but I do consider them to be linked to the CIA. And there certainly was something weird about, like, when the CIA got word that the FBI was investigating it, the investigation got shut down. I'm not saying the CIA ran the finders, per se. They might have, but the CIA is also smart enough and also crafty enough, and I'm saying this because as I have faith in the CIA as being spies, that they're good enough to know how to properly compartmentalize and keep, if they want to run some sort of weird experiment, such as they did with MK Ultra and other things. I mean, we do know for a fact that CIA really did go around and dose people with LSD without their knowledge. I mean, like, they're not above this. This is not like, well, the CIA would never do something like that. Like, this is not above
they're capable of it is not evidence that they did it.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm saying it's within the realm of possibility. I'm saying it's not science fiction. That's my point. Is that it's not science fiction, and there are credible accusations.
Okay. I'll give you realm of possibility. My standard is realm of probability. So if you have anything that moves it from possible to probable, I'll listen. Other than that, I'm going to have to stop this, because this is
Okay.
what I'm talking about. My other criticism of conspiracy theories, which I've just realized, is they are rabbit holes that drain my energy that I'd rather be putting toward
Okay.
other things.
Fair enough. I'll stop it. I didn't even really care that much of the Finders thing. I just thought it was interesting, creepy stuff for Halloween. That was the only reason I brought it up. It's not something I talk about a lot. I think it's just a weird,
The
interesting,
ones
creepy
we
story.
talked about today definitely were creepy and Halloween material, and I'm glad you shared them. It's the meta conversation around them that it is what like having this effect. It's not hearing about them yourself, like just hearing about them like we did earlier. I think that was perfectly in line with the spirit of Halloween. But then it's when we start arguing about the details of if they're real and how we know they're real and conspiracy, and we get into that meta rabbit hole around conspiracy theories themselves.
Okay.
It just goes nowhere.
Fair enough.
It's like the movie. It's like talking about the movie. We get in a loop. And it's endless. Like the loop doesn't lead out anywhere. It just keeps involving into itself. At least that's what it seems like to me. I have nothing to say about this. I don't do this kind of speculation. I don't have the writer's brain you have. I'm a very rational, logical, evidence-based person. And when you connect 100 things together just because they could be true or sound like they might be true, I have nothing to respond with.
What 100 things did I connect together? I mean, I also thought the Finders thing was interesting because
I'm gonna end this. I have to end this.
I was just saying that the only reason I brought the Finders thing up is because it's very it's very similar to True Detective.
But I heard subjectively, and it may not be accurate, but subjectively, it sounds like I heard about 10 different conspiracy theories, and each one had about 30 to 50 things in them that were being connected. So when I say 100, I'm speaking figuratively. That's the impression it made on my brain tonight.
Okay. I just thought it had a cool connection to
It's
True
like,
Detective.
oh, this could be true, and then this, and if you think about this and this, but none of it's tied to anything or grounded in anything. And that's always I'm a very concrete thinker, and it always frustrates me when people don't ground theory in something concrete. Then I have a hook I can follow the conversation with and I can respond to about. And when people are just like pure speculation and it happens so fast and so voluminous, and my ability to participate in it goes away. Like I can't. It's like people talking about football.
I understand that. I can't talk about football either.
And I'm not trying to tell people what to talk about, but I need some kind of role in my stream. Like I need some kind of like ability to have an exchange or reciprocate. And when the conspiracy stuff talks, I feel sidelined. Like I have nothing. I have no weight in on the conversation other than to critique it from the outside.
I do appreciate the critiques, to be honest. But that's fine. I'm not trying to.
They also seem to be generating frustration, and I don't necessarily have a problem with frustration, but if it's going to be like constant frustration all the time, every time we try to do this, I don't know if that's the direction that either of us want the stream to go. It's not the direction I want the stream to go.
That's fair enough. Yeah. I certainly, I'm not trying to derail anything.
No, I'm just not I'm not a conspiracy. Like I need more than possible to participate realistically in the conversation.
Well, okay.
Okay. Well, I don't know where to go from here, and I noticed that Machine is streaming too, and Hank's on there.
Okay. I'm probably going to bed. So.
Okay, I might stop by Machines. At
least
least
it goes
there's no
well.
other trolls on there.
I hope it's troll free for once.
Do they still come out and stalk him?
Yeah, they do. and not even his stream. There's several streamers that for some reason keep letting the same trolls on, and they hijack and derail the stream every time. I don't understand the payoff
Who
for
are
having
one
these
or
people
two
on
I
the
should
stream.
look out for?
Do what?
Who are one or two that should be looked out for?
Illuma Tommy,
Yeah.
Toilet Bowl Earth. What's that other one? Smith's not really a troll. He just has like issues, and he just talks randomly like word salad stuff, and nobody can really talk while he's on. Like you can't have a conversation. He just keeps spitting out random words and phrases and numbers and tying words together in weird etymological and gematrian like ways. But I wouldn't necessarily say he's a troll. I think he's well intentioned. Illuma Tommy's a big one, and Toilet Bowl Earth. So I might go. Hank is trying to explain Discordianism to them.
Go give Machine some moral support.
So we might go back him up.
Yeah, yeah, that could be interesting, I guess. I'm
in
tired.
fact, I will put the link for anybody interested in knowing how to find him.
All right, guys. Well, good night.
Okay, good night. Happy Halloween.
Cheers and good night.
Glad y'all are here.
Streaming tomorrow?
Yeah, what time you want to do it? I'm pretty much free all day.
I'm free all day too, like usual.
What are you finding? Is it better to do them in the afternoons, or do we have better results in the evening?
It's a good question. We should look at the stats on that. I haven't really paid attention, to be honest. It seems occasionally we have really great evening streams, but sometimes our afternoon streams really like. I don't know. I feel like maybe sometimes the streams that are like too early in the afternoon, like people aren't around, but like I don't know. It just depends on the day. It's like literally it's a crapshoot no matter what we do.
What time do you want to? We can test it tomorrow. We can just try different slots. What time is a good one to try tomorrow? Like 4, 5, 3?
Yeah, let's do let's try 5.
5 your time?
Yeah, 5 my time. Like let's try like a late afternoon one this time.
Yeah, maybe like the after work crowd will.
Yeah, let's see if we can capture some of that or something. That seems good, like a good plan.
Okay. Well, I'll do it for that. 5 your time. In fact, I'll set it up after we leave here.
All right. Well, I'll see you there. If I don't talk to you before that first, I'll talk to you guys. And Emerald, are you all right there?
Yeah, I am.
The quietest woman I've ever known.
Unless when there's a topic she can sink her teeth into, she's very open. Like when Joshua was here, sometimes he can.
No, yeah. I only say that because I want to encourage you to talk more because I appreciate your input and your. I think it's nice to have. I mean, this sounds just silly, but I just think it's.
You definitely got best costume, and Emerald and I have had some fantastic like one-on-one, very deep.
I've had good conversations with her here. I would just like to. I appreciate to hear a female voice on the stream sometimes. I just like to hear. it's a good change from all the men's voices, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely more quiet tonight because I had a lot of guys just like message me, and I was like annoyed that.
Why weren't you telling us that? We wasted all this time talking about this stuff. We could have been talking about your dating life this whole time.
I was just really annoyed.
That's the
like,
lifeblood of the
them
stream.
Came up from the grave. I had like Nate messaging me, and they're
Which
all
one's
like,
Nate? The gamer?
Wait,
the gamer
they came
guy.
up. They came up from the grave. So like it's like zombies, like on Halloween. And you didn't even like bother telling us. I feel
was
betrayed.
annoyed. I was like frustrated because like they're they're all playing games, and I haven't realized it till tonight. Like I wanted, like before,
I
like,
told you Nate was playing games a long time
but
ago.
the other ones, like from months ago, texted me tonight, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like it was like one after another.
Did you hear back from the cuddler from the other day?
Oh
That
God, he's gone. Thank God.
Okay.
But
Good.
then
That's
also
the one
another
I
thing
feel good
happened.
about, that he's gone.
So I got annoyed, right? Because like I don't want to do any of this. Like, because okay, so Nate snapped me at the beginning of the stream, and I responded because he like showed me his Halloween costume, and he was just like a crayon or whatever. So then I responded, and guess what he does? Leaves me on red. Because he's trying to get me to like.
Oh, because that's the
chase
pattern
him.
he's been doing.
Yeah. And I refuse to do it because, like, why should I chase him? Like, I was thinking about it objectively, and I'm like, okay, I chase him for what? To have a Snapchat relationship? Snapchat connection? Like, it doesn't seem
Are there
worth
other
it.
guys?
Yeah, then the other guys were texting me. Then I had another guy that, like, okay, it's this guy that texts me 2 to 3 times a week.
They're all just lonely and looking for a Halloween hookup, is what it comes down to.
Yeah. That's why I was like annoyed. And this
I
other
understand.
guy was like, here's your daily PSA that I'm thinking of you always, and you're so beautiful. And like, this is someone I don't have any conversations with, like no meaningful conversations with.
Does he do that? Does he do that every day?
No, but he did that today. He's done this before,
So
but like, this shit is so dumb. Like,
Well, if he did it
what?
every day, it'd be kind of creepy, unless they were dating.
It'd be really
but,
creepy.
But doing it once out of
And if he
the
called
blue
it a
like that, it's
daily
just
PSA.
like. I mean, there's no way to do that unless if you're in a good committed relationship and you do that. Okay, it could be
Then
kind
it'd
of
be
sweet.
cute.
Still kind of weird. It'd be kind of cute and sweet,
Even in
but
a committed relationship would get old.
it would get old, yeah. But it wouldn't be that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that.
So
Did
I
you
got
respond
that
to
weird.
him?
No, I didn't respond to that. Then he messaged me again. He's like, "Oh, it's my birthday," because at midnight, I guess now it's his birthday. So then I'm like, "Oh, happy birthday, whatever." So then I'm ignoring that. And then, and then another thing. So I was swiping on my dating app, and I saw my guy friend. So out of curiosity, I'm like, "I'll just swipe right," and then we matched. So I had to unmatch.
Oh, he was just a friend?
Yeah, my guy friend. That like I thought maybe we had a
maybe it's
thing.
like a 16 candles thing, you know, and like it's the one you that was running your nose the whole time,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know. It's
The
yeah.
writer in me has 1,000 soulmates.
Right.
I hope it's romantic in me.
How reliable is that algorithm? Because I get matched all the time with people that have nothing in common with just because they're in my area.
I don't know. It's OkCupid, so I believe it's a real thing, but I unmatched him because like that makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, so no date with him.
Because I expressed interest in him a little bit like a year ago because we had so many things in common, and he wasn't in a place to date, and I obviously wasn't gonna like wait. But now that I've gotten to know him more over the past year, he's way more into like hookups and stuff like that. So that's not for me. But then the curiosity got the best of me, and I was like, I'm gonna swipe right on him, and then we matched, and I was like, oh no.
Well, I mean, you knew them like as they say that most guys pretty much swipe right on everything, unless it's another dude, and even then, not necessarily out of the question for a lot of guys, even I mean straight guys, and then or unless it's like some like like toe-looking woman or something like that. For the most part, guys swipe right on everyone, so it may not be anything as creepy as all that. I mean, it's just that.
Yeah.
I got met a lot of guys really are just that gross that and it's not even just that they do it for fun or something. They really would hook up with and fuck those women, no matter how skanky or horse they are. And it's it's just I do think my lucky stars. I was never. I was never in that position in life. I got into a good relationship before dating apps stuff like that came along. I never had that kind of mentality though. I don't think I ever could have done that. But like it just makes me shudder to think that there's like a version of me that could have been just like some man slut like that. That just like I don't know. I just find it gross.
Yeah, so it's like.
But now that I know, is on and oh, go ahead.
Now that I know Nate is playing, I mean, I already knew he was playing games, but he's like playing new games each week. So
How many games does he have to play? But
that's a good question. I mean,
He just keeps trying different ones until he find one that works. I guess is what his
Yeah.
plan is.
because at first he was texting me and then disappearing, and I didn't chase him. Now he's
this is the
Snapchatting
guy
me.
that like ditched you. Said like he needed a break or something. Like what?
Yeah, and then he keeps coming back and leaving like revolving doors.
But are
so
you attached? Are you still attached?
I'm not attached.
Oh.
Curiosity gets the best of me. I'm just like, oh, what is he sending me? Because he's playing some. I mean, what I think it is I think that he has like multiple women, and he's just playing all these games with them. And
Or like someone trained him wrong on purpose, kind of like that. You ever see that movie Kung Pao? Like there's like that guy that they said that they trained him wrong on purpose. So every time he gets hit, he thinks he's winning. Like because like I don't know, because like whenever I was growing up, like girls like to be chased and guys were the pursuers, and that was kind of like it wasn't like chase them and hold them down and tie them up. It was like the chase, like. The man was a pursuer, was the one that was trying to woo the woman, and I guess the red pillish, not red, sorry, the pickup artist people have perverted this concept to the point where guys think that they're trying to get women to chase them now.
that's what
Like,
I think he's doing. Like it.
It's
I
just
don't.
so stupid.
I don't even think he has multiple women. I think that he's just doing everything to get me to chase him because I can feel it. Like I feel like if I texted him right now, he'd respond. But it's like.
You could be really mean. You could like you could like text him and be like, I want to see I want to see you in a costume or something like that, and like just see if you can get him to take some really embarrassing pictures or something. You know?
I thought about it. I was like,
see how hard up he really is.
It doesn't make sense. Like he'll Snapchat me and then he disappears, and like it seems not calculated, but just like weird. Because we had that time period where I was actually getting to know him and we were having like it's not like we had a good connection. So for all this to happen out of nowhere, it feels
When
like
was that time period? Because it didn't start out that way.
it didn't start out that way. That's why I was like surprised.
And then you had one little time period, and then after that, he told you he didn't want to talk to you anymore. And then
He
he
said he wanted to be
started
alone,
doing the
yeah.
message
Yeah.
and run thing. So
Yeah.
like it was a game, little brief time period, game. So
Yeah.
how is that little brief time period of connection not just another game?
Could have been. But then I don't know what the game was for that.
And even if it wasn't a game, how do people go from connection to game after
That's what
that?
I'm trying. That's why I'm like surprised by it.
I'm gonna give you a theory based on absolutely nothing, and it's almost certainly false. But I just think it's something that occurred to me. I think it was funny. Maybe the thing is that he's really like he's really a masochist, and he's really trying to like subtly trying to trick you into trying to dominate him. You know. So I'm just fucking around. Don't worry.
It
But, yeah,
might
like
be
he really wants you to like you to text him, call you back, and start telling him what to do. And like then finally he like calm down. Maybe he's one of those guys that just wants to be like because like he's trying to be chased. He's trying to be the
Yeah.
woman. So maybe he wants to be dominated. Maybe that's this is your chance to I don't know.
He is that type though, because he was asking me like what to wear, how to do his hair, and I was like, I don't like what. Fix your hair however you want. So maybe
Do
he
it.
doesn't.
Tell him that you want to do his hair like I don't know, like a mohawk or something, or a mullet. Tell him you really like mullets or something.
That'd be terrible.
I would leave him
messing
alone, never talk to him again, and go find you some
Well, yeah.
nice intellectual.
Yeah, I don't mean to really do any of that stuff, by the way. Those were not actual suggestions. Those were jokes,
know.
not actual suggestions. Okay, I don't think no one should ever fuck with somebody like that. I was just making jokes. That's all. I would never do that to another human being, no matter how pathetic they were being. I don't know. Maybe if they were like doing something really evil or something, maybe then. But yeah, even then.
He's just playing games, is what it is, and like. You can't really talk to someone about playing games, so that's why it's like, what would I even say? Like, I want to know how this game works on other people. Do they just chase? Is that what they do? Because, like, it must work for him.
You should be like, you should text him and be like, so it seems like you like playing games a lot. How do you feel about Monopoly?
I low key want to mess with him though. That's the problem. That's why I like respond to the Snapchats because it's like I want to find out what the game is.
Oh yeah.
You like games so much. Why don't you come over and play a game of Risk?
But I won't do it because it's just Snapchat. So it's not like I'm seeing him in person and he's like showing up to my house and then disappearing the next day. So
Well, what? Okay, then you can. But I mean, if he's that open to being like, tell him what to, you tell it, demand that he show up at your house. Be like, no, I want you here now. And then he's like, and he'll show up thinking he's getting sex and be like, no, I didn't say anything about that. I just want you to hear.
you would
And just like
you would think
yeah.
that.
It might be just what he. It might be just what he wants.
Yeah. I think he snapped me on what was it, like Monday, and then he was like, hey, and I was like, hey, and then he said like, what's up or something, and then I just like responded. Then he waited 2 days, responded. Waited 2 days, responded.
Oh yeah, that's definitely some pickup artist bullshit right there. That's
And
like
then-
some stupid pickup bullshit.
And
bullshit
then
right
now
there.
left me on red. So
I wouldn't even talk to somebody like I would not have talked to him the first time after
I
he said he
know.
needed a break.
Yeah, the only reason I would talk to someone like that if I was a sadistic, twisted motherfucker that wanted to fuck with somebody like that. But other than that, yeah, just like that would just be a block for me. Unless you just feel like like I said, just messing with him a little bit, and you shouldn't. I'm just saying, unless that was your only reason, there's no other reason to talk to him. He's clearly like, I don't know, he's clearly got some serious issues going on.
yeah, if he's playing games like that, because that's where I picked up like, okay, he's now waiting 2 days to respond.
Well, someone taught him to play games wrong, because that's not how you play games.
I guess it's like a common thing that people do, and like
I guess
I don't
so.
understand it. But I'm just thankful I'm not chasing because I don't want to chase. What would I be chasing? Like,
Right. I think a lot of like these game type things that the pickup artist community and stuff like developed. A lot of it. I think I can kind of see like an evolution of it from it just being like, like I think it starts out psychologically. Like guys start figuring out like, well, if you call a girl too quickly, then they start thinking you're overly eager, and so like they started like saying like, well, you should wait a little bit longer. So then they started putting rules on it. They started putting like structure to it, and so you definitely have to wait 2 days here, and then 2 days here, and then once you put it in like this like structure like that, it just becomes weird and awkward instead of like, and it takes away any chance of anything natural ever occurring. Yeah, it's the fact of the matter is you have to feel the shit out. You can't calendar it.
yeah.
You can't schedule you can't schedule when some person is gonna fall for you or something like that. And that's what they want to do. They want to work it out to an algorithm so that if they push button A and followed by button C and then followed by button Z and then and so forth, that's the right pattern that unlocks sex for them. And that's really all they're after anyway. They're not after relationships, they're after sex.
Yeah.
Which is really sad, and I see that so much, and it's just. I mean, there's just so much more to life than sex. There just really is. It's
still a powerful.
I mean, I like sex. I'm not saying like I'm against sex, but it's just not the most important thing. It's not the thing that you should be out there. I do not think it's the thing that if you're single you should be out. That should be your number one goal to. I mean,
I think each individual can determine that because it's person.
That's true. I'm not trying to judge other people. I'm just saying that I've known a lot of people like that though. That's their main. They're not happy people, and they're not. I've never known someone with that was their main number one goal. That's the main thing they were always out there trying to get laid all the time, and this and that. I've never known a single person like that. I've known a lot of them too. Never a single one of them that seemed at all happy. They all seemed miserable. And they always seemed frustrated, and they were always complaining about whatever other gender. And this is with guys and girls. And like, I don't know. Maybe there's guys out there that are guys or girls that really do that kind of stuff, and they just love it, and it's just happy, and it makes them happy and stuff like that. And if so, more power to them. But just from what I've seen, it just seems like it's a mentality that leads to frustration and mostly sadness and a lot of times depression. But I could be wrong. I mean, and I'm more than willing
There
to
are
admit
people
that.
who have healthy, casual sex lives just fine. That it actually enhances their well-being.
Straight people? Yeah, I mean,
Just
I,
people.
I have known some gay guys that seem to have healthy
I mean, sex is a
casual sex lives.
tool. It depends on how you use it. It's not determinative of your mental state, like your mental health, if you use it
I guess.
responsibly.
I mean, I don't know why there would be that difference, but I swear to God, like every straight person I've known that was like that was just like, I mean, seriously, like really miserable. But I have known a couple of gay men that had seemed like healthy casual sex lives that were just fine with it. But I don't know what the difference is. But I mean, and that's anecdotal. That's not based on mass data to observation. That's just my life meeting people experience. So it's very faulty and very very open to being corrected at any time.
I think one thing that so I was talking to a female friend. I guess men are also doing this thing where they like test your crazy early on. So they play these games to like see how you'll react. And I guess it's like a very common thing nowadays. So when I took that into account, I was like, okay, like I guess I understand it. But then I'm like, it doesn't even really make sense. Like, okay, so they leave you on red to test if you're crazy, to see if you'll blow up their phone. And then they'll play all these games to ensure you're not crazy. But by the time they like figure that out, you're already like done with all their games. So it's like, it makes no sense to me.
I don't know. I used to think I could tell if a girl was, or a person, really, not just a girl. It is they were usually girls that I had this sense about. But I mean, there was guys too. But I usually think I could tell a girl if a girl or a guy was crazy within 5 minutes of meeting him. But I've been proven wrong in recent life, so I guess I no longer can make that claim.
I guess I kind of understand it, like, but then it's like it's still a game, so I don't understand it.
Well, I mean, a lot of these guys they're being trained by so many different parts of media that anything romantic, anything about relationships between men and women, or men and men, or women and women, whatever the case might be, especially men and women, though, any relationships they have, they are based on games because for whatever reason, like society is try to game everything. Everything's a game. Every social media application is a game. Every dating app, it's a game. Twitter's a game. It's a game. It's a game to see who can get the most likes, the most this and that. There's everyone has a cheat code and an algorithm and a thing like that. I mean, I don't know. It's sort of the pick up our stuff from the '80s. There'd be the books that be the secret cheat code to get into any woman's panties kind of shit, right? That kind of stuff has been around for probably longer than that, but especially in our
People
society.
were playing these games way before the internet.
I know, but I think the overall gamification of life in general has led to it being more prevalent. Maybe I'm wrong. I am only 42. My life doesn't go back long enough to properly say that that it wasn't this bad back before. But I feel like since I was a teenager till now, I feel like it's from my teenage years to me in my middle age now. I see the game thing being a lot more prevalent. Not that it didn't exist before, but that it's a lot more prominent and a lot more expected, or I mean, I don't feel like, even though people were playing games back then too, I don't know if they were consciously doing it either. It was just something men and women just kind of played games with each other. There's a lot of people out there that are consciously making the conscious effort to play this game, to do this stuff. And I hear them talk about it and stuff, and it's weird to me. It's weird to hear someone talk about their plan for this relationship type thing in such a kind of clinical kind of way. To me, it's weird anyway. Maybe it's not strange. Maybe it's just my experience. I don't know.
I mean, to me, if somebody's playing a game and you want someone that's not playing a game, you just got to go find, leave the person playing the game alone and go find the people not playing games. It's as simple as that.
I agree. I mean, but it isn't always. It seems like today. It seems like what Emerald's saying. I mean, she's met several people. They're all playing games. Like, it's hard.
Right.
I
I
really
don't know where she's finding them. I think she's looking in the wrong place or needs to expand her search.
It's like I
You
think
know-
we turn out good, and then because if it starts off with a game or not a game, where I just think it's like miscommunication. Because I usually attribute a lot to like miscommunication. So then I open up this line of open communication very early on, and that could be my downfall. Because then I start to think that like we're gonna have this communication, then they just go back to games like very quickly.
It's your downfall, but it's your downfall with the people you're not looking for anyway. But it filters them out.
That's the
But
problem.
the people
I have
that
to
are
do it
that
to
are
filter
looking
them
for the
out.
same communication you are going to stick around.
Because I think also what I was waiting for with Nate is I thought for sure he would have an explanation as to why he disappeared, but when he just like popped back up, like, oh hey, I was like, okay, then why'd you want to be alone? Like I should have asked that, but then I was like, I'm not really gonna ask that because that line of communication was already closed when he disappeared for 2 weeks.
Why
But-
did you like kind of take him back after he?
I was that you took him back. She
I
just
didn't
started
think I took
talking to him.
I was waiting to see if he had like an explanation or like
I call
anything.
it taking him back because he told her that he didn't want to continue
Right.
the French. It wasn't even a
Fair enough.
relationship
Yeah.
anymore. And then he pops up out of nowhere and it's like, "Hey, I decided I want to start talking to you again," and she did.
Yeah. I mean, I was curious to see like if he had an explanation. But he didn't. He just the conversation was like,
an explanation
hey,
different than his original explanation for not wanting to talk to you.
I don't know, just like
And the theory was it was because you had opened up the communication and it spooked him.
yeah, that could have been possible.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that. It was either that, or it was possible. It was either that, or it was that they were. It was either that,
Or there was a new game that got released.
or yeah, it was either a game he was playing by trying to hype up his like importance, trying to get her to like trying to basically trying to like hype up his importance so she'd sleep with him or something like that, or if it was scared, or it was a move, or it was he got scared, one of the two. And it could be either one, I
sounded
guess.
like,
But
not necessarily scared, but he's an introvert and he got overwhelmed by the intensity of the intimacy.
maybe so.
And because it happened the day after she had that talk with him.
Right.
Right.
Or maybe that talk that she had with him, maybe that made him think that maybe she was about to friend zone him, so he tried to back off before he got friend zoned or something.
Could be possible. Because I didn't really have any like romantic undertones in what I said.
I know. I remember because when you read it, I remember thinking like it sounded very platonic. So it could have been like he thought, oh shit, she's gonna friend zone me. So I'll just be like, yeah, I just want to be alone for a little while and then see if her mind changes later on. Yeah, I mean, look, this is all speculation. This is all.
I see it all the time. Appears the avoidance that happens when they meet someone who's too intense.
Sure. I think you ought to go to like, I mean, it might sound, but you're in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be, I mean, and I know, like, once again, I don't go to church. I'm not a religious person either, but
I'm not either.
But look around, like, look on the, like, I don't know, there's gotta be some sort of like directory or something. Like, look, there's probably one of those bigger churches that are right around there. Not a Catholic one, not a Presbyterian one that's more of like a kind of modern contemporary kind of thing. And just look and see if they have you don't want to go to Sunday morning or anything like that. Just see if they have a singles group. Most of them have singles group meetings, and just show up to one of the singles groups and just sit in one time. It couldn't be any worse than going to like one of those self-help type group therapy type things. And yeah, they'll talk about the Bible or this or that, but just sit in once and just see. You never know, you might meet somebody that's actually intelligent. And a lot of times, people in church aren't nearly as religious as you think they would be. There will be the religious nuts, they're there, but there's sometimes a lot of people go to church these days just for the sense of community. So you might find some decent people there, some people that might be more in line with your values. Maybe not. It might. I mean, I'm putting that out there totally as a crapshoot type thing. I mean, it very well might go disastrous, but it might be a good story to tell. I don't know.
Yeah.
They usually do the. It seems like they do those a lot of times. Like I haven't been to church for a long time, but like my parents' church does that kind of things on Wednesdays. Or I've been in other churches that do on different nights of the week. But I remember whenever I was in church, it was usually on Wednesday nights or Sunday nights or something like that. I just like look into you probably look it up pretty easily and just see if there's like just like like I said, you don't want to go to a Catholic one or a Presbyterian one or anyone that's got like a lot of weird like liturgical kind of like ritual stuff to it, because they're not going to be. I mean, they might have a good singles group. You never know. But I mean, like if you do end up getting roped into one of the services, you might not want to get roped into like a 3 hour long where everybody has to like sing from like this weird sing Latin and shit like that. If you go to at least a more contemporary one, like it's more likely to meet younger people too. You're less likely to see a lot of older people. I don't know. I mean, if I can tell you for certain, if something happened tomorrow, I mean, if God forbid something happened to my wife tomorrow, I probably would never date again. But like if for some reason I was single and I was looking tomorrow, I was single and I was looking to meet someone for real, that's what I would do. I would find one of these more contemporary churches, and I would go to a singles group and just see if there was any people that seemed like decent women that would be worth talking to. Because like going to bars, going to clubs, going to dating apps, man, dear God, like I said, like the few months I had when I thought that's where my life was headed, that was like one of some of the stressful times. I was like, I saw what the dating market was like out there for someone at my age and my just me in general, and I was like, this is bad. This is very bad. Like, and I'm not saying anything bad against women in general, but just like the kind of women that are in their 40s that are on these dating apps and stuff. Man, they all have that crazy look in their eyes. They all have that damaged, like, hi, I'm probably gonna stab you in like 3 weeks kind of look in their face. And I only talked, and in that time I talked to one girl on one. I can't remember what site. What site was that? It's like it wasn't Hinge, but it was it was kind of one of the jankier ones, one of the jankier apps. I think it might have been Hinge or something like that. And I wasn't messaging anybody. I just kind of I installed them just to look at it. But somebody messaged me out of the blue, and she seems, she wasn't like easily my type, but she was pretty enough. She wasn't ugly or anything. And she talked a little bit to me, and I told her my situation. I told her I was just kind of looking around. I wasn't really. Don't expect much from me right now because I don't think I'm ready to start dating yet. I was just trying to see what was out there more or less. She told me about her kid, and I told her I had a kid, and this and that, back and forth, and then we just. I mean, it was very, very, very light casual chatting. I mean, there was nothing even close to being romantic or nothing sexual was talked about or anything like that. And but after just about I don't know 4 or 5 days, probably that wasn't even a full week. Suddenly she was like, "Well, don't you think it's time we meet?" And I was like, "I don't think I'm really ready for that. I told you I'm not really ready to date." She's like, then she gets really insistent about it, and I was to the point where I was just like, I don't know, I was in a really depressed place, and I was like, I guess so. I guess we could see a movie or something. Why not? But as soon as I said it, I regretted it, and I just kind of and I'll be honest, I didn't really want. I about an hour or two later, I messaged her a message said and it's just so the stress of the idea of doing it just made me sick. It really did. I couldn't even stand the thought of doing this. I mean, to going out with some strange girl like this, it just seemed wrong to me. I felt sick, and I told her I'm really not feeling well. I'm not. I don't think I'm ready for this anyway. And this girl flipped the fuck out. I mean, in text, granted. I mean, she sent like 8 walls of text about like how I was this inconsiderate, blah blah blah, all this stuff, and like all this stuff, and like, and I looked at my messages like a couple of times, looked back. Did I say something like, did I actually call her a bitch or something? Like, what the hell did I do? I had no idea. I mean, this was like, I mean, it was just like this wall of crazy about like, how I can't even remember half of it. It made no sense. It was just gibberish, and I was just like, I just remember like, I just remember that feeling of like dodging all the bullets, So I mean, even like the halfway sane ones for like, I guess I should have known better to know when a girl messaged me first, but damn, that scared the shit out of me. I was like, dear God, I could have gone out with this girl. She could have stabbed me because like I actually glanced the wrong direction. She was like, this girl was fucking insane. She went all to the length of like, like she'd only seen a picture of my face. Like we had not exchanged any kind of pictures, but she went to the extent like insulting my dick size and all this shit like that.
Oh my
Like,
God.
she hadn't seen anything. I mean, she had no idea what I looked like at all, except for just my face. It's all she had seen, and it wasn't even very good. It wasn't even a very good. It was like a mirror selfie type thing. It was really bad, and she was like, she went like, she was like, yeah, you seem like you're probably fat anyway. You probably got a small dick. All this like, it was just like this tirade of angry shit, just because like I was like, I'm just not ready to start dating again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean, it wasn't like I've been talking to her and leading her on for weeks or something like that. This was like 3 or 4 days, and this was not like, are we going to get married or not kind of conversation. This was just like, oh, how you doing? Oh, I'm fine. Good. I'm glad you had a good day. Good night kind of thing. That was it, So, I mean, the prospect of just being single and right now, man, that sucks. I feel nothing but sympathy. Nothing but sympathy for like I said, like that's actually when that occurred to me back then. I was like, if I'm ever gonna try a date, it's not gonna be one of these apps. At least if I go and I meet a church girl, they might be crazy, but at least they'll be polite crazy, probably. At least they'll probably be polite crazy, as opposed to like whatever the fuck that was. But I maybe not. Maybe just people are just insane today. I don't know. I wish you all the luck in the world, Emerald. I really hope you find somebody. I really hope you seem like the. I mean, I don't know you that well. I think you seem like a really sweet, intelligent, great person, and yeah, I do think you'll find somebody worthy of your attention eventually. You just
I
gotta.
hope so. I have to just because
Well,
the thing
we gotta look
is
for
to
'em.
be
Quit fooling
fair.
around with these losers. You fool.
But here's
Yeah.
the thing, Jeff. You gotta understand. The dude that I went on a date with last week, if he texted me, I would not respond. I think the only reason I responded to Nate is because he's more introverted and I just liked his energy, like even just on a friend level. But how am I gonna be a friend? Like, how would he ever be a friend when he doesn't leave his room? So, you know what
Well,
I
what's that-
mean? And if he's
what's that-
playing games.
What's that other thing that I always hear? Like I always hear people say that like every time like a girl makes some pronouncement that she's just gonna give dating a break for a while, they end up married like 3 months later. So maybe you should try that. Maybe you should just like make some big announcement like I am off the market. I
Oh
am
yeah, I'm trying to
stopping
do
dating.
that. Yeah.
I'm no longer going to be seeing any men. I'm done with dating for at least a few months, and then like you'll be married, like that. Like, that's what happens in
That's what
movies,
I'm
right?
gonna do. Yeah. I'm trying to have a movie type relationship somehow.
It's always the funny thing about those movie relationships. They never show you the relationship part, so you never really understand
Yeah.
like how they get to that part.
It just
It's always like that.
happens.
Yeah, it's just like 1 second, like it's like this, or it's like they always do that in movies with especially with sex scenes. They always put like these scenes between the two characters where they're just like talking or something, and like they're just like some like just small moment, and the next thing they're in bed, and you're just like, how did it get from that to that? Like, that's not how sex works. It's not like maybe it is for some people. Wasn't for me. My sex life has never been that simple. Where it was just like had a half a pause of a moment in a conversation in a car once. The next thing I know, I was leaving. That's never happened. But movies, TV, whatever. Maybe they're based in real life. Maybe they're not. All right. Well, I guess we've pushed this thing to almost 6 hours. So I guess we've done Halloween proud. We've given out treats and tricks to all the viewers that didn't show up. I guess we haven't had many people in the comments tonight at all. I guess they're all busy on. We got there's like 8 other streams going on there, right?
I know. I think I'm gonna head over to machines.
What time is it? Oh wow, it's almost 1. Halloween's
Yeah.
over.
Just
October's
Neurojack's on.
over.
Neurojack's on? What the hell? Why didn't he even like message me? He told me he told me he was gonna message me whenever he starts. He must have saw that we were streaming. But then why would he stream like
You
get?
want to head over to machines?
I'm gonna go see what Jack's up to, and then I'll check out Machine. I just don't. Oh, you mean he's on there with Machine? Okay, but you mean he was streaming on his
Hank
own?
and Jack are on the machine live stream right now.
Okay, yeah, I'll go over check it out. Or see what's up.
And then Flow State streaming too, but Tommy was just on there, so I'm not about to go over there.
Flow State's fine. I don't have a problem with Flow State. I just don't really.
I don't have a problem with Flow State either. Tommy was on there.
I know I'm saying, but I don't have a problem with it. But I don't really. He doesn't compel me. Nothing about Flow State is compelling to me. So I just have no reason to like go over there unless he has good guests on. Like he doesn't. Like he never really says very much. He just kind of has like a vague kind of douchey energy. So I don't know. He's fine. He's not a bad guy.
Stay away from him. Don't bother him then.
What?
I said then stay away from him. Don't bother him.
Okay, well I won't.
I like his streams. I like the conversation.
I haven't watched any of his
Not
streams.
really different.
Maybe his streams are good.
But if you don't like his personality, there's no reason to try to.
I can't get a sense of his personality. Every time he ever goes on Machine live stream, he just kind of sits there and just kind of giggles and doesn't say much of anything. So I don't really have any idea what his personality is. I just kind of feel like.
Well, you
I don't
said he's
know.
douchey and frat boyish, so you have some sense.
Well, he does. He dresses douchey and frat boyish. He does do that. You have to admit that. Maybe he's a really cool guy. I just like I haven't really heard him say
I don't know him
anything.
that well. I don't have the same negative impression that you do.
It's not even a negative impression. It's like a lack of an impression. I don't.
Douchey sounds negative to me. Like maybe
Okay.
I'm misreading.
Okay. That I was being hyperbolic there,
Yeah,
but like
I was gonna say hyperbolic.
I was being hyperbolic there, but but generally speaking, like what I mean is just that he doesn't. I don't get an impression from him. I don't get a sense of like what he's about. He just kind of shows up and he's there and then he's not. I don't know.
Okay, well,
I mean,
either way, he's not really important. I just mentioned that he was on, so I'm more interested in going over to machines.
sure, yeah. I see the link you put up here. I'll check her. What the hell is going on? I keep getting this thing where it keeps saying like I have a USB device not recognized, but I haven't plugged anything in, and everything's working. So anyway, I'll see you guys over there later, or I'll see you next time, Emerald. As always, it's been a pleasure. Bye.
It's been a pleasure. Are you playing the outro music?
I will. Let me find some.
Yeah, we want to jam to the outro music.
I don't have anything really spooky. I'll just play some rock.
Well, wait. I have a couple of tracks that are spooky sounding.
You wanna play them from your end?
Yeah, I about to say that they're probably the ones that wouldn't download, huh? That sucks. I have a couple that have it because I did one
You
that.
have to play them through sharing your screen though, not just in the background.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying there must have been ones that you weren't able to download. 'Cause
Right.
I did one that was Suspiria that was based on the Suspiria thing.
Send
yeah,
me
no,
the lo-fi versions, and I can upload them, and then I'll eventually be able to.
I know. I mentioned it the other night, and then I fell asleep. So I'll play it. I'll share my screen here, and we'll do that. Present. Share screen.
I wanted to end on like not a share screen.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind then.
That's what I'm saying. Just send me the file, and we can play them later, and they'll be like real clips in the background.
Okay. I'll get them downloaded and reduced in size here tonight or tomorrow. All right. We'll just play whatever then. Why is it won't let me error? It sounds like it's being a dick right now. I'm just trying to go to my freaking like page, and it just keeps like taking me everywhere but my page.
Part of me wants to play games back with these men just because I feel vindictive on my dating.
That's your shadow. I'm not saying
that is my shadow.
But be aware if you do.
I want to give into it a little bit just so I have some tea to spill.
I think that as long as it's like kind of get done in good humor and good fun.
Not like terrible stuff, but I just want to like see how they react to like me leaving them undelivered for 24 hours.
Is
Yeah,
that
I
more
mean,
appealing to you than finding some
Right now it
like
is because my
normal
shadow is
intellectual
taking
guys to date?
over. I just want to play a game a little bit.
Okay, then play it.
I don't think
Just
that
on my dating
there's
break.
not that much harm in that. That's not like
Like
doing anything that's
I'm
like
not
gonna.
gonna like do terrible things, but I just want to be like tomorrow I want to send them good morning and then not respond. This is
Try
my
it.
shadow. You're meeting my shadow now.
Hello, Emerald Shadow.
Because my shadow wouldn't respond to that dude that did the struggle cuddle, but my shadow will respond to these other people in Snap.
Hello, Emerald Shadow. You seem much like Emerald, so I don't know. I don't think anything about any of that stuff is really like all that terribly
I
all
think
that
it'd be
terribly
really
dark or
bad
sinister.
if I started like telling them to do things like get their hair a certain way or
Yeah, that part I was joking about. You shouldn't do that. That's clearly like that's a violation of some kind of ethics, I'm sure. If ethics,
I'm not gonna
or
do
something
that.
here.
But how far can I push it just to see how this game is played, like morally and ethically?
What happened to my camera? There it goes.
Like
I just my cameras went
the
orange and I
Browski
couldn't
would
figure out
say
why.
that's from a lower level. If you're trying to
This is
operate
definitely
from
from
a
a
higher
lower
level,
level. It's the demon in me.
Yeah.
It's the demon in me.
Well, it's not like terrible, but a part of me just wants to like, I don't know, like it's like an experiment.
Well, do it and get it out of your like.
Because I've never played a game like that. So like now part of me, it's like almost like, never trying drugs. Now it's like a part of me is like, but now I'm afraid because like, what if I like playing the game?
Try it and see what happens. Not so much see what happens externally, but see what effect it has on you internally.
Okay, and then I'll report back. I'll be like, now I'm the game master.
Or I mean, like it doesn't mean you have to do it. It doesn't mean you're gonna do it on every guy. I mean, but if a guy's playing games with you, like maybe it'll just teach them a lesson about playing games. Who knows?
That's
I mean,
what I
sometimes
wanna
people need
do.
that.
That's my
Sometimes
shadow.
Sometimes people need to learn a little bit something about what they do to people, and it's sometimes what it takes. I don't know. I don't think that that's necessarily an all positive thing to do, but I don't think it's an all negative thing to do either. I'm trying to send
like
you
my
this
curiosity.
file, Jeff. Let me see
Jeff,
here.
have you played games or have you just always stayed away from it?
Me?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Which one?
You.
What was your question?
Have you ever played games or have you stayed away from it?
I'm not a big game player.
I'm not either. That's why I'm like.
I mean, I love board game. I love like real games. But
Yeah.
I've never
I used to play
been-
video games, but I can't do it anymore for some reason. So
like playing games with people have never. I'm too direct for that. There's a certain
I want to be less intense. That's like the part of the
subtlety and
experiment
sophistication.
too.
You can't be less intense.
Oh my! Really?
No, you
I
can
need to
mask, but you
be.
can't be less intense.
I think game playing might be a form of masking because it's not direct communication.
Like I said, try it.
Okay. I'm
try
gonna
it. You
journal
might
about
like it.
Yeah, experiment and see what happens.
I
And
probably
what-
don't even
wait.
know how to play it. That's the problem. I don't know the rules. Like I kind of know, but I also don't.
I don't know. I don't either.
Well, then that's even better than you get to make up the rules on your own. You get to make up your own games. You don't gotta you have to play their games. Just play your own.
I'm just
You know,
creating
like-
my own game to see what happens. Maybe I'll get
Play the-
blocked by the end of the week.
Yeah, play the games where you get them to play dress up for you or something. Like we said, like Hey, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? That they might discover that they have nice calves or something. You don't know.
This could be a positive.
Yeah, this
They
could
could
work
learn
out really
more
well
about
for
themselves.
everybody.
Yeah. They could be like, oh, Emerald's playing a game. This is awesome.
They're like, I like games. This is the kind of game. This is exactly what I wanted. Here's this. I'm emailing this Xperia track, Jeff. If you want to see if it works. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but I think that it'll work. Maybe I don't know. And then I have to go get the baby, I guess, because she's crying. So
Are you going on machines?
yeah, probably. I was just trying to send you that track because I couldn't play it on the thing. So anyway, I sent it to you in the email, but maybe we'll try it next time. But it's a spooky
Yeah,
sounding
we
one.
can, like we'll be playing. Oh, here it is. Hang on. It's a wave. It's not gonna. I don't think it'll let me.
Oh well, then no matter.
If you send it as an MP3, that's what it would.
I was just doing it fast. That's why I did it like that because I just didn't take
Because
the
the
time
problem
to
is
convert it.
the file size. It has to be a
Yeah,
very low quality
yeah,
file.
that's true. Let me see here. I used to have a converter too. I don't on this thing. I don't have it. I used to have like a built-in. My old laptop. I had it all set up for if I wanted to turn something into like a MP3 player. It was like really easy. And now I don't have that option on here. See if I do it with. What if I open it with VLC and then saved it?
I'd
Maybe?
rather just worry about it another day because it's almost 11
That's
o'clock
fine.
here.
That's fine. Go ahead and end the stream. You can end the stream. I
I'm
was just
trying to
fucking with
get
it.
to the- But let me see if it'll let me load it.
It's not going to, man. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay.
It
We don't
says
need to play
that
the song.
file's a bit too large. 30
Yep.
megabytes is the limit.
No problem. We're just end it
So
on.
We can do it another day. It really.
Yeah, it's
we'll
all
just
right,
wait.
man. I'm not
always
even
up for
upset
Are we
about
meeting
it.
on Friday?
Huh?
Are we meeting on Friday?
Yeah, we'll have to find something to watch.
Oh,
Like 5.
I had an idea for one too. Something I thought that we might actually all like, and then I forgot what it was. I had this idea
Well,
earlier
let's
today.
coordinate over. Let me tell you where my brain is at. It's on machine stream right now, and
I
so I
know.
can't do too much
Yeah.
more. Of,
Yeah, no. I was
This
gonna
is going forever.
I was gonna Discord to you about it later. I said go ahead and end the stream, dude. It's
Yeah,
cool.
let's coordinate through Discord or Facebook, and we'll come up with
Yeah,
something. I have
totally.
a few thoughts too, but if we try to
All
do
right.
this right now, it's going to be another half-hour conversation.
Absolutely. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play this out.
All right.
And yeah, so I'll see you on Friday.
Okay, sounds good. Have fun on the stream.
Okay, I don't know how long I'll stay. but- Oh, look what I made for her. I mean, I found for her.